Chapter 81. The Battle for Nine Dragon Mountain. The bandit advance team arrived very quickly. Upon seeing the wooden wall, they immediately retreated to the open area. In this position, even if there were people on both sides of the mountains, it would be difficult to harm them. They then sent a dozen men on a probing attack. Just as they reached 30 paces from the wooden wall, more than a dozen wooden spears suddenly flew out. After losing several men, the bandits retreated and stopped attacking. It wasn't until the bandit main force arrived that they sent a 100-man team to charge towards the wooden wall. As they approached, a large number of wooden spears flew out from the slopes on both sides of the wall and from the platform on top of it. The bandits hadn't even touched the wall yet, and they had already lost more than a dozen men. At this point, the sound of a gong was heard from behind them, and the remaining men quickly retreated. Looking at the wooden wall, the bandit commander felt that it was a bit tricky. He had been to Nine Dragon Mountain many times and was very clear about the situation here. If one line sky was blocked, it would probably cost them dearly to take it. If the enemy had ambushed troops nearby and sealed off the retreat from one line sky, it would be even more passive for them to fight. So he said to the vanguard general next to him, "Take 300-man teams and go back and hold the Dumbwind Pass. If bandits appear behind us, we'll attack them together." The bandits thought that those attacking Nine Dragon Mountain were local bandits, so they referred to Xiao Jian and his men as bandits and called themselves the Righteous Army. The bandits retreated to the open area, and the men on the mountains had no way to deal with them. If they attacked the wooden wall in the narrow area, the men on the mountains would throw wooden spears and rocks at them. The bandits didn't have a good idea of how to proceed. It was getting late, so the bandits camped in the open area. They didn't launch a sneak attack at night, and the night passed peacefully. Just after noon the next day, the bandits brought a large amount of dry branches and firewood. They braved a barrage of wooden spears and rocks and piled it at the base of the wooden wall. A fire arrow was shot into the pile of firewood, igniting the dry branches. The fire immediately burned brightly, illuminating half of the sky in red. The tree trunks used to build the wooden wall were damp, but they couldn't withstand the high temperature of the flames. Before long, the entire wooden wall began to burn. The first line of wooden fortifications was declared to be breached, and everyone retreated to the second line of defense. The fire burned until the evening, making the surrounding area even hotter. The bandit commander wiped his sweat and looked at the narrowing passage, where the fire was gradually weakening, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just at that moment, his vanguard general came running back in a disheveled state, reporting that the Dumbwind Pass had been blocked by enemy forces. This news was like a bolt of lightning. The bandit commander had just wiped away the sweat, but he was instantly covered in cold sweat again. The weather was hot, and they were in a valley like a furnace. Their clothes had never been dry. At first, they hadn't paid attention to it, but when they got thirsty, they would just drink water. Then, they realized at noon that the army had run out of water. The next day at daybreak, the commander felt unbearably thirsty. He came early to the narrow passage to check the situation. The fire had completely gone out, and the surrounding stones had been scorched and changed color. A scorching heat wave rushed at him, forcing him to retreat several steps. His hair was singed and curled, and the hot air he inhaled took away what little moisture he had left in his mouth. It was the height of summer in June. The sun was scorching. His throat was already dry and burning, and his sweat was still pouring out of him uncontrollably. It would probably take until noon for the ground to cool down, but at least the first line of defense had been broken through. As long as they reached the mine, everything would be fine. The commander turned and walked back. It wasn't until afternoon that the bandits forcibly passed through the still-hot path. The commander had to be in a hurry. The longer they dragged things out, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. In a few more days, not to mention fighting, they could die of thirst in this furnace. Just as they turned a few corners, another stone wall appeared in front of them. Seeing this, the commander sat down on the ground, his eyes a little glazed over. This time, they might really be done for. They were blocked on both sides. The Dumbwind Pass was also a very dangerous terrain, no easier to attack than this place. There was no way around it. They could only grit their teeth and attack. The entire army was completely without water, and they simply couldn't afford to waste time. The first 200-man teams carried wooden ladders, followed by more than 20 archers. They shot arrows at the stone wall to suppress the defenders. The guards on the wall began to take casualties. The defending guards were suppressed by the archers. The 200-man teams of bandits immediately rushed forward and placed the ladders against the stone wall, desperately climbing up it. They knew that if they didn't fight desperately, they would die of thirst. Fighting was their only chance of survival. As soon as they climbed to the top of the wall, the soldiers hidden below the wall thrust out their long spears. The bandits screamed as they fell from the wall. Then, more bandits bravely climbed up it. The soldiers on the wall were also being shot down by archers, and the fighting was becoming more and more intense, with both sides suffering more and more casualties. Seeing that there was a chance of breaking through, the bandit commander sent another 200-man teams up the wall. He had to put all his eggs in one basket, and there was no turning back. Breaking through the stone wall was their only hope of survival. If they couldn't break through it, one-line sky would be their final resting place. They would either die of thirst or starvation. Xiao Jian stood on the western slope and saw that the bandits were starting to fight with all their might. He raised a small red flag and waved it. Suddenly, dozens of men appeared on both slopes of the canyon. Some were busy throwing grenades at the bandits below, while others were busy cutting the ropes holding the rolling logs and stones. Dozens of grenades from both sides of the mountains suddenly exploded in the middle of the dense crowd, and the ground shook. Limbs and flesh flew in all directions. The rolling logs and stones, freed from their ropes, hurtled down the mountainside with a deafening roar. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. The bandits' infantry and archers were torn to pieces and crushed into bloody messes. The 400-man teams were bunched together, and in a short time, they had suffered heavy casualties, with very few of them left. The bandits instantly collapsed. They cried and screamed as they fled, wishing they had wings to fly away from this hell. The fleeing mass of people was like a horde of frenzied beasts, knocking the commander to the ground, and the people running over him continuously trampled over his body. A short while later, after the crowd had left, the ground was covered in blood, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The commander who was knocked to the ground had already been trampled beyond recognition. The leopard was about to get up and chase after them, but Xiao Jian put his hand on his shoulder, shook his head and said, "Forget it. In 7 days, we'll take in those who are still alive as miners." He was feeling a little soft-hearted. What had happened was not the fault of these bandits. It was this chaotic world that was eating people, nor was it his fault. He couldn't save the entire world. It wasn't until noon the next day that a group of disheveled bandits, with their armor and weapons discarded, staggered to the Dumb Wind Pass. They were covered in blood and grime. The faces, stained with dirt, revealed their uncontrollable panic. When they saw the tall stone wall at the Dumb Wind Pass, they retreated again, without even launching a probing attack. Their general had been trampled to death by their own people, and there was no one left to organize an attack. Chapter 82. Promoting Technological Development. Zhang Chun and Lu Yingjie didn't bother to pursue them either. They just blocked them inside for 7 days, and then sent a squad to clear out the area. More than half of the bandits inside had already died. The remaining 200-odd were as thin as sticks. They had eaten all the leaves off the surrounding trees. The lack of water was the main reason they were having trouble surviving. After the siege ended, there wouldn't be any major battles in Nine Dragon Mountain for the time being. The Shao family manor now only had 2,000-odd bandits left, and they had no ability to attack Nine Dragon Mountain again. Xiao Jian also had no ability to retake the Shao family manor. The core team sat down together to discuss their future course of action. Lu Yingjie said, "We need to expand our guerrilla area to Xianrenping. If small groups of bandits come out, we'll pick them off. If there are too many of them, we'll retreat." Goer said regretfully, "It's a shame the Shao family manor has archers and a cavalry force. Otherwise, we could have attacked it directly. We lack ranged weapons." Zhang Chun laughed. With this few men, a head-on attack against bandits with archers and cavalry would be like throwing eggs against rocks. Regarding the guerrilla area, it would be more valuable for us to operate in the southeast exit area. Xiao Jian nodded and looked at Lu Yingjie and the leopard. "You two will operate in the southeast area, focusing on the southeast exit, and taking opportunities to cut off the bandits' connection with the outside." The southeast exit of Xianrenping was the eastern end of Nine Dragon Mountain, from which they could retreat to Nine Dragon Mountain at any time. He looked at Zhang Chun and said, "You're from Zhangjia Village, so you'll operate in the Zhangjia Village area. If you can't win, then retreat to the mountains behind the village." No bandits were stationed in Wangjia Village, so Zhangjia Village had a lot of room to operate and could also tie down the bandits in the Shao family manor. Just as he finished speaking, a guard came in to report that Lai Fu and some of the other wounded men had returned, saying they needed to report something. Xiao Jian told the guard to bring Lai Fu in and asked, "Is there anything going on at the new village in the North Mountain?" Lai Fu said, "Young master, the materials are insufficient in the new village, and the gunpowder workshop has stopped working. This time, I only brought back a little over 100 grenades. That's all we have. Xiao Jian nodded. Needless to say, they had run out of sulfur. After the fall of Shangzhou City, the closest place to buy supplies was Jinjiang City, which was at least a month away. Xiao Jian got up and said, "After I go back to the new village, I will go to Jinjiang City as soon as possible. Goer, pick 2 scouts to go with me. I will also take the direct subordinate team with me. The safety of Xianrenping is now in your hands." New village in the North Mountain. Standing at the exit of the stream valley, one could see a sea of green, and the rice seedlings in the paddy fields swayed like ocean waves in the breeze. Children were playing happily by the stream. When they suddenly saw Xiao Jian and his group, they scattered in all directions, shouting as they ran, "Captain, bad guys are here! Captain, bad guys are here!" A faint smile spread across Xiao Jian's face. This was the peaceful haven that he was willing to protect even if it cost him his life. Hearing the shouts, a large group of people came out of the village. Xiaoling ran over quickly, shouting, "Brother, brother!" Xiao Jian went to meet her, picked Xiaoling up and spun her around, saying, "Brother can hardly lift you anymore. You've become a little piglet." Xiaoling laughed and said, "When I grow as tall as Sister Bihua, I'll be able to pick you up. Then, I'll hold you, brother." Xiao Jian was amused and gently pinched her nose. "Stop talking nonsense. You're not ladylike at all." Manager Zhang, having learned that Xiao Jian had returned, also came forward to greet him with the others. Chen Wenxuan and Chen Bihua were standing on the side, followed by some managers and craftsmen. After a bit of small talk, they gathered around Xiao Jian and walked toward the village. The lush green rice fields made Xiao Jian feel very relaxed. Manager Zhang pointed to the large rice fields and said, "There are 85 acres of rice and more than 200 acres of vacant land. We have also reclaimed over 100 acres of dry land." When they passed by the sweet potato fields, the manager said, "This sweet potato field is less than an acre. We just transplanted the seedlings later, so the plants are growing a little slower." He then pointed towards the north, toward the dam, and said, "We dug a fish pond there, and a hulling mill has been installed on the dam." When they reached the entrance of the village, several new earthen houses had been built. Manager Zhang said, 2 batches of bricks have been made in the brick kiln, and we'll be able to build brick houses soon." The new village in the North Mountain was finally starting to look like a real village. With Manager Zhang around, Xiao Jian no longer needed to think about many things himself. He turned to Chen Bihua, who was next to him, and asked, "How is the production of saltpeter and alkali doing?" After Zhang Chun was transferred, the production of saltpeter and alkali was managed by Chen Bihua and Xiam Yaoying. Ruhua also helped her, and there were 2 managers in charge of the details. Chen Bihua whispered, "We have over 8,000 pounds of saltpeter and more than 2,000 pounds of alkali powder. We fertilize the rice and sweet potatoes with the wastewater from the saltpeter production twice, and they are growing very well." Xiao Jian was about to tease her when Zhang Xiong came over and said, "Young master, the porcelain kiln has been built, but there's not enough clay here, so it can't be put to use yet. I also need clay. Have you looked around nearby?" Xiao Jian was preparing to experiment with making clay fire bricks and redesigning the smelting furnace. Zhang Xiong took out a ceramic jar and said, "This is what we found in the stream. I've looked everywhere nearby, and there's not much clay." Xiao Jian scooped out a lump of clay from the ceramic jar. It was pure white, like a ball of flour, and it felt greasy when he crushed it with his fingers. Clay is also called kaolin. There's clay in Wangjia village. I'll ask Zhang Chun to dig some of it up and bring it back. He put down the clay and called Chen Wenxuan, Lu Shan, and Zhang Xiong together, saying, "I want to give you a mission, to experiment with making a kind of high-temperature clay fire brick." He turned to Zhang Xiong and asked, "When you fire pottery, how do you control the temperature?" There were no standard units for measuring temperature in this era, only vague concepts. Zhang Xiong said, "My father taught me to tell the temperature by the color of the flames." Xiao Jian took out a chart and handed it to Zhang Xiong, saying, "This is a table showing the relationship between flame color and temperature. There are also the characteristic temperatures of several substances that you can use as a reference." The characteristic temperatures included the temperature of boiling water, the melting temperature of wrought iron, and the firing temperatures of ordinary pottery and celadone porcelain, etc. By using these as a comparison, they could calculate a rough value for the temperature. Lu Shan asked, "Is the clay fire brick that young master is talking about more heat-resistant than the fire bricks used in Nine Dragon Mountain?" Xiao Jian nodded and said, "The fire bricks in Nine Dragon Mountain can only withstand about 1,200 degrees Celsius, but the clay fire bricks can withstand 1,700 degrees Celsius. If the ratio is right, they can even withstand over 2,000 degrees." Lu Shan's eyes widened in shock. The clay firebricks were almost twice as heat-resistant as the ordinary firebricks used in Nine Dragon Mountain. It was a huge difference. The main material of this kind of firebrick is clay, and you can add a small amount of talc, mica, limestone powder, and quartz sand, etc. As he spoke, Xiao Jian took out another chart and handed it to Lu Shan. The chart contained the material ratio for the new type of firebrick. Chapter 83, Black Cloud Mountain on the way to Jinjiang City. Lu Shan carefully took the chart. He had built a smelting furnace before, so he had a better understanding of firebricks. The ironworks in Nine Dragon Mountain produced very low-quality iron because the temperature of the furnace was too low due to the lack of heat resistance of the firebricks. The others, seeing Lu Shan's serious expression, didn't understand what was going on. They had no idea what the temperature that firebricks could withstand was. Xiao Jian, seeing their blank faces, said, "Don't underestimate firebricks. To make high-quality steel, you have to increase the temperature of the furnace, especially when making steel. It requires a very high temperature." Lu Shan was concentrating on the flowchart in his hand and did not hear Xiao Jian's words. Otherwise, he would have been surprised and excited. It was still not possible to produce steel on a large scale in this era. Chen Wenxuan asked, "Are there any special requirements for making firebricks?" His attitude towards Xiao Jian had changed a lot now. Part of it was certainly because of his sister, Chen Bihua, who had probably said something to him. Xiao Jian no longer deliberately tried to provoke Chen Wenxuan and said, "Of course, there are requirements. The brick blanks should be made by using high pressure." Chen Wenxuan took the flowchart from Lu Shan and looked at it, saying, "That just means we need to find a blacksmith to make an iron mold, put the materials into the mold and press it to form it, and then fire it." The chart contained the specific production process for firebricks, and Chen Wenxuan understood it as soon as he looked at it. Zhang Xiong looked at the chart and said, "Young master, the firing temperature is 1,400 degrees Celsius, which is higher than the temperature for firing blue and white porcelain. Our porcelain kiln can't reach that temperature." Xiao Jian asked, "You use bellows to blow air into the kiln when you fire porcelain, right?" "Yes, there are bellows." "If there were no bellows, the temperature would be even lower," Zhang Xiong replied. Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Heating the air blown out by the bellows before sending it into the kiln can increase the temperature of the kiln. Heating the air to a few hundred degrees is very easy." Lu Shan's eyes lit up and said, "Young master, this method can also be used in the smelting furnace to increase the furnace temperature." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "The smelting furnace also needs to be improved. We need to increase the height of the furnace and add an air heating device. You can experiment with these things slowly." He also said to Manager Zhang and Chen Bihua, "This matter is very important. You must fully cooperate. When I return from Jinjiang City, I hope to see some results." Chen Bihua did not dare to look at Xiao Jian and lowered her head and said softly, "What should I do?" "Provide them with whatever resources they need, whether it be people or materials. If you need more materials, ask Zhang Chun to transport them from Nine Dragon Mountain." He then looked around and said, "Without steel, we can't make guns and cannons. Without firearms as ranged weapons, we'll easily suffer a great loss." Everyone nodded, knowing that the safety of the new village was at stake. Manager Zhang also said that he would fully support the firebrick experiments, and then he asked, "Young master, when are you planning to leave for Jinjiang City?" Xiao Jian said quietly, "I'm leaving tomorrow. If anything unexpected happens, abandon the new village and Nine Dragon Mountain and retreat into the depths of the northern mountains." Chen Bihua, who was next to him, suddenly looked up, staring at Xiao Jian with a pained expression, her eyes a little red. A teenage boy was shouldering the responsibility for the lives of hundreds of people. "You must be safe. We'll be waiting for you to return." As she said this, she took out a pair of cloth shoes and placed them in Xiao Jian's hand, saying, "This is the first time I made these. I didn't do a very good job. You're not allowed to laugh at me." Xiao Jian held Chen Bihua's small hand, rubbed it gently and said, "I will definitely return." Chen Wenxuan looked up at the sky, and Zhang Heng followed Chen Wenxuan's gaze. The blue sky was clear, without a single cloud. He looked around left and right. Why were everyone around him staring at the sky so seriously? Zhang Heng scratched his head and asked, "Brother Wenxuan, what are you all looking at?" Zhang Heng was his assistant and had been helping out in the gunpowder workshop. Chen Wenxuan glanced at Zhang Heng and walked straight ahead. The next day, Xiao Jian and the 32 men of his direct subordinate team, plus Goer and 2 scout guards, for a total of 36 people, set out from the back of the mountain, driving 2 oxen. When they reached the official road, each man had a grenade and a broadsword with them. All other supplies were loaded onto the ox carts. The ox carts were the same two that they had brought from Shangzhou City before, which had been hidden in a mountain cave near the official road. They headed southwest along the official road for several days, and it was sparsely populated. It wasn't until they passed a fork in the road that they saw a carriage in the distance and a group of guards heading west. They had finally found a group of people traveling along the same route. Perhaps it was because the official road was difficult to travel, but for 3 consecutive days, that carriage was still within sight, until the official road turned into the mountains. They had to cross mountains again. Xiao Jian felt weak every time he saw a mountain. This official road that connected with Qingsha City had not been abandoned by merchants and travelers. This place was full of mountains and dense forests, making it a haven for bandits. Xiao Jian asked, "Goer, have you learned anything about the mountains ahead?" Before we set off, we gathered some information about the entire route. These mountains are called Black Cloud Mountain and are similar in size to Nine Dragon Mountain. The fork in the road earlier led to Qingsha City. All that Goer and the others could do was to ask people about the situation along the way. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "You guys take a shortcut to catch up to the carriage ahead and try to hide your presence." He also said to Fugui and Laifu, "Speed up and keep close." The carriage had 7 guards and 1 mounted guard, so their fighting power wasn't weak. It was best to stay close to them for mutual support. Fugui slapped the ox on the back, causing the ox cart to speed up. The road was uneven, and the ox cart made squeaking sounds, as if it were about to fall apart. After entering the mountain from the gap in the rocks, the official road began to wind and twist. It twisted around the mountainside at times and dropped into the valley at other times. Fugui, Laifu, and a few others carried heavy loads and did everything they could to keep the ox carts moving slowly forward. They went over a slope and reached the mountain ridge. This should have been the highest point on the entire official road. After crossing the ridge, the road would curve westward along the mountain. They were exhausted from climbing over the mountains, so Xiao Jian decided to rest for a while and eat something before continuing. Just as he sat down and took a sip of water, the bushes in the forest suddenly rustled. Fugui and Laifu pulled out their broadswords and stared intently at the bushes. They relaxed when they saw Goer emerge. "Young master, something happened ahead. More than 60 bandits are fighting with the carriage guards," Goer said quietly, crouching next to a large tree. As expected, this would not be a chaotic world if there weren't any bandits here. He had been worried about bandits, and now here they were. Xiao Jian urgently asked, "What's the battle like? Are the carriage guards able to defeat the bandits?" Goer shook his head. "There are too many bandits. There are only 8 carriage guards, so I'm afraid they can't win." The mounted guard was shot in the chest by an arrow, and his horse was also injured and fell to the ground. Xiao Jian was taken aback. This group of bandits was strong. They even had archers. Chapter 84. Rescuing a Young Girl. With just those 60-plus bandits, Xiao Jian's 30-odd men should have no trouble taking them down. His concern was that they would call for reinforcements from their main camp. Rather than face them alone later, it would be better to eliminate this group of bandits while the carriage guards were still holding their own, than travel together as allies. Xiao Jian didn't hesitate any longer. He said to Laifu, "Your section stays here. Find a suitable position for defense and guard the ox carts." He turned to Fugui and said, "Your section, take your javelins and wooden spears and follow me." With Goer leading the way through the woods, it wasn't long before they heard screams, but no shouts of battle. The carriage guards must be in danger. Xiao Jian gave a hand signal for silent advance, and he quietly climbed the mountain behind the battlefield. This was only a few hundred meters away from the official road. He could see the situation on the road. As he expected, all of the carriage guards had been wiped out. The bandits were surrounding the carriage, looking at it. A big man with a full beard walked up to the carriage and used his broadsword to lift the carriage's curtain. Inside the curtain, a girl, looking like a maid, stood in front of the door. Fearless. Even a maid dared to step forward, sacrificing herself to save her mistress. This was admirable. He couldn't let the bandits capture the people inside the carriage. Otherwise, fighting would be much more difficult. "Goer, you 3, go to the hillside in front and throw grenades at the official road below. Fugui, take the direct subordinate team and charge down, forcing the bandits to leave the carriage." "Yes." Goer and the others each took 3 grenades and disappeared into the hillside in front. Fugui's direct subordinate team charged down the official road below. Xiao Jian, holding his javelin, also sprang into action. They were charging down a hill, so the bandits didn't have time to react as they arrived at the hillside beside the official road. On the official road, in front of the carriage, The bearded giant was reaching out to grab the maid standing in front of the door. Xiao Jian aimed the javelin at the bearded giant and threw it with all his might. In an instant, the javelin pierced into the bearded giant's back. Ah! The bearded giant screamed, staggered, and slowly fell to his knees. Xiao Jian's javelin was the signal to attack. Immediately afterward, more than 10 javelins from the direct subordinate team were thrown at the bandits. After throwing the javelins, they gripped their wooden spears and charged downwards. Without hesitation, most of the bandits were facing the carriage, so they didn't notice the danger from behind. More than a dozen javelins that suddenly flew from the hillside hit 6 bandits in an instant. Suddenly, screams rang out all around. After rushing onto the official road, Fuguei and his men thrust their wooden spears, charging forward from both sides of the carriage. The bandits were caught off guard, and those who were not killed retreated in front of the carriage. In front of the carriage, a large number of bandits were gathered. Xiao Jian, who was still on the hillside, took out a grenade, lit the fuse, and threw it into the densely packed group of bandits in front of the carriage. Boom! The grenade exploded in the middle of the crowd, blasting several bandits into the air. Nay! The carriage's draft horse, startled, raised its front hooves. It was about to gallop off when it fell heavily back to the ground, its head mangled by the explosion. The explosion forced the bandits to desperately retreat, and the bandits behind, who didn't know what had happened, crowded together on the official road. Goer and the other 2 had just arrived at the side of the hill in front of them. They immediately lit their grenades and threw them into the crowded mass of bandits. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions sounded in succession. The bandits were blown to pieces, and they wailed in agony. They didn't understand the power of the grenades, nor did they know to spread out. A large number of bandits were crowded together, and one explosion was enough to kill a large number. Goer, the other 2 scouts, and Xiao Jian threw 2 more grenades down, completely collapsing the bandits' resistance. They were just a bunch of refugees. When they saw the carnage caused by the grenades, they had no choice but to run. Fuguei and his men chased after the fleeing bandits until they escaped into the forest, then retreated. Xiao Jian walked to the side of the carriage and took a look at the tilted carriage. The draft horse was crushed under a carriage shaft. The shaft was broken, and one of the wheels was also damaged. The carriage was unusable. Xiao Jian walked around the carriage, but no one came out. Were they scared stiff? Xiao Jian knocked on the carriage, saying, "Hello, is there a madam or miss inside? A sir or young master? Shouldn't you come out and say something?" After a rustling sound, the door of the carriage opened. It was the same maid that had been standing in front of the door. She peered out and glanced around, and then seemed to freeze when she saw Xiao Jian. The maid didn't jump out of the carriage. Instead, she said to Xiao Jian, "Thank you for your rescue, young master. Men and women should remain separate, so my young mistress is not able to speak to you. Please forgive her. Men and women should remain separate." Xiao Jian twitched his lips. How could they be concerned about men and women being separate when the carriage was ruined, the horse was dead, and they didn't know how they would get home? He said sarcastically, "I understand perfectly. Your young mistress must be so ugly that she can't be seen. If she were beautiful, I would be in trouble, because when I see a beautiful woman, I don't know which foot to move first." After saying this, he ignored them and drank some water and ate something. At this time, Fuguei and Laifu arrived with the ox carts. Xiao Jian then walked to the side of the carriage, knocked on it and said, "Beautiful lady, we're really leaving now. If another group of bandits come, you can tell them that men and women should remain separate. Everyone is reasonable, so they shouldn't do anything to you, right?" When there was still no response, he said threateningly, "There are many corpses here. You better not come out at night, or the ghost will get you." He couldn't really leave them here to fend for themselves, right? First, he should scare them a bit, otherwise, they might think they were begging them to follow along. After another rustling sound, the maid came out, protecting a young girl. The girl looked like she was about 12 or 13 years old. She had very little chest, and her backside was not shapely. She also wore a small handkerchief over her face. Just a little kid. Xiao Jian clicked his tongue, thinking how she was treating herself like a woman. He had absolutely no interest in a girl who hadn't fully developed. After getting out of the carriage, the young girl respectfully bowed to Xiao Jian. She said slowly, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. I don't know if you would be willing to take me back to Jinjiang. When we get there, my father will definitely repay you handsomely." Xiao Jian found her a pain. She was obviously just a kid, but she was acting like a mature woman, and talking in an unnatural way. He lowered his head and carefully observed her feet. They seemed to be natural feet, so he should let her follow along. Seeing him staring at her feet, the young girl took several steps back. Xiao Jian said impatiently, I'm not interested in your rewards. Just follow behind the ox carts and walk by yourselves. They hadn't gone far when the young girl cried, ouch, and squatted on the ground. The maid quickly took the young girl's arm, but after limping a few steps, the young girl squatted on the ground again and started weeping. No need to look. She'd twisted her ankle. The ox carts were loaded with all sorts of supplies. The carts were too heavily loaded, and the road was uneven. The carts were already carrying far more than their weight limit. There was no room for anyone to sit on the carts, and even if they did, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 85. A Reserved Young Girl. Xiao Jian had no choice. It seemed like he had met a little tyrant. He should carry her on his back, or what else could he do? So he crouched down and said to the maid, help her up. When the maid helped the young girl to stand up, she cried even more miserably and refused to get up. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, right? After waiting for a long time, still not seeing any action, Xiao Jian got angry. He grabbed the girl's arm, pulled her onto his shoulder, but before she was fully on his shoulder, he glared at the maid, help her. The maid was shocked and quickly placed her hand behind the young girl and helped her onto Xiao Jian's back. The young girl was still crying on Xiao Jian's back. Xiao Jian found it annoying and said, stop crying. You're just a little kid. Why are you acting like a mature woman? When my Xiaoling goes home, she makes me carry her, and it's not like she loses a piece of flesh. After walking for a while, the young girl seemed to have accepted her fate and stopped crying. Xiao Jian felt like the girl was about to fall off his back, so he grabbed her legs and pulled her up. Hold on tight with your hands. It's very tiring for me this way. This time, the girl cooperated by wrapping her arms around his neck, while the maid supported her from the side. As it was getting dark, Xiao Jian put the girl down and found a sheltered place to camp for the night. Fugue made a pot of porridge. Xiao Jian took a bowl of porridge and handed it to the young girl, then grabbed her foot. The young girl hesitated, but she obeyed and didn't resist. Her foot was swollen like a bun. Xiao Jian gently pressed it, and the girl cried, in pain. Does it hurt a lot? Xiao Jian asked gently. The young girl nodded, and the tears started streaming down her face again. A rich young lady who had never suffered such hardships before. Xiao Jian gently said, try moving it. Can you still move it? The young girl moved her foot and cried out, ah, then started crying again, this time particularly sadly. Xiao Jian carefully examined her foot again and said, your foot has to be set quickly, otherwise you'll be lame. Bear with it, and I'll help set your foot back in place. Then he said to the maid behind the girl, hold her steady. The maid nodded. Xiao Jian took off the young girl's shoe and socks. He held her ankle with one hand and her foot with the other. He pulled on her foot a bit and said, gently wiggle your foot a few times. It won't hurt too much. The girl cooperated and wiggled it a few times. Then Xiao Jian pulled her foot and twisted it outward and gently pulled her foot back and forth. When the girl wasn't paying much attention, Xiao Jian suddenly pulled hard, and her foot popped back into place with a pop. The young girl cried out, ah, but it wasn't as painful as she had imagined. This time, she didn't cry anymore. While helping her put her socks and shoes back on, Xiao Jian asked, try moving your foot now. Can you move it? The young girl softly replied, I can move it. Thank you, big brother. It doesn't hurt as much as before. Xiao Jian asked the maid for the handkerchief, folded it into a square, soaked it in cold water, and placed it on the young girl's twisted ankle. He said to the maid, change the handkerchief every half hour. After finishing all of this, the young girl finally started to drink her porridge. Xiao Jian also took a bowl of porridge and slowly ate and asked, are you going to Jinjiang City? The young girl nodded and said softly, my father is in Jinjiang City. I have always been by his side. Recently, I went back to my old home in Qingsha City. When I went there weren't any bandits here. A few months ago, Shangzhou City had not fallen, and this area was still under the control of the government, so it must have been relatively safe. Xiao Jian carried the young girl on his back for 5 days before they finally left Black Cloud Mountain. The young girl's foot had already stopped swelling, and she could walk on the ground. She seemed to have gotten used to Xiao Jian carrying her. As soon as Xiao Jian crouched down, she would jump onto his back without hesitation. Xiao Jian didn't say anything. It was fine to carry her on his back. If she twisted her ankle again, he would be the one to suffer. Besides, he was strong. and carrying her on his back didn't make him feel tired. After they passed Black Cloud Mountain, the terrain became flat, and the official road became much smoother. The creaking sound of the ox carts had also decreased. They continued west for several days, and gradually they noticed that the fields were starting to have crops and villages were starting to have smoke rising from their chimneys. After going around a small hill, they could see the tall walls of Jinjiang City in the distance. Towering into the sky, they exuded a majestic aura. Jinjiang City was built near the Jin River. The Jin River was wide and led directly to the sea, making water and land transportation convenient and commercial trade frequent. Goods transported by water to this location radiated east to Huzhou City and Shangzhou City, and southeast to Changsha City. Due to this unique nature of Jinjiang City, it was designated as a direct-controlled prefecture. A direct-controlled prefecture had the same rank as a prefecture and was under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Administration Commission. After arriving here, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. As they were near Jinjiang City, Goer sped up and went ahead to find out the situation near Jinjiang City. Xiao Jian put the young girl down from his back and said to her maid, "Support her a little, so she doesn't twist her ankle again. We're not too far from the city. Let her walk a little, it will be good exercise for her." Then he taught the girl, sounding like a big brother, "You need to exercise more. Don't sit in a carriage all day. You're already more than 10 years old, and you're so weak." When they reached the city gate, the sun was already setting. Xiao Jian said to the young girl, "You should go into the city and go home first. I have things to do outside the city, so we'll say goodbye here." Xiao Jian wanted to see what the situation with the refugees was in Jinjiang City. They were doing a bit better with grain now, and he wanted to bring some more people back with him. The girl kept standing next to him, looking down and fidgeting with her clothes, not saying anything. Xiao Jian was about half a head taller than the girl. He reached out and ruffled her shiny hair, messing it up. The young girl looked up at Xiao Jian with a resentful expression. Her curved eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her bright eyes were filled with tears, so you couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Her eyes were so deep that they could draw you in. It was lucky that she was still wearing that small handkerchief over her face, or else Xiao Jian would have completely broken down. He averted his gaze and said softly, "I'll be back soon after I finish my business in Jinjiang City. Just stay at home and don't run around. As you can see, it's not safe outside." The young girl replied in a soft and shy tone, If I wanted to find you, where would I be able to find you?" Xiao Jian saw that Goer was already walking towards them. He laughed and said, "Are you still thinking of giving me a big reward? There's no need. It was just a small effort. Now go back." After saying that, he waved at the girl, turned around and walked to Goer. The maid, seeing that her young mistress was still reluctant to leave, urgently said, "Miss, the city gates are going to close." When they were far into the city, the young girl suddenly remembered something and said, "Xiaohong, I forgot to ask him what his name was." Then, pulling the maid with her, she began to run back, but the maid stopped her. "Miss, the city gates have already closed," she said, and mumbled, "He didn't even ask what your name is." Chapter 86, First Time in Jinjiang City. Outside Jinjiang City, Goer looked at the city gates that had already closed and said, "Young master, there are inns near the docks. Let's stay there. There are many merchants who travel by water." Xiao Jian nodded. He needed some special supplies, and if he could get along well with the water merchants, it would help him in the future. The docks weren't far from Jinjiang City. You could even see the cannons on the city walls from the docks. The range of these cannons could cover the entire Jinjiang River. There were no organized streets on the docks. Instead, houses of different heights were scattered throughout the area. The docks were bustling with people, including the porters loading and unloading cargo ships, small vendors with stalls, and a lot of idle people. Xiao Jian passed by a fruit stall and picked a big red peach. He wiped it off, took a bite, and realized he hadn't paid for it yet. He smiled apologetically at the old man selling the peaches and said, "The peach is very sweet." He turned to Fuguwei, "Buy some to take back with us. Let Goer and Laifu have a taste too." He held up the peach in his hand and said, "Don't forget this one." After speaking, he ate the peach and strolled to the riverbank. Various ships of different sizes and shapes were docked on the river. The masts rose like a forest. The most common were cargo sailboats with flat bottoms and wide decks, with square bows and sterns that looked as if they had been cut with an axe. The ships had been docked for a long time, and many had not been maintained. Some had accumulated water, and the mooring ropes had deteriorated over time. It was a scene of decay and despair. Xiao Jian had only stood by the river for a short while, and several idlers were wandering around him, occasionally coming closer to look, then walking away as if nothing had happened. There was hidden danger here. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion broke out behind him. "Old Zhang, where did you hide Xiaoyan? If you don't hand her over, don't think about setting up a stall here again. Brothers, let's smash his stall first." Crash! Xiao Jian turned around and saw a group of thugs surrounding the old man who was selling peaches. The peaches were rolling all over the ground. The old man was squatting on the ground, trembling as he picked up the peaches, one by one. The thug leading the group had an ugly face, with eyes that were as small as a mouse. His mouth was missing a corner, which made him look very sleazy. When he saw the old man still picking up the peaches, he got angry and kicked the old man over. "You ungrateful old thing. It's your granddaughter's good fortune that my brother took a liking to her." Then he stomped on the peaches scattered on the ground and said, "Let you pick them up. Let you be ungrateful. I'm going to burn down your peach orchard and see where you'll get peaches to sell." Behind the thug with the missing mouth, there was a man with eyes as small as his. This man was skinny with a pointy mouth and monkey-like features, and a few yellow hairs on his face. It was hard to tell how old he was. This was probably the brother that the thug with the missing mouth was referring to. Xiao Jian was very suspicious about whether he was actually a monkey who was just a bit uglier than usual. He was about to step forward when 3 Yamen runners arrived. The leader of the 3 walked to the old man and took a peach from his arms, taking a bite out of it. "Tui, Tui." This Yamen runner spat out several times and threw the peach hard on the ground, cursing, "You old thing! How dare you sell peaches like this? If it makes people sick, I'll hold your whole family responsible." It was obvious to everyone that the Yamen runners and thugs were in cahoots. This old man would probably be too scared to sell peaches again. As long as the thug made a fuss about the peach and laid the blame on him, the old man's whole family would be caught up in a lawsuit. Xiao Jian shook his head helplessly. This world was already rotten to the core. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, and the afterglow was like blood. It was time to find an inn to stay for the night. There were many inns near the docks, all of them 2- or 3-story wooden buildings. The inns had a string of round lanterns hanging on their sides, with their names written on the lanterns. You could tell how prosperous this place had once been from the size of the inns. Xiao Jian casually looked around, and then walked towards a Shunlai Inn. The Shunlai Inn was built by the river, with an open view. From the inn, you could see the people coming and going on the street, and the ships coming and going at the docks. He walked into the Shunlai Inn. There was a temporary resting area on both sides of the inn lobby, with chairs and tea tables. Inside was a row of counters, with the innkeeper standing listlessly behind the counter. When he saw Xiao Jian and his group enter, the innkeeper immediately perked up and welcomed them. He stood on the side of the door and bowed respectfully. He enthusiastically greeted them. "Are you here for a light meal or to stay overnight? Our Shunlai Inn is the largest inn on the docks. Please, gentlemen, come inside." He then yelled to the back of the counter, "Yukai, come out and serve the guests." Xiao Jian, fanning himself with his folding fan, casually walked to the resting area in the lobby. With a calm expression, he said to Goer, "Go ahead and book a few of the best rooms. Also, order some food. Order all of the house specialties." He closed his fan, randomly pointed to the chairs opposite the tea table and said, "Innkeeper, there's no need to be so polite. The business of the inns on this dock is not as good as before." After speaking, he sat down by himself. The innkeeper saw that the gentleman was very generous, and his face was full of smiles. He also accepted the invitation and sat down opposite Xiao Jian. A waiter brought tea sets, and the innkeeper poured tea for Xiao Jian. He said with a pleasant tone, "This place used to be a hub for goods. All the merchants had warehouses here, and bulk cargo transactions were completed here. It was so prosperous." Then he sighed in despair and said, "The trade route with Shangzhou and Huzhou has been cut off, and the trade route with Qingsha City is also becoming increasingly depressed, so this place has also declined." Xiao Jian picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, "In those days, it was a hub for merchants, and there was a constant flow of traffic. Now it has become desolate like this. It's truly regrettable. This time, I'm afraid I will let my father down." Fuguwei clicked his tongue. Young master was a natural liar. When had he ever been to Jinjiang City? And he said that he was afraid of letting his father down. Wasn't his father already dead? Xiao Jian glared at Fuguwei and looked at the innkeeper thoughtfully and asked, "Innkeeper, with your wide network of contacts, are there any merchants here that specialize in mineral products?" The innkeeper thought for a moment and said, There are few merchants that specialize in mineral products, but there are some general merchants that deal with a lot of mineral products. I don't know if young master wants to sell them or buy them. Both selling and buying. If it's convenient, innkeeper, could you introduce me to a few merchants? As he spoke, he took out 5 taels of silver and pushed it in front of the innkeeper. The innkeeper discreetly pocketed the silver, saying, "Young master should settle down first. I'll have someone contact them and ask them to come and talk to you." 5 taels of silver was not a small sum. Xiao Jian had only brought more than 60 taels of cash on this trip. All of them had been confiscated from the ironworks and mines. After chatting a little longer, Xiao Jian got up and returned to his room. In the room, Goer was hiding by the window, observing the street. When he saw Xiao Jian enter, he said in a serious voice, "Young master, there are people downstairs watching us?" Xiao Jian went to the window and looked down. The idlers wandering the street were the same few that were spying on him by the river. "Keep an eye on them," he said. Chapter 87, Third Time Entering the Unknown Space. Just after returning to his room, the progress bar appeared in his mind again. This time, the time he spent in his own world seemed to have been a bit long. When he returned from the unknown space last time, it had been raining heavily there. Strange green grass grew quickly on the land, awakening the horned beasts hidden underground. Xiao Jian had been surrounded by horned beasts. Later, he had taken refuge in the base left behind by Han Xiao, which allowed him to escape the disaster. He didn't know if those horned beasts were still near the base. When he returned, Xiao Jian had left Little Ball at the base. He didn't know how it was doing now. Xiao Jian opened his eyes and realized he was already lying on the bed at Han Xiao's base. Learning from the last time when he had almost fallen on his butt, this time he had returned while lying in bed. He got up and looked around, and was immediately stunned. Where was Little Ball? He clearly remembered that Little Ball was also lying on the bed at the time. He searched the base again, but still couldn't find any trace of it. Xiao Jian became anxious. He came to the window and looked outside, but the green grass and horned beasts were gone. After they returned, was everything here just continuing on its own? And when they came here, was it just to restore their physical state? None of that was important. The real questions were how long had passed in the unknown space since their return, and where did Little Ball go? Would it have gone to his base? Xiao Jian subconsciously glanced at his finger. His eyes widened. His base ring was still on his finger. He quickly opened the terminal box, and a system message immediately popped up. The base has been upgraded to level 3. Please choose a clear area to place the base as soon as possible to avoid harm to your body. Not deploying the base could also harm his body. Xiao Jian couldn't figure out the reason. He wasn't in the mood to understand any of this. Xiao Jian didn't choose a location yet. Instead, he opened the chat channel. As expected, Little Ball had left him a message. "Brother, I found my people." What did Little Ball mean? Did finding its people mean that it wouldn't be with him anymore? Xiao Jian was just about to send it a message, but then he closed the terminal box. Perhaps this was for the best. It couldn't stay by his side forever. Xiao Jian went outside the base. The green grass that had been everywhere when he left was gone without a trace. This place had become a wasteland again. He looked at the empty base, feeling a sense of loss. He took out the terminal box, intending to put it away, but hesitated for a moment and put the terminal box away instead. If Little Ball came back and found that the base was gone, it would probably start crying again. He should leave the base here for the time being. As for his own base, Xiao Jian would place it in the same place as before. The terrain here was relatively high, and it wouldn't flood even if it rained. The back was a large mountain, and the cave with a water source was at the foot of the mountain. The straight line distance from here to the cave was only a few dozen miles. The base was on the hillside of a low mountain. There was a flat piece of land extending out there. The terrain on 3 sides of the flat land was lower, so even a heavy rain would not flood the base. The terrain in front of the flat land was open. A large plain stretched out as far as the eye could see. The mud that had been transported from the swamp was piled up in a low-lying area of the plain. The mud from the swamp was fertile and was the perfect soil for growing crops. Xiao Jian went to the mud pile. It had become a flat piece of land. The continuous rains had already washed away the mountains of mud, flattening it out. There were several animal footprints in the flat mud. It seemed that green grass had also grown here. The footprints must have been left by the animals when they were grazing. Xiao Jian dug up a lump of soil and rubbed it in his hand, feeling that it was still very moist. He returned to the base and looked through the pile of seeds. There were no names on the packages, and he didn't know what kind of seeds they were. According to the appearance of the seeds, they could be differentiated from each other. After clearing them up, Xiao Jian finally found 5 different varieties among the 300-plus packages of seeds. The most common seeds were the ones that looked like rice grains. There were 100 seeds in each package. The second most common were the mixed seeds, which included many varieties of very small seeds. There were also 100 of these seeds in each package. The remaining 3 types of seeds were all larger and had fewer seeds in each package. The seeds in the largest package were the smallest of those 3, with 20 seeds in each package. The second largest seeds were in packages of 10. Those seeds were also a mix and looked a bit like fruit pits, so they were likely seeds from fruit trees. The smallest package contained only 5 seeds. Those seeds were also the largest and looked like a round ball with a very hard outer shell. Moreover, there were very few of these packages. There were only 3 in over 300 packages, making up only 1% of the total. Xiao Jian didn't have any tools, so he couldn't even dig a hole to plant them. But the mud was moist enough, so he should be able to get by for now. He took out 1 package of each type of seed and scattered them on the mud in different areas and marked them. Finally, he looked at the package that only had 5 seeds. He felt that the quantity was too small, so he opened another package, scattering 10 seeds into the mud. Xiao Jian felt like he was opening a blind box. What would eventually grow from the mud would be up to fate. These seeds he had bought from the auction house were purely consumable. The fruits they grew could not be used to propagate more plants. Xiao Jian opened the auction house and saw that there were 230 packages of seeds left. He was about to close the auction house when he noticed that the number of seeds had become 229. He stared at the number of seeds in confusion. Soon, it changed from 229 to 228. And every so often, the number of seeds would decrease by 1, very regularly. Someone was clearly buying the seeds constantly. Was there someone hoarding seeds? Hadn't everyone spent all their money on hardtack? Who was this person who still had money left to buy seeds? Xiao Jian glanced at the 15 contribution points in his account and sighed. Once these seeds were all bought, the price would certainly soar just like the hardtack. He had to make money quickly. If he could successfully obtain the energy mine that, pretending to be a little fairy, had spoken of, then he would have money to buy out all the seeds. Without hesitating, he input the coordinates that she had given him into the terminal box. Carrying his sword, hardtack, and water bottle, he set off towards the mountains behind the base. According to the map's directions, his destination was in those mountains. From the base to the foot of the mountain, there were many strange rocks. There were even 2 places where he needed to pass through short caves. Xiao Jian stood at the foot of the mountain and looked back at the way he had come. Without the map, he would never have been able to find this place. He stood on a hill and looked around. It felt very familiar. The cave with the water was not far ahead. He had been here twice before, but every time he had come along the edge of the swamp. He hadn't realized that the cave was so close to his base. Xiao Jian refilled a few water bottles in the cave, and then continued deeper into the mountains. Chapter 88. Cunning Invisible Beast. After passing through a valley full of strange rocks and climbing over a high mountain, Xiao Jian stood on a ridge, stunned by the scene before him. It was as if he had entered another world. Lush green trees with thick branches and leaves grew densely, and the grass and wildflowers swayed in the wind, showcasing a vibrant scene. This was a basin that was several hundred acres in size, surrounded by high mountains. It looked a bit like a huge volcanic crater, or a crater created by some terrifying object. At the center of the basin was a large pool. The water in the pool rippled, and the towering mountains were reflected in the water, just like a scene from a fairy tale. Everything was quiet, and the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Just as he was admiring the green oasis in the middle of the desert, he suddenly sneezed. At that moment, he clearly felt that a pair of sharp eyes were watching him from the shadows. Xiao Jian became vigilant. He turned his head, and the grass suddenly parted, forming a narrow passage that was rapidly approaching his position. Xiao Jian's heart rate quickened. He gripped his weapon tightly and stared intently at the passage that was getting closer. However, all he could see was the grass constantly collapsing on both sides and dry leaves fluttering in the air. He could not see the object moving within the passage, but the sound of crunching footsteps told him that a pair of invisible feet were approaching him. Xiao Jian immediately jumped onto the rocks beside him, looking at the collapsing grass in alarm and confusion. What the hell was this? Could this monster make itself invisible? Just when he was wondering how to make it show itself, his insight ability suddenly activated. An image instantly flashed through his mind. In the image, he saw a huge monster. It lowered its body, moved on its 2 legs, and approached him step by step with heavy pressure. It had long claws on its hands, as hard and sharp as steel. Its skin was as black as ink, and as rough as a thick layer of old tree bark, without a trace of luster. Its eyes were ferocious and fierce, and they stared intently at Xiao Jian, as if he was prey, emitting a cold and cruel light. Its wide and twisted mouth curled into a sinister grin, revealing its endless desire and cruel pleasure in hunting its prey. Its entire face was full of muscle, revealing its vicious nature. The monster's entire body was shrouded in a suffocating aura of evil that made people feel chilled to the bone. The invisible beast seemed to sense that Xiao Jian was looking at it. It realized that it might have exposed itself, so it suddenly charged forward at high speed, swinging its sharp claws towards Xiao Jian's head. The powerful force of its legs caused dust to fly up behind it, and the broken branches and leaves swirled in the air. Xiao Jian already had the image predicted by his insight ability, so he knew the monster's upcoming actions like the back of his hand. Just as the monster was about to pounce, Xiao Jian instantly avoided its attack route, and the sword in his hand swung upward. It seemed like a meaningless chop towards the sky, but a comical scene appeared. The invisible beast's claw happened to slam down on his sword, as if it had done it on purpose. With a crack, most of the sharp toenails on its claws were sliced off. The toenails on its claws were its weapons, and for them to be sliced off with a single blow by its opponent was a devastating blow. Awurawu oh! It suddenly howled loudly, and then retreated into the forest like lightning. It had realized that its invisibility didn't seem to work on the person in front of it. It didn't hesitate to abandon the fight and ran away. Xiao Jian contemptuously watched the disappearing afterimage. It was a bully who was afraid of the strong, and it was especially cautious. It had run away when it realized that it couldn't win. Its invisibility ability was truly hard to defend against. If the grass hadn't given away its position and he hadn't had the insight ability to see its figure, he might have really suffered a loss. Before the contemptuous look on Xiao Jian's face disappeared, the surrounding grass suddenly rolled and surged like ocean waves. Soon, he was surrounded by all sorts of beasts. Among them, the horned beasts that he had seen at Han Zhao's base were particularly noticeable. He knew how difficult they were to deal with. Xiao Jian's face turned grim. If it was just one leader-level horned beast, then he would have the confidence to fight with it, or even kill it, because he had the predictive images. However, there were several hundred of them here. Even if they showed their honor and attacked him one by one, he wouldn't be able to kill them all even if he was killed by exhaustion. Not to mention all the other beasts that he hadn't seen before. If they swarmed him, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. He stood on a rock, looking around. In front of him was the direction where the invisible beast had escaped. There were also the most beasts in that direction. On the left and right sides, there were high mountains. He probably wouldn't be able to climb the mountain before the beasts caught up to him and attacked. Moreover, there were also many beasts on both sides. That left only one way out. Xiao Jian had looked at the environment here before, and remembered that behind him was a cliff and a pool at the bottom of the cliff. Only on that side were there almost no beasts. Awurawu oh! Just at this moment, the invisible beast that had run away howled again from some unknown location. The surrounding beasts seemed to have received an order, and they suddenly charged towards Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian had no time to think. Once he was surrounded by these beasts, there wouldn't be any chance for him to escape. He jumped off the rock and ran as fast as he could towards the cliff. He had to use the greatest momentum to jump into the pool at the bottom of the cliff. Otherwise, he would be smashed to a pulp. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he didn't hesitate. He pushed off the ground with all his strength, and his body soared into the air, falling rapidly towards the cliff. With a plop, Xiao Jian landed accurately in the pool, splashing water several meters into the air. Xiao Jian plunged to the bottom of the pool, headfirst into the mud. The cliff he jumped from was several tens of meters high. Luckily, the pool was deep enough to cancel out the force of the fall. But even so, Xiao Jian still felt pain all over his body. His head felt like he had been hit by a heavy club. He pulled his head out of the mud. He saw the sparkling, clear water of the pool and schools of unknown fish swimming leisurely in all directions. The pool was very large, and it was surrounded by steep cliffs. There was a dark cave in a cliff that was closest to him. When Xiao Jian swam towards the cave, he clearly felt that the water temperature here was lower than at the bottom of the pool. Xiao Jian guessed that the water in the pool must have flowed from this cave. When he surfaced, he saw a small island in the middle of the pool. The island was bare. It didn't even have a single weed. It seemed like someone had cleared it before. He climbed onto the island, leaned against a rock, and panted for breath. He took out his water bottle and drank, while looking around, scanning the situation on the island. It was a circular island, and it was about several tens of acres in size. There were no rocks on the island, only black soil. Chapter 89. A strange sapling. He was suddenly drawn to a small tree in the center of the island. Where nothing else grew, this vibrant green sapling, no more than 2 feet tall, stood out starkly. Approaching the tree, Xiao Jian noticed it bore several small, green fruits. The fruits, only the size of a thumb, were covered in wrinkles and clearly unripe. He smiled with delight. This was a native fruit tree. Native fruit tree seeds could be planted again. Xiao Jian could already picture it. A vast expanse of verdant orchards surrounding his base, laden with bright red fruit. Carefully, he loosened the black soil with his sword, then gently lifted, pulling the entire sapling, roots and all, from the ground. Just as Xiao Jian unearthed the sapling, the beasts that had been surrounding him on the cliffs reappeared, somehow descending the precipice to gather at the edge of the pool. A multitude of beast heads surged around the water. Some circled the perimeter, while others stared intently at Xiao Jian on the island. Xiao Jian held up the sapling in a showy manner, laughing boisterously. Haha, come and bite me. You can't get to me, can you? Awurawa. Oh. The cloaked beast seemed enraged by Xiao Jian's taunts, unleashing a series of furious roars. Its voice echoed through the valley, filled with a murderous intent that seemed to want to tear Xiao Jian apart. Then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The beasts that had been leisurely milling around the shore suddenly, as if seized by terror, plunged into the pool with loud plops, swimming quickly towards the island. The water churned with countless white splashes as they rapidly approached. Oh my God, Xiao Jian thought, leaping 3 feet into the air. These beasts can even swim. The island was so small. Once the pack arrived, they would swarm it entirely. Then, he suddenly remembered the cave at the bottom of the pool. He didn't know where it led, or if there would be a space above the water. But, even if he drowned in the cave, it was better than being torn apart by the beasts. Xiao Jian had no choice. The cave was his only option, and without hesitation he jumped into the pool. At that moment, several sleek, otter-like amphibious creatures shot toward him with incredible speed. Xiao Jian took a deep breath, powerfully sweeping his arms downward, plunging into the water and swimming quickly toward the deep cave entrance. The amphibious creatures lost sight of him, circling in the water confused before diving in after him. By this time, Xiao Jian had already entered the cave. The amphibious creatures stirred up the silt as they dove, making the water murky and obscuring Xiao Jian. They eventually turned back towards the surface. As Xiao Jian swam into the cave, he was immediately chilled to the bone by the icy water. To his surprise, the cave clearly angled upwards. Just as he was about to pass out, he finally spotted a glimmer of light above. He broke the surface, immediately raising his guard. He saw several robots. Without pausing to think, Xiao Jian quickly submerged again, leaving only his eyes above the water to observe his surroundings. On the cave wall, several large pipes ran, one end disappearing into the water, the other leading towards the cave exit. Not far above the water level, 5 robots stood in a neat line next to the pipes, seemingly guarding something. The robots' shapes were very similar to humans, except their joints were round, disc-like hubs. They were all in perfect condition, standing motionless as if asleep. After observing for a while, Xiao Jian realized that their power had been completely depleted. They were nothing more than scrap. Xiao Jian hauled himself out of the water, pushing one of the standing robots, which fell to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Behind where they had been standing, he saw a small door in the wall. Pushing it open, he found a stone room, filled with strange machinery. The machines had stopped running. Xiao Jian circled them, finding a box. This box must have held the energy source, but it was now filled with nothing more than dust from the spent minerals. Xiao Jian didn't bother trying to recover the machines. He knew scrap metal wasn't worth anything. It was better to leave it here. He closed the small door, looked at the robots lying on the ground, then stood them back upright, out of respect for their steadfast dedication. He followed the cave to its exit, and though he was prepared for it, the sight that greeted him still left him breathless. The cave exit was high on a steep cliff face. Below, a flat expanse was littered with the ruins of buildings. Deep cracks and signs of destruction marked the walls. Rubble was scattered everywhere, and towering chimneys lay toppled on the ground. exuding an aura of decay. It was as if a terrible war had taken place here. Countless pipes hung down from the ruins, draping over broken machinery, dripping a thick, black fluid. Massive, spherical tanks had been blown apart from the inside, their wide cracks resembling the gaping maws of predatory beasts. Robotic arms, heads, and chassis were scattered everywhere. Some were twisted and deformed, others torn apart by some unknown force. Xiao Jian's eyes widened, his jaw dropped open, and he stared in stunned silence at the strange scene before him. After a long moment, he finally came to his senses. He remembered the purpose of his trip. He took out his terminal box and checked the map indicators. Surprisingly, the energy minerals he was looking for were located right here, amidst the ruins. Xiao Jian's face grew complex. He had a feeling that these ruins were not as peaceful as they seemed. Just from the robotic debris alone, he sensed that something was not right. No matter how fierce the battle, it shouldn't have completely obliterated the robots into such small pieces. Hardly any part was left intact. Furthermore, he noticed signs that the rubble had been disturbed. He began to carefully examine each of the buildings and every corner of the ruins. Suddenly, he heard a slight rustling noise from the foot of the cliff. From his position, he couldn't see the base of the cliff, and it didn't feel right to rush down there blindly. Xiao Jian remembered his perception abilities. He began to concentrate, focusing his attention on the cliff base. In reality, he hadn't actually trained any perception abilities. Many times his perception ability would automatically activate when he was in danger. Right now, his only way of activating his perception was to focus his attention on a specific point, but this method took a lot of time. Chapter 90. The Destroyed Industrial Ruins. The technique he had found in the cave on North Mountain contained part of how to strengthen perception, but that wasn't how to activate perception, just how to strengthen it. As Xiao Jian was lost in thought, the perception images in his mind finally appeared. They included the area at the foot of the cliff. He now saw that at the base of the cliff, in an inconspicuous recess, there was a single intact building. This building was relatively short, and its exterior walls were markedly different from the other buildings. The walls reflected a metallic sheen, as if they were constructed from an unknown metal. A faint light emanated from inside the building. Xiao Jian's heart tightened. Could there be living things inside? He immediately shifted his focus to inside the building. The interior was a large, empty hall, with a huge, cylindrical machine in the center. At both ends of the machine were round doorways. The light Xiao Jian saw was coming from these doorways. And around the machine, he was surprised to see 5 robots, wielding swords, moving around. The 5 moving robots were divided into 2 groups. 3 were patrolling inside the building, seemingly guarding the cylindrical machine, while the other 2 patrolled in and out of the building, seemingly monitoring the outside. At that moment, 2 more robots entered the building, one in front of the other, carrying a broken robot between them. They went straight to the cylindrical machine and placed it inside. They then put the rest of the robot's pieces in after it. Soon after, a fully restored robot came out the other doorway. The cylindrical machine closed, and the light within disappeared. The newly restored robot did not join the patrol. Instead, it opened a door and entered a different room. This room was a little smaller than the main hall, and was filled with fully functioning robots. It seemed to be a robot storage room. The newly arrived robot joined the others and stood motionless. Roughly estimated, there were no less than 100 robots in the room. This cylindrical machine is for repairing robots? That would explain why the ruins are filled with twisted or smashed debris. The pieces that are in better condition must be collected here, reassembled into working robots. Repairing robots requires energy, and the energy mineral that, pretending to be a little fairy, wants me to find must be on that machine. Xiao Jian felt a pang of unease. Taking the energy mineral from here would destroy their last hope. Without more energy, those robots would soon become completely paralyzed. But then he changed his mind. He didn't even know if the robots were enemies or allies. He didn't need to worry about them. However, there are 3 robots guarding the building, and 2 robots patrolling outside. It won't be easy to take the energy mineral. Entering the metal building recklessly would be a bad idea. His terminal's teleportation device doesn't work on robots. The system must have safety in mind. The teleportation device cannot transport dangerous items, including living things, which must include functioning robots. At this point, Xiao Jian's perception ability had deactivated. He would have to rest for a while before he could use it again. He leaned back against the rock and decided to rest. And when night came, he would observe the robot's routine, looking for weaknesses in their defense. As he closed his eyes, he was once again drawn to the vision of the bizarre red sun. The black net still surrounded the red sun, and a transparent pipe went across the net. Golden liquid was slowly flowing through the pipe into a box. He remembered last seeing this image when he had fainted from the tiger attack on North Mountain. At that time, the liquid in the box was much less than it was now. He didn't know what would happen when the box filled, but each time he saw it he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The first time Xiao Jian had entered this space he had seen a long corridor filled with images. This time he couldn't find that corridor, but he did see a water pit with a mound of earth in the middle, and on top of that mound grew a small tree. A small tree? Xiao Jian suddenly remembered. What about the sapling he had dug up in the middle of the pool? He distinctly remembered holding the sapling when he jumped into the pool, but it seems he didn't have it when he swam through the cave. When had he lost the sapling? How could he have no memory of it? The small tree in this small pool was only about 2 feet tall, and it looked very familiar. Xiao Jian stepped across the water pit and approached the tree. The tree had 2 green, wrinkled fruits. Wasn't this the same sapling he had dug up on the island? How could it be here? Was this space also another dimension? What excited him was that this strange space seemed to be able to take objects from other dimensions. If he could use it to take objects from his own world, bring them to this space, then transfer them to the other space, he'd become rich in no time. He checked his pockets for an object to leave behind. Unfortunately, he had nothing but the clothes he was wearing. Not even his ever-present pendant was with him. But Xiao Jian wasn't disappointed. If the sapling had made it in, that meant objects could be moved into this space. Perhaps he just wasn't at that level yet. Xiao Jian walked around the space again. It still only had the small tree, but the area seemed bigger than before. When Xiao Jian woke from that space, it was nighttime. The night air in the cave was freezing. Xiao Jian huddled into a ball, using his perception vision to observe the activity of the robots in the metal building. It seemed they were trying to conserve energy. During the day, 5 robots were active, but during the night, only 2 robots patrolled the perimeter. The 3 robots inside the building entered the storage room and hadn't come out since. The 2 patrolling robots would circle the inside of the building, then patrol the outside, repeating this process. They were very alert. If there was even the slightest noise, they would investigate, then continue their patrol. Chapter 91. The Robot Repair Machine. Robots didn't need sleep, and Xiao Jian felt there was no point in waiting any longer. Near the cave entrance was a metal gate, probably leading to a passage down the cliff. Xiao Jian approached it and touched its surface. A light flashed on the top of the gate, making him jump back a few steps. The light was brief, and then there was nothing. Xiao Jian exhaled slowly. The flash was similar to the terminal's scan light, likely an identification device. He tried to approach the gate again, hitting it and pushing it, but the light didn't return, and the heavy gate remained unmoving. It seemed the gate couldn't be opened without verifying with the identification system. He had no choice but to climb down the iron ladder outside the cave. As Xiao Jian reached the cliff base, the patrolling robots were entering the building. Hiding behind a ruined machine, he grabbed a small rock and used the faint moonlight to observe the building's entrance. Soon enough, 2 robots emerged once more, walking tirelessly. Xiao Jian tossed the rock towards the other side of the building. Clang! The rock hit a piece of scrap metal, creating a clear sound. The 2 robots turned towards the noise, and without hesitation, rushed towards it. Their heavy footsteps crushed the scrap metal, breaking the silence with a series of clanging sounds. Taking advantage of the opening, Xiao Jian quickly slipped into the building. The robot's movements masked the sound of his footsteps. He arrived at the cylindrical machine and found the box for the energy mineral. It was similar to the one he'd seen in the cave's stone room, but much larger. He opened the lid and found a black object about half a foot in size, with a surface covered in tiny holes. Through the holes, a faint red light could be seen inside. Xiao Jian used his terminal box to scan it, and a message appeared. Discovered an active low-grade energy mineral. He quickly pressed the retrieval button. He needed to retrieve the mineral and leave immediately. The patrolling robots could come back at any time. However, the terminal didn't seem to understand his urgency, and an error message popped up. It seemed that actively used minerals could not be directly retrieved. Xiao Jian quickly took it out of the box. The mineral was surprisingly heavy. The half-foot cube weighed no less than 300 pounds. Xiao Jian was only able to lift it because he was in good physical condition. The moment the mineral was moved, the red light inside disappeared. Xiao Jian put the mineral on the ground and activated the retrieval function again. A flash of white light, and the mineral vanished. This time there were no errors. The retrieval was successful. Just as Xiao Jian retrieved the mineral, a sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the robot's storage, and the sound of running robots could be heard from outside. Xiao Jian's heart pounded. He must have triggered an alarm when he retrieved the mineral. He knew the robots were very fast, and trying to run out the front entrance would probably lead to a collision with a patrolling robot. He looked around. Apart from the cylindrical machine, the hall was empty. The running sounds were growing closer. Xiao Jian looked at the storage room door. The sounds there were growing closer too. Then, he noticed a small door near the storage room. The small door looked inconspicuous. He hadn't noticed it even when using his perception vision. Xiao Jian didn't have time to think. He rushed to the small door. If he didn't leave the main hall, he'd surely be surrounded by the robots. Based on his observation, the door lock wasn't a traditional mechanical lock, but an advanced smart lock. It might have failed due to lack of energy. Xiao Jian pushed the door gently, and it slowly creaked open, clearly unused for a long time. He slipped into the room and immediately felt a chill in the air. Ignoring the cold, he quickly shut the door and leaned against it, listening carefully for any sounds in the main hall. He heard heavy footsteps outside, and soon many more joined them in the main hall. The robots from the storage room must have come out. After a period of commotion, the noise died down, as if they hadn't found anything unusual. The main hall became quiet again. Xiao Jian let out a long sigh of relief. He was lucky that the energy box closed automatically when he took the mineral, or the robots would have noticed. This room seemed special, since they'd checked every corner of the hall but didn't enter this room. The room was spacious, only slightly smaller than the main hall. The walls were covered in strange patterns, like a complete star map. The patterns were intricate and detailed, as if a delicate work of art. Stars and planets danced on the walls, giving off a faint glow. The fine lines showed their trajectories, making one marvel at the vastness of the universe, giving a sense of mystery and grandeur. On the cliffside, there was a door recessed into the wall, like a heavy, tightly sealed metal gate. The gate was exactly the same as the one he saw at the cave exit, smooth and without handles or mechanisms. Xiao Jian pushed the door with force, but it was as solid as the one at the cave, unmoving. In the center of the room was a strange object, two spheres, each 10 feet in diameter, that narrowed in the middle to only 3 feet across. It seemed carved from a single piece of white jade, smooth and clear. The object was over 5 feet long and looked like a giant gourd. Strange patterns covered the surface of the gourd. The patterns were made of many dots that spun constantly. The dots glowed, or were dull, or even black. The black dots seemed like bottomless abysses, twisting and absorbing the light around them. Xiao Jian watched for a while and felt an incredible vastness inside it, like a living star chart, condensing all the universe within the gourd. He touched the surface of the gourd and felt a bone-chilling cold. The freezing air in the room was coming from it. He circled the white jade gourd and noticed another energy box next to it, identical to the one on the cylindrical machine. The energy mineral in the box was glowing faintly. As soon as Xiao Jian picked it up, ready to take it outside and retrieve it, the white jade gourd split in two with a snap, and a giant man, over 15 feet tall, emerged. The man's features were very similar to a human's, like a larger version of a human being. His tangled blonde hair was unkempt and dirty, his face smudged with grime, making it hard to see his actual age. Chapter 92. The Giant in the Starry Sky Talisman. He wore a long robe that seemed to be sewn from a special metal, with a thin, shimmering layer on the surface, giving him a transcendent air. But there was a large hole in his chest, through which he could see his mangled internal organs. Xiao Jian looked at the gaping wound in disbelief. How could this man be alive after suffering such an injury? The white jade gourd must be special. As Xiao Jian stared at him in shock, the giant slowly opened his large eyes, filled with confusion and unease. When he saw Xiao Jian holding the energy mineral, his eyes suddenly blazed with anger. He stood up quickly. He raised his hands, and the gourd halves turned into 2 flails and flew into the giant's hands. Beasts, you should be in the restricted area. You've come out to ruin my plans. When I get into the restricted area, I'll annihilate you all. Xiao Jian was shocked by what he said. There was a restricted area here? Was everything damaged by creatures from that area? Before he could collect his thoughts, the flail hit him in the chest, with a bang, sending him flying into the air. The moment the flail struck his chest, his pendant suddenly glowed, neutralizing most of the blow's force. Even so, Xiao Jian was flung backwards. Before he could make sense of things, the power of the blow knocked him out. Everything happened in an instant. Xiao Jian didn't even feel any malice, much less make a plan to react. The giant was surprised. The human had only suffered minor damage. Had his protective treasure just protected him? Though he didn't know how the fatal blow was blocked, he didn't hesitate. Before Xiao Jin hit the ground, the second flail shot towards Xiao Jin's head like lightning. The giant stared at Xiao Jin, as if looking at a dead man. Even if he had a protective treasure, it couldn't stop his flail overhead attack. The flail spun through the air, the energy around it constantly gathering. In that instant, countless points of light traced glowing trajectories across the small space, illuminating the room. The flail, now energized, became a ball of red steel, with flames erupting from it. Yet, the room grew even colder, as if the flail was absorbing all of the heat. If Xiao Jin was hit by this flail, even if his pendant blocked it again, he'd be smashed to a pulp, leaving nothing alive. In a flash, the flail was on top of him. His hair curled from the heat. In another moment, his whole body would become a red mist. But Xiao Jin was still falling. His mind was still unconscious. He was completely unaware that he was about to die. Just as he was about to be killed, a woman suddenly floated in front of the giant. She wore a light gray dress, and her hair curled like storm clouds. She looked like a goddess from another world. She gently waved her hand, and something strange happened. Everything around her froze. The flail stopped spinning in midair, the gathering energy trailing behind it, suspended in place. Time had stopped. Only Xiao Jin, still falling, did not stop. He slammed into the wall, then fell onto the metal floor. Once Xiao Jin landed, the world resumed its course. The flail completed its trajectory and smashed into the floor. Boom! The metal floor exploded into a huge crater, fragments scattering, sending the small door flying. Then, the gathering energy disappeared, and the two flails merged into a black talisman. The talisman pulsed with a red light that traveled through walls and everything in its path, illuminating every corner of the ruins. The woman in gray looked at the talisman, muttering, "Starry Sky Talisman?" She had an instinctive reaction to the name, but couldn't remember where she'd seen it. Since becoming a soul, she'd lost most of her memories. Everything she did felt like an instinct deeply ingrained in her soul. And at that moment, the giant was staring at the woman, his eyes full of complex emotions. Tears mixed with blood flowed from his eyes, leaving red streaks on his face. He seemed to have exhausted his strength. His body was swaying. His lips were trembling. "You? Who are you? How did you use a time skill? Are you related to the Guardians?" He sounded very excited, as if, after countless years, he'd finally found his lost companion. Just then, the robots filled the main hall from the collapsed door. They all looked at the giant, seemingly waiting for his order. The woman in gray didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "Who are you? How did you get here? Where did you get this Starry Sky Talisman?" The giant struggled to turn his head, looking at the talisman. It floated in front of him and flew into his hand. He gently caressed it, as if holding a beloved object, but then his hand fell, the talisman landing on the floor. Before he fell, he said with a weak voice, "I was ordered to guard the mine here. The restricted area, destroyed it." His voice was broken, and each word caused more blood to spill out from his chest wound. Before he could finish, he fell to the floor. The red light from the talisman disappeared, and the robots slowly moved away, constantly looking back at the room as if they were unwilling to leave. The gray woman saw that the giant was near death and reached for the energy mineral in Xiao Jin's hand. But her hand passed right through it. She paused, seeming to realize that she was a soul and could not touch the physical world. The woman hesitated, but in the end, walked to Xiao Jin. Her form grew blurry, and she slowly disappeared into his body. Then, Xiao Jin suddenly stood up, placed the mineral back in the energy box. The talisman expanded, once again taking the form of the white jade gourd, enveloping the giant's body. Chapter 93. The Gray Fairy Saves Xiao Jin. At that moment, Xiao Jin was still asleep. He walked stiffly to the gate, his fingers awkwardly tapping on the wall. The gate scanned his body, then, with a hum, the gate opened. He turned towards the glowing white jade gourd and said, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to wake you up." Then, Xiao Jin walked through the gate, his eyes still closed. Xiao Jin had a long dream. In the dream, he seemed to have become a zombie, constantly traveling across mountains and rivers, constantly falling down. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on his bed in the base, his body sore, and his forehead throbbing. He reached up and touched his forehead, which caused him to wince in pain. There was a large bump on his head. When he tried to get up, his legs buckled, and he sat back down on the bed with a thud. When he pulled up his pants, he saw his legs were covered in bruises. Xiao Jian was confused. How had he gotten all these injuries? He remembered being in the metal building in the ruins. How had he gotten back to base? He also vaguely remembered being hit by the giant in the white jade gourd. After that, he didn't know anything. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. The base door was only partially closed. Outside, he heard the sound of a duck quacking. Then, Little Dumpling pushed the door open, poked his little head in, and saw Xiao Jian sitting on the bed. The duck waddled happily inside, quacking loudly. Still far from Xiao Jian, it took a leap, its body like a furry ball, and jumped on top of him. Little Dumpling, you want to crush me? Xiao Jian was knocked back onto the bed by the force of Little Dumpling's jump. Little Dumpling noticed Xiao Jian's injuries. Quack hurt. Little Dumpling gently touched the bump on Xiao Jian's forehead. This time, it said, hurt, very clearly. Xiao Jian laughed and cried. So, it's Quack Mint Brother. It must have learned it from the chat channel. Strangely, the bump on his forehead felt cool after the Little Dumpling touched it. When Xiao Jian checked it, the burning bump had disappeared. Could it be that Little Dumpling had healing powers? Xiao Jian looked at it. Little Dumpling looked confused. How did he make the bump disappear? Xiao Jian quickly pulled up his pants, and Little Dumpling touched the bruises on his leg. They disappeared right before his eyes. He picked up Little Dumpling and spun it around in the air, making Little Dumpling laugh. Its joyful giggles echoed through the base. Little Dumpling, how did you know I was back? Xiao Jian was still puzzled. How did he get back to the base? Had Little Dumpling dragged him back? Sister said. Although Little Dumpling didn't pronounce it perfectly, Xiao Jian could guess. However, it said, sister, very clearly. The sister he was referring to must be pretending to be a little fairy. Pretending to be a little fairy was mysterious. She knew instantly when he'd successfully retrieved the long rectangular box from the marsh. It wasn't surprising that she knew about the retrieval of the mineral. Dumpling, did you just arrive at the base? Xiao Jian asked, wanting to know if Little Dumpling had dragged him back. Little Dumpling nodded repeatedly, and even mmed. So, it wasn't Little Dumpling who dragged him back. But, how did he get back? And how did he get all these injuries? Maybe, pretending to be a little fairy knew the answer. He opened the terminal box and saw that his account had increased by 58,000 points. He sent 29,000 points to pretending to be a little fairy. As soon as he sent it, she became online. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment, not sure what to call her, but finally decided to use her nickname. It was her own nickname. If he offended her by using it, he couldn't help it. Little fairy, did you tell Little Dumpling that I was back? As soon as Xiao Jian's message was sent, she replied, I didn't understand the situation this time. I only need 20,000 points. Consider the extra your compensation. Soon after, Xiao Jian received a 9,000-point transfer. She hadn't even acknowledged his question. Xiao Jian knew he wouldn't get an answer. Even if she knew how he'd gotten back, she wouldn't tell him. He couldn't figure out the situation now, so he'd have to set it aside for the moment. Now that he had 38,000 points, he could start hoarding supplies again. He opened the auction house, and his eyes widened. There were only 190 seed packets left, and they were still decreasing. There were 573 terminal boxes left, a few dozen less. The number was also constantly decreasing, but at a much slower pace. The water supply was also low. There were only 300 bottles left in the auction house. He guessed many people were buying water bottles since Little Sweet Bean required a water bottle for refills. The seeds were disappearing too fast. Xiao Jian started buying one seed packet, one terminal box at a time. He could only buy one of each at a time, and had to wait a certain period before he could buy another. He finally managed to get 40 seed packets before nightfall. With the remaining points, he bought over 200 terminal boxes. By then, only 120 terminal boxes were left in the auction house, and the seed packets were completely gone. Xiao Jian stretched his body and smiled happily. When the terminal boxes in the auction house were sold out, it would be his time to get rich. By this time, most of the people who were out exploring had returned to base, and the chat channel was lively again. Moronic teammate. I've searched all around the base and haven't found anything to collect. What do I do? Ugly with high standards. Can't you take the base with you? Find a new place. The scrap demon. Haha, I found a good place. Lots of robot remains, and a weird thing called a tunnel car. It looks like a centipede. Moronic teammate. Bro, is the tunnel car worth much? The scrap demon, haha, it was alright, about 6,000 points. He was instantly ridiculed on the channel for showing off. 6,000 points? Was it really just alright? Xiao Jin understood. The tunnel car this person collected was the one that he had retrieved in the marsh. His own tunnel car probably had an energy box or other things inside, or it wouldn't be worth over 10,000 points. Where are you, chicken? Congratulations, big brother. You must have made a fortune. I moved too, but only found some robot debris and made about 2,000 points. I was lucky to find 2 energy boxes. Manure-seeking flowers, you guys have great luck. I've moved my base to many places and barely made over 1,000 points. Barely enough to buy 3 bags of crackers. Brainless hiker, I also found some strange vehicle. It was called a war chariot when I collected it, but it was only worth 3,000 points. Call me the king of trash. Haha. You guys are showing off your small catches? I found a piece of energy mineral worth 8,000 points. Chapter 94. The Strange Green Grass Roots. Seeing this message, everyone was immediately intrigued. It was the first time they learned that the base could recycle minerals. Where are you, chicken? Bro, what did the mineral you found look like? How big was it? Call me the king of trash. It's a bit smaller than my fist. I picked it up because it looked black and decided to try it out. I didn't expect it to actually be recycled. Xiao Jian was shocked by this message. So, energy minerals could be found in the wild? Could there be a deposit of energy minerals here? He had worked hard to get his own mineral. However, his mineral was much bigger than the one someone found by chance. Everyone began sharing, showing off their earnings. Since the base could be moved and redeployed after the upgrade, their activity range had greatly increased. It seemed that everyone had profited well. Can't get enough. Chief, can some kind big brother give me something to eat? I'm starving. Call me the king of trash. Isn't there food in the auction house? Nobody has much dried bread to spare. Can't get enough. Chief, woo-woo. The dried bread in the auction house has already risen to 300. I only have 200 points left. I can't even afford 1 bag. Anonymous, I'll give you a number. Go buy from him. It's only 210 a bag. But don't tell anyone. Can't get enough. Chief, thank you bro, don't worry. I'll keep it a secret. I won't tell anyone. Xiao Jian was surprised when he saw this message. Who was it? Who was selling dried bread? Since the price of dried bread had risen in the auction house, it would be impossible to buy it in bulk. If this person had bought a lot of dried bread before the price hike, he would have increased it by 100 times. Xiao Jian was envious. This was a low-risk, high-return trade. It was much more profitable than hoarding terminal boxes. He shook his head. Who would have thought dried bread would increase in price? He had only hoarded about 40 bags, and he'd only bought them when the price was already over 20. The next morning, Xiao Jian was awakened by Little Dumpling. Quack quack, fuzz, there's fuzz. Little Dumpling ran in, pulling Xiao Jian out, leaving Xiao Jian completely confused. What fuzz had it seen? Was there an infestation of bugs? They arrived at the muddy planting area, where Little Dumpling excitedly pointed at the green plants, still quacking fuzz repeatedly. Xiao Jian realized that fuzz, in Little Dumpling's language, meant sprouts. Standing at the filled-in low-lying area, where he had sprinkled the seeds earlier, many of them had grown to around half a foot in height. By this time, he could see the different types of crops. Those seeds that were like grains of rice were likely cereal crops. The small mixed seeds were clearly various types of vegetables. The remaining 3 types all grew into saplings. The mixed nuts grew into what appeared to be fruit trees. Xiao Jian could not identify the other 2 types of saplings. However, the growth in the entire planting area was inconsistent. Even seeds of the same type grew unevenly. Some plants had grown to over a foot in height. The areas planted with the round seeds were still mostly barren. Of the 10 seeds he dropped, only a single 3-inch seedling had grown. Xiao Jian frowned as he looked at the lonely seedling. He had only scattered the seeds randomly, and this round seed had landed in an animal footprint. Could it be because he hadn't covered the seeds with soil? He found the other 9 unsprouted seeds. Some had fallen into depressions. Xiao Jian picked them up and gently squeezed them. The hard shells had turned into powder. Looking at the powder in his hands, Xiao Jian was puzzled. Why had the seed that landed in the animal footprint sprouted, while the other 9 had failed? He went to a place where several fruit saplings were growing vigorously, and when he pulled the half-foot-tall saplings apart, he became more puzzled. These saplings had also sprouted in animal footprints. Xiao Jian examined several other areas with vigorous growth. Without exception, the roots of these crops were all in animal footprints. He looked at the footprints. What was in these that made the plants grow so quickly? Xiao Jin dug into the soil within a footprint and was surprised to find several rotting grass stems. He picked out the stems and looked at them. He understood now. This was the green grass that the beasts had trampled. Could the fast-growing green grass encourage other plants to grow quickly? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The green grass itself grew incredibly fast, reaching several feet in less than an hour. Its plants must have some special substance, and that substance must also be effective at accelerating the growth of other plants. He used his sword to dig into the soil. Surprisingly, it was clean. Not even a single root could be found. The green grass had been growing everywhere. Why had no trace of it been left behind? Even if the beasts had eaten it, they shouldn't have eaten the roots. Had the roots disappeared into the ground? Going up was impossible, but going down was possible. Thinking back to Han Zhao's base, after the rain, the green grass grew out of the ground. That's it. The green grass must be hidden underground. Xiao Jin sat down on a rock and stared at the ground. Soon, his perception ability was activated, and an image of the world below ground appeared in his mind. In the image, the shallow part of the underground was normal. Then, he moved his consciousness deeper. He had found it. Dozens of feet below the surface, he found many long objects. They were covered in roots and moved forward like earthworms. Xiao Jin had seen them before in Han Zhao's base. These were the roots of the green grass. The roots were moving towards a particular place. Many of their kind were gathered there. Many roots were entangled, their fluids mingling. They seemed to be mating. Xiao Jin was almost unable to process what he was seeing. Was this how the roots reproduced? There were no bees to spread pollen in the unknown space. The green grass was using this method of exchanging genetics. Could this green grass still be considered a plant? Scanning the depths of the low-lying area, he found that such gathering points were everywhere, like villages in the human world. The villages were connected by tunnels created by the loose soil. Countless roots were moving in these tunnels, creating a complex underground world. Then, his perception ability was deactivated. Xiao Jin stuck his sword into the ground. A half-foot into the soil, it wasn't dry. If he had a shovel, digging a hole dozens of feet deep wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 95. Little Dumpling's Strange Ability. But Xiao Jin didn't have any tools, just his sword. Even if the sword was sharp, it couldn't be used to dig. He thought for a moment, then took out his terminal box and aimed it at the ground. The soil he had dug was instantly teleported away. The soil that he hadn't dug was completely unaffected. It seems that the terminal's teleportation function couldn't be used as an excavator. Xiao Jin went back to base and carefully searched through the pile of robot remains. Little Dumpling had picked them up from the mud in the planting area. Since the robot remains weren't worth anything, Xiao Jin hadn't tried to recycle them. He carefully inspected each piece, hoping to find a suitable piece of steel for a shovel. Unfortunately, even the smallest piece of steel was over 3 feet across, still too large for digging. Furthermore, the edges of these steel pieces were all smooth. He couldn't attach a handle, and therefore couldn't use them to dig soil. He took the smallest piece of steel outside, propped it between 2 rocks, then picked up a stone and slammed it into the center of the steel. He wanted to bend the steel. Bang! The stone was instantly rebounded off the steel, and Xiao Jin didn't have time to dodge. It hit his forehead. Ah! Xiao Jin cried out in pain, clutching his head as tears streamed down his face. Quack, quack. When Little Dumpling saw that Xiao Jin was hurt, it quickly ran to him and blew on his forehead, gently touching his red and swollen forehead. Xiao Jin felt a cool sensation on his forehead, and the pain immediately disappeared. He touched his forehead and found that the swelling had already subsided. A moment ago, he had been in terrible pain. Now, he was completely normal. Xiao Jin picked up Little Dumpling and placed it on his lap and affectionately stroked its hair. He felt incredibly lucky. With Little Dumpling at his side, its healing ability could help him avoid many dangers. Feeling that he was fine, he bent down and picked up the steel piece that had bounced on the ground and looked at the place where he hit it. He shook his head with a sigh. The steel was too hard. He had almost smashed his head in, but not even a scratch was on the steel. Little Dumpling saw that Xiao Jin was upset. It jumped off Xiao Jin's lap, took the piece of steel and said, "Quack, yummy." It squeezed the edge of the steel in its palm. A red light flashed and a gap appeared. Little Dumpling opened its palm, revealing a pile of shiny metal powder. Quack, yummy. Little Dumpling brought the powder to Xiao Jin's mouth, which startled him. He quickly turned his head away. Little Dumpling liked to eat metal, and thought it was a delicacy. It seemed that it wanted Xiao Jian to try it as well. Xiao Jian looked at Little Dumpling's innocent face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he swallowed the metal powder, he would probably suffer greatly. Xiao Jian knew that Little Dumpling ate metal, but had always thought it broke the metal with its teeth. He now realized that Little Dumpling used an ability. It crushed the metal into powder, then swallowed it. Xiao Jian still didn't understand. How did it digest the metal powder? How did it gain the energy to keep moving? When Xiao Jian refused to eat it, Little Dumpling, in order to prove that the powder was edible, shoved the entire pile into its mouth, chewing it with loud, crunching sounds, with an expression of pure enjoyment, as if savoring the most delicious food in the world. Xiao Jian looked at Little Dumpling in shock and quickly brought a water bottle to its mouth, afraid it would choke on the metal powder. Little Dumpling took the bottle, drank the entire bottle in one go, making a loud gurgling sound, then looked at Xiao Jian with satisfaction. Little Dumpling's act of eating metal reminded Xiao Jian of the time in the strange space when he had successfully broken down matter using the matter structure image. Since he could break down the basic particles of matter, it wasn't too strange that Little Dumpling could break down metal into powder. However, Little Dumpling's ability to consume metal could help him solve his current problem. He took a small stone and drew the shape of a shovel on the steel piece. He then placed Little Dumpling on his lap, picked up the steel piece and asked, "Little Dumpling, can you help me get rid of this extra part?" Little Dumpling easily took the steel piece. It squeezed it several times in its palm, and the extra steel turned into powder. A shovel was quickly formed. In its hands, the hard steel piece was as easy as tearing paper. Xiao Jian took the shovel. There was a thin handle on the end. It was sharp. It could easily pierce his hand. Xiao Jian found a piece of steel pipe and inserted the handle into it. A sharp steel shovel was complete. He placed Little Dumpling on his shoulder, picked up the shovel, went to a place with loose soil, and began to dig. Each time he loosened a layer of soil, he used the terminal box to teleport the soil away. Little Dumpling thought that this was fun. It grabbed the terminal box and helped Xiao Jian teleport the soil. In less than 2 hours, he'd reached the place where the green grass roots gathered. As Xiao Jian was about to continue digging, the soil at the bottom of the pit suddenly rose up, then cracked open. Then, countless roots surged out of the crack like maggots. "Wow, woo-woo, worms!" Little Dumpling cried, and jumped out of the pit. "Quack, worms, worms!" Even after leaving the pit, it didn't forget to shout a warning to Xiao Jian, afraid that he would be eaten by the worms. Xiao Jian was shocked by what he saw. He knew they weren't maggots, but the roots of the green grass, the snacks that the sharp-horned beasts ate. They were harmless. The pit was now deep. Although the sun didn't directly shine on the bottom, there was still light. When the roots saw the light, they panicked. They began to scatter. Some of them began to shrivel up before his eyes. It seemed that the green grass roots could not be exposed to light. "Little Dumpling, don't be afraid. These aren't worms. Throw the terminal box down to me." Little Dumpling was far from the pit. It was afraid of the roots, but it still had the terminal box. "Quack, worms!" Little Dumpling was still shouting, but it dropped the terminal box into the pit. It landed right by Xiao Jian's feet, almost hitting him in the head. Xiao Jian picked up the terminal box and pointed it at the pile of roots at the bottom of the pit, then clicked the transport button. He was shocked. The terminal box showed an error message. Transport failed. Chapter 96. The Mysterious Disappearance of the Round Seeds. The transport device probably considered the roots to be living things and refused to transport living things. There was nothing to be done about it. Seeing the roots at the bottom of the pit scatter, Xiao Jian was at a loss. The base didn't have any containers that were suitable for holding roots. Even if he had suitable containers, by the time he ran back and forth, the roots at the bottom of the pit would probably be gone. Xiao Jian felt around on his body. He had nothing but the clothes on his back. He had to take off his pants, tie the legs, and grab the roots from the bottom of the pit to put in the pant legs. The roots twisted in his hand, and many of them slipped from his grip. The sensation gave Xiao Jian goosebumps. However, they only squirmed like eels. They were harmless. After a while, Xiao Jian glanced at his pants. They were only half full. He thought that they should be full. Had his pants turned into some kind of magical bag? He lifted his pants and shook them. He didn't see any holes. He saw that the number of roots at the bottom of the pit were dwindling, so he stopped investigating and began grabbing the roots with both hands, stuffing them into his pants. Only when there were only a few roots left at the bottom of the pit did he tie up his pants and, carrying his heavy sack of roots, walked back to base. Back at base, in a dark room, he placed his sack down. He was stunned. He had clearly filled his pants. Now, there was only half of the amount of roots. He quickly checked the pant legs, but saw no holes. Where had the rest of the roots gone? He untied his pants and poured the roots onto the floor. The roots were already shriveling. Some of them were rotting. Trying to grow the green grass was probably wishful thinking. Their survival conditions were extremely harsh. They couldn't be preserved, and artificial growth would be incredibly difficult. He couldn't use these roots. He quickly got some water bottles and put the roots into the bottles. Since the grass blades could accelerate plant growth, perhaps the rotting roots would also work. This was just Xiao Jian's guess. He would have to try to see if it would work. He put all the roots into the water bottles. Before long, the green roots had rotted into a green liquid. Xiao Jian returned to the base and saw Little Dumpling sitting on the floor, dazed. When Little Dumpling saw Xiao Jian, it pointed to the bag of round seeds and said with a crying face, "Quack, I don't have." Xiao Jian saw that it was holding a round seed. It had opened one of the bags he'd used during the last planting. Seeing its unhappy expression, Xiao Jian thought it was funny. He was the one who bought those seeds. It hadn't purchased any. Xiao Jian stroked its hair and said, "Dumpling, be good. You can't play with these. If you open the bags, they'll spoil." Little Dumpling looked at the round seed in its hand and reluctantly gave it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian took the seed and put it into his pocket. Since the packaging was already open, he could only plant the 5 seeds. Otherwise, without the protection of the bag, the seeds would spoil in a few days. He went to the planting area and first went to the fruit tree planting area, pouring some of the root liquid on the roots of the fruit saplings. Then, he went to the round seed planting area. He looked at the single sapling and then at the bottle of root juice. He didn't dare pour it on the sapling. He didn't know if the root juice would work. If he ruined the sapling, he would have nobody to cry to. Although Xiao Jian didn't know what kind of tree it was, he was very excited. This kind of seed only made up 1% of the seeds sold in the auction house. Based on its scarcity and its difficulty to sprout, he believed this sapling would be much more valuable than a fruit tree. He picked up his shovel, dug 5 small holes in a vacant area, and then reached into his pocket. His heart sank. His pocket was completely empty. Where had the seeds gone? He checked his body, but they were gone. The seeds had disappeared. He checked along the way. The path was smooth, without even a weed. Yet the 5 seeds had completely vanished. He had intended to try to use the root juice to try to make the seeds sprout, but now he had no seeds to test. Back at base, he opened the chat channel, hoping to trade for a few seed bags. Coincidentally, people were talking about seeds. The auction house is a ripoff. This round seed only has 5 seeds, and they don't even sprout. Same here. I planted all 5 seeds, and not one of them sprouted. I just checked, and they've already rotted. Same here too. I only dared to plant 1 seed. It didn't sprout, and now I'm wondering if I should plant the rest. Don't bother. These seeds don't seem to adapt to this climate. It's useless to plant them. But this was the only seed I bought. I have 4 left. Can some big brother be kind and help me trade for other seeds? Xiao Jian sent a message immediately. 1 word and a sword. I planted 5 of them, and they didn't sprout. But I want to try again. I'll trade 30 grains of rice seeds for 5 round seeds. Message me if interested. This was the downtime, so everyone was on the chat channel, paying attention to what was happening outside. Soon after Xiao Jian sent his message, he received a dozen friend requests from people who wanted to trade for his rice seeds. Everyone could see that the rice seeds were a cereal crop. Now that all the seeds in the auction house were sold, and the dried bread had skyrocketed, rice seeds were very much in demand. Xiao Jian accepted everyone. He had plenty of rice seeds. He traded 3 bags of round seeds for 1 bag of rice seeds, plus he still had 10 rice seeds left over. He couldn't lose, no matter how he looked at it. In less than an hour, Xiao Jian had traded for 15 bags of round seeds, 4 of which were opened and only contained 15 seeds. He estimated that based on the 1% ratio, everyone only had these round seeds. The next morning, Xiao Jian got up early. He wanted to plant the 15 loose seeds. The packaging was already opened, and the longer they were left out, the harder they would be to sprout. He put all the seeds into his pockets. He suddenly remembered the seeds he'd lost yesterday. He took the seeds out and separated them into 4 piles, putting them into 4 different pockets. That way, if they were lost, he wouldn't lose all of them, right? He packed the seeds and patted his pockets. He almost fell over. He quickly checked his pockets, cold sweat pouring down his face. The seeds he had just placed in his pockets were gone. Every single one of them. Chapter 97. The Great Escape of the Green Grassroots. Xiao Jian looked down at the ground. It was as smooth as a mirror, with hardly any dust. He took off his clothes and pants, turning them inside out, but he couldn't find anything. He sat down on the bed with a thud. This was too weird. The seeds he'd just put into his pockets had vanished mysteriously? Who is it? Come out. Xiao Jian angrily roared, startling Little Dumpling, who was sound asleep. Quack quack woo woo, quack at %, and dot. Little Dumpling blankly sat up, speaking gibberish, both crying and shouting. Xiao Jian quickly picked up Little Dumpling and gently patted its back. Don't cry, Dumpling, it's my fault. It's okay. The seeds were gone. He still had over a dozen bags anyway. It was not worth it if Little Dumpling was scared. Little Dumpling calmed down quickly. Xiao Jian put his clothes back on. It was essential to try planting the round seeds with the green grass liquid. This time, Xiao Jian changed his approach. He had Little Dumpling hold the bag of seeds. He felt that the unsealed seeds disappeared as soon as they touched him. Little Dumpling had opened a bag of round seeds yesterday and played with the seeds for a long time. They hadn't disappeared. He took his shovel and together with Little Dumpling went to the planting area. This time, nothing strange happened. Xiao Jian dug the holes, and Little Dumpling put the seeds into the holes, then poured the green grassroot liquid on them. The 5 seeds were planted in no time. After that, Xiao Jian went to the fruit tree planting area. He was delighted to discover that the fruit saplings that had been watered with the green grass liquid had grown a foot taller overnight. The root liquid was indeed effective. It was such a good thing. Previously, it had taken them almost 10 days to grow to half a foot. Yesterday and today, he had used 2 bottles of root liquid, so he only had 8 bottles left in the base. He would have to get more for storage. This time, he couldn't use his pants to store the roots. He made a large bag out of his bed sheet. He went to the pit that he'd dug yesterday and used his perception ability to check. He found that all the gathering points in the area had been cleared of roots. Even the gathering points farther away seemed to have roots escaping. Xiao Jian searched in the low-lying area. He found the place with the most roots. He used the same method as yesterday. Little Dumpling teleported the soil away, and Xiao Jian kept digging. After over 2 hours, he had finally dug through the root gathering point. This time, Little Dumpling wasn't as scared as it had been yesterday. It helped hold the bag, and Xiao Jian put the roots into the bag. As before, the bag seemed to have no bottom. Xiao Jian felt like it took him several times longer to fill the bag. The gathering point he had chosen was much larger than the one yesterday. Even after filling the bag, there were still many roots at the bottom of the pit. Back at the base, Xiao Jian opened the bag. Sure enough, only about half of the roots were left. Most of the roots had disappeared. Xiao Jian wasn't too upset. This was what he'd expected. He was already used to it. The number of roots remaining in the bag was over twice the amount from yesterday. Yesterday, he had only filled 10 water bottles. Today, he had filled 25. It took Xiao Jian over an hour to fill the bottles with roots. By that time, it was already dark, and he guessed that the roots at the bottom of the pit had already all run off. At night, he had made it a habit to open the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. Since it was dark outside, he had to stay at the base. If he didn't look at the chat channel, what else could he do? Adorable and charming little fairy. Oh, the base upgrade actually costs 100,000 points. How long will it take to collect that much? Cool from head to toe, little fairy. The base used to upgrade automatically. It probably won't happen again. Call me the king of trash. I think the upgrade to level 3 might be due to all the problems caused by the rain. It upgraded the carrying function. The base will probably continue to be optimized according to the situation. Adorable and charming little fairy, king of trash. Do you think the base can stop the Soul Eater specters now? Call me the king of trash was very active on the channel. He spoke logically. Everyone liked to communicate with him. Call me the king of trash. I think it should be able to. The Ice Emperor people were probably killed by the Soul Eater specters. The system must be aware of this. Seeing this message, Xiao Jian was a little surprised. He had only mentioned it once, telling people not to share their coordinates, to avoid the Soul Eater specters. However, the King of Trash had already connected the dots with the Ice Emperor people. It was because the Ice Emperor people had shared their coordinates. The chat channel fell silent again. The Soul Eater specters were a sword dangling over their heads. Nobody knew when it would fall. Now, everyone was often moving their base over a long distance. They could easily be exposed during their travels. If the base couldn't stop the Soul Eater specters, once the specters found them, they would have no chance of survival. The next morning, as soon as he got up, Little Dumpling dragged Xiao Jian to the planting area. It seemed that it really liked the plants here. The 5 round seeds that he had planted yesterday had all sprouted. They had already grown into 3-inch seedlings. His judgment was correct. The green grassroot liquid was even more effective for plant growth than the blades. Since it was effective for growth, he would give the saplings a boost. Xiao Jian took another 2 bottles of root liquid and dripped a few drops on each sapling. He didn't bother with the rice and vegetable plants. There were so many of them. It was difficult to manage. He still had over a dozen bags of dried bread. He should be able to last until the harvest. Actually, some of the vegetables were ready to eat. However, he didn't even have a pot, oil, or salt. He couldn't cook anything. Xiao Jian finished dripping the root liquid and then went to the green grassroot gathering point. He activated his perception ability and looked. The root gathering point deep in the ground was completely empty. The green grassroots seemed to have somehow communicated and had all escaped. He looked at the sun. It was noon. It was too late to look for roots in other places. With nothing else to do, Xiao Jian took Little Dumpling to the marsh. He would collect robot remains. His account balance was about to reach 0. Spending some time collecting robot remains would at least earn him a few thousand points. Xiao Jian was already very experienced at this. He set the base's transport device outside the base. Xiao Jian teleported the mud, and Little Dumpling, riding on his shoulder, collected the remains. Robot remains were everywhere in the marsh. Xiao Jian occasionally teleported the remains, but most of them were collected by Little Dumpling. As Xiao Jian was working diligently, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if a pair of sharp eyes were watching them. Xiao Jian turned to look at the hill behind him. He saw a head duck behind a rock. Chapter 98. Targeted by the Soul Eater Specters. Xiao Jian's eyes were incredibly sharp. In that instant, he saw a ghostly green light in that person's eyes. It was a Soul Eater Specter. They had indeed found their way here. He had been to Han Zhao's base. Based on that clue alone, they had been able to find him in the area. It had been over 10 days since he had returned to the unknown space. Finding him this late was considered slow. Xiao Jian quickly put away his terminal box, took out his sword, and rushed back to the shore. If he fought the Soul Eater Specters in the marsh, he would be at a disadvantage. The Soul Eater Specters seemed to be wary of Xiao Jian and didn't attack. Xiao Jian didn't have confidence in fighting the Soul Eater Specters. He also had Little Dumpling at his side. He couldn't afford to take any risks. He quickly carried Little Dumpling back to the base. Whether the base could stop them or not, it could give him a sense of security. He put down Little Dumpling, closed the doors and windows, and opened the chat channel. He sent a message to pretending to be a little fairy. Little fairy, I think I've been targeted by Soul Eater Specters. Can the base stop them? Pretending to be a little fairy, replied instantly, don't worry. The base now has a protective layer that Soul Eater Specters cannot break through. How many did you see? Pretending to be a little fairy, had spoken more than she ever had before. She was probably concerned about the Soul Eater Specters. Xiao Jian quickly replied, I only saw one. It was hiding behind a rock, watching. It didn't attack. Pretending to be a little fairy replied, don't leave the base, or move the base entirely. This specter is just trying to find your location. The next time it comes, there will probably be more than one. Move the base? Xiao Jian immediately rejected this idea. His crops were here. He didn't want to abandon them. Besides, how far could he go on foot? At night, Xiao Jian didn't even open the chat channel, which he had grown accustomed to do every day. He leaned against the bed, constantly on guard, listening for any movement. He didn't know when the Soul Eater Specters would come. Although pretending to be a little fairy said that the base could stop them, Xiao Jian was still worried. He was no longer alone in this base. He was concerned about Little Dumpling and worried that the Soul Eater Specters would harm it. Xiao Jian looked at Little Dumpling. It was sitting quietly in a chair, holding its own terminal box, seemingly busy with something. The Soul Eater Specters had put him under a lot of pressure. Xiao Jian, on his own, was no match for the Specters. Although Xiao Jian's physical attributes were constantly improving, his cultivation resources were scarce. His strength hadn't increased noticeably. He was still at the beginner stage of internal energy. The Soul Eater Specters had an incredibly fast reaction speed and were very agile. Added to their mind possession skills, Xiao Jian had no way of dealing with them. Even if he wasn't worried about the Specters taking over his body, if they invaded his mind, he would lose control of his body. At that point, a child could kill him. Moreover, the Soul Eater Specters probably had other skills. Their powers were too different. His perception ability was almost useless in this situation. Even if he knew the other side's next move, he wouldn't be able to respond. He couldn't compete with them in either speed or strength. Lost in thought, Xiao Jian slowly fell asleep. Quack quack, fuzz, bad guys, bad guys. In the morning, Xiao Jian was suddenly awakened by Little Dumpling's cries. He abruptly opened his eyes. Before he could even react, Little Dumpling had rushed out the door and was running toward the planting area in front of the base. Dumpling, don't go. Come back. Xiao Jian urgently shouted, but Little Dumpling was incredibly fast. It had already reached the edge of the planting area in an instant. Little Dumpling hadn't heard him. Xiao Jian jumped out of bed and grabbed his sword hanging on the side of the bed. Given their speed, the Soul Eater Spectres should have already arrived. When the Ice Emperor people were attacked by Soul Eater Spectres, it had been almost a day since they had revealed their coordinates. Little Dumpling had said that bad guys were destroying the plants. The planting area was Little Dumpling's pride and joy. The first thing it did every morning was to go to the planting area. When Xiao Jian rushed out of the base, he saw two people were stomping on his vegetable and grain crops. They were both wearing hoods that covered their faces. Even so, Xiao Jian instantly recognized one of them. The smaller man was the same one who had been watching him on the hill yesterday. The other one was bigger. When their actions had drawn people out of the base, he left the planting area and walked toward Little Dumpling. There was no doubt. They were both Soul Eater Spectres. The larger one was clearly of a higher rank. The smaller Spectre's eyes would occasionally glow green, but the larger Spectre had no glow in its cold eyes. They were filled with only a murderous intent. Xiao Jian was anxious and nervous. He felt the intense malice from the larger Spectre. He could feel its immense pressure. But he still rushed toward Little Dumpling, his hands waving in the air, as if he could make himself run faster. He called out, his voice trembling with anxiety and fear, "Little Dumpling, come back, come back." Little Dumpling looked at Xiao Jian without fear, hesitated for a moment, and then took a few steps back. But it was still angrily looking at the smaller man, who was still trampling on the seedlings. At that moment, the larger Soul Eater Spectre drew a sword from its waist. The sword was exactly the same as the one that Xiao Jian had found in the marsh. It was incredibly sharp. The larger Spectre suddenly increased its speed. Its sword-wielding arm was slightly behind it. Its sword pointed at the ground, ready to strike. Xiao Jian was stimulated by the intense malice, and his perception ability activated on its own. He saw from the predictive image that Little Dumpling was in range of the sword. Just as the larger Soul Eater Spectre was about to strike Little Dumpling, Xiao Jian pushed himself off a rock. The rock cracked into pieces as if it had been hit by a hammer. Xiao Jian's body gained speed, and he shot between Little Dumpling and the larger Soul Eater Spectre. Finally, before the sword hit Little Dumpling, he was able to reach its side. Chapter 99. An Unexpected Outcome. At that moment, the Soul Eater Spectre's sword was less than 3 feet away from his body. That distance was nothing to a sword that moved like lightning. Xiao Jian could see the path of the sword. He was fast enough to dodge it, but if he did, the sword would hit Little Dumpling. Xiao Jian's sword was far slower than the Soul Eater Spectre's. The only thing he could do was to try to block the sword with his arm, even at the cost of an injury, to slow the Spectre down. His arm would definitely be severed by the sharp sword, but Xiao Jian had no other option. Xiao Jian only needed to buy himself a very short time. His sword would then be able to slice across the Spectre's neck and behead it. When he killed the large man at Zhao's village academy, Xiao Jian learned that the Soul Eater Spectre's weakness was its head. Only by removing the crystal core from its head could they be killed. Otherwise, even if its limbs were cut off, its soul could continue to possess another body and return to full health. Its physical body was merely a host. Quack. No, don't. When Little Dumpling saw Xiao Jian's arm move to protect it, it panicked. If Xiao Jian's arm was cut off by the sharp sword, it wasn't sure if it could heal him. Little Dumpling pushed off the ground, its body bouncing like a ball. Before Xiao Jian could stop it, it had moved in front of him. The Soul Eater Spectre was blocked by Little Dumpling. It twisted sideways to dodge Xiao Jian's sword, but the sword in its hand continued at the same speed and slashed towards Little Dumpling's neck. Xiao Jian was terrified, but the Soul Eater Spectre had created space between them. He had no way to rescue Little Dumpling. Dumpling, no? Xiao Jian yelled, his voice breaking, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the sword swung towards Little Dumpling. At this moment, even a god couldn't save it. Little Dumpling didn't seem to realize the danger. It reached out its small, white hand, trying to stop the sword. Did it not know that it was defenseless? How could its little hand stop a sword that moved like lightning? Xiao Jian closed his eyes, unable to watch this tragedy unfold. Although he and Little Dumpling hadn't spent too much time together, Xiao Jian thought of it as his little sister. At this moment, he saw the hopeful look in Little Dumpling's mother's eyes as she left. He was letting her down. He hadn't fulfilled his promise to protect Little Dumpling. As Xiao Jian was overcome with grief, the Soul Eater Specter's sword was about to strike Little Dumpling's hand. But the gory scene that he'd expected didn't happen. He heard a clang. When Xiao Jian opened his eyes, the sword in the Soul Eater Specter's hand had broken into 2 pieces. The tip of the blade hit a rock, sending sparks flying. In Little Dumpling's hand, it was holding a pile of metal powder. It looked at its hand, then put the powder in its mouth, eating it with relish. When the Soul Eater Specter saw this, it was stunned for a moment, and then became ecstatic. This little girl was so special. She was the perfect target for its possession. If it could possess her body, it would not be at a disadvantage anywhere, in any space. Then, the Soul Eater Specter suddenly released its soul, abandoning its current body and flying towards Little Dumpling. Little Dumpling had no idea what was happening. It just stared blankly at the fog coming towards it, waving its small hands as if trying to dissipate the fog. Dumpling, get away! Xiao Jian was once again terrified. He rapidly charged toward Little Dumpling. But before he could reach her, the Soul Eater Specter's soul fog had passed right through Little Dumpling's body. Little Dumpling looked at its body, then turned to look at the fog behind it, then looked at Xiao Jian, running towards her. It was confused. The Soul Eater Specter's soul, on the other hand, wasn't doing so well. It stared at Little Dumpling in disbelief. It was shocked. Its mind possession, which had never failed before, was completely ineffective on this little girl. Was she not human? But the way she looked, she was clearly human. When it had tried to possess her, it had felt as if it was entering a beast's body. There was no place for it in there. Xiao Jian finally understood. The Soul Eater Specters could only possess humans. Although Little Dumpling looked human, it was not. Hilariously, the Soul Eater Specter still hadn't figured things out, and was still looking at Little Dumpling in confusion. Xiao Jian saw that Little Dumpling was okay. He pushed off a rock, rapidly spun around and sliced at the body abandoned by the Soul Eater Specter. The Soul Eater Specter panicked. It quickly flew toward its original body. Its soul, in fog form, couldn't last long if it didn't possess a body. If it lost the crystal core from its original body, it would soon fade away. However, Xiao Jian didn't give it a chance to return. He sliced through the neck, and a head went flying into the air. Before the head could hit the ground, Xiao Jian cut it into pieces. He flicked the tip of his sword, and a white and green crystal core landed in his hand. The Soul Eater Specter's fog suddenly expanded outwards, as if it had lost a source of energy the moment its crystal core was taken out. Then, a black hole appeared in the space that was occupied by the fog. It seemed to swallow everything, even space. The black hole only lasted for a moment. The surrounding space rapidly filled it, and a whirlwind picked up, followed by a low, booming sound. All was calm again. The Soul Eater Specter's fog had vanished without a trace. Xiao Jian stared in disbelief. In the image corridor of the strange space, he had access to a lot of information. Many images had information about matter. After all, the whole universe was made of matter. He learned from these images that his universe was made of positive matter. However, outside the positive matter universe, there was an antimatter universe. All the matter in the antimatter universe was made of antimatter particles. When positive and antimatter particles came into contact, they would neutralize each other, and the basic particles of the matter would disappear, along with all the energy they contained. Did the Soul Eater Specter's soul fog contain antimatter particles? When he thought back to the scene of his father's death, and the clothing left in the cave in the forest outside the town, their bodies had disappeared without a trace, without even a wisp of smoke. Xiao Jian was increasingly convinced his guess was correct. Chapter 100, The Strange Reaction of Little Fairy. If the Soul Eater Specter's soul fog really contained antimatter particles, then everything could be explained. They must be using the antimatter particles they carried to neutralize their victims' bodies. Did the Soul Eater Specters come from the antimatter universe? And was the Guardians' organization a force against antimatter beings? As Xiao Jian was lost in thought, the smaller Soul Eater Specter was stunned for a moment, then turned and ran. Little Dumpling wanted to chase after it, but Xiao Jian stopped it. Little Dumpling was fast enough to catch the specter, but Xiao Jian couldn't run as fast. He was also worried about Little Dumpling if it faced the specter alone. Back at base, Xiao Jian remembered the crystal core he had taken from the Soul Eater Spectre. He opened his hand and found that his palm was empty. The crystal core was gone again. Xiao Jian sat down on a chair, feeling deflated. This was just ridiculous. He had managed to get a crystal core and had wanted to bring it back to revive Xia. Now it was gone. He didn't bother looking for it. He knew that it hadn't fallen somewhere. Like the round seeds, it had disappeared into thin air. Xiao Jian sulked for a while, then thought of pretending to be a little fairy. Perhaps she knew what was going on. He opened the chat channel and immediately sent a message to pretending to be a little fairy. Little fairy, there's something I wanted to ask you. It's kind of strange. I was wondering if you've ever encountered this before? Xiao Jian didn't know how to start. He had lost things for no reason, repeatedly. Nobody would believe him. Pretending to be a little fairy replied immediately, as if she had been waiting for Xiao Jian's message. But her tone seemed a little rude. If you know you're bothering me, don't ask. I've been overworked lately and need to rest. You should be more careful too. Don't touch things you shouldn't. Also, don't bother me recently. Xiao Jian stared at the message, puzzled. She seemed to be holding a grudge against him. What did her being overworked have to do with him? He just wanted to ask about the crystal core. If she didn't want to answer, she could simply say so. Why did he have to be bothering her? Xiao Jian was internally complaining. He was just using polite language. It sounded like he bothered her all the time. What did she mean by don't touch things you shouldn't? What had he touched of hers? Wait, was she talking about the energy mineral on the white jade gourd in the metal building of the ruins? Come to think of it, if he hadn't been greedy, trying to retrieve the mineral that was being used by the white jade gourd, he wouldn't have awoken the giant. He also wouldn't have been injured. But what did that have to do with her? If she didn't want to answer, she could simply say so. It made it seem like he owed her something. This was ridiculous. Xiao Jian was still complaining internally. Then, pretending to be a little fairy, went offline again. Xiao Jian shook his head and didn't send her another message. This, pretending to be a little fairy, had a strange temper. After collecting robot remains with Little Dumpling yesterday, and seeing that he was being watched by Soul Eater Spectres, he hadn't had time to check his earnings. He opened his account and saw that he'd gained another 4,000 points. He had no use for the money for now. He might as well continue to hoard terminal boxes. At this moment, there were only 70 terminal boxes left in the auction house. It seemed that people had been buying them. As he was buying terminal boxes, he was also keeping an eye on the chat channel. At that time, one message caught his attention. Anonymous. Wow, the terminal box has a teleport function. Can someone tell me, is this true? Xiao Jian immediately tensed up. How did this person know that the terminal boxes had a teleport function? Xiao Jian knew that the terminal boxes being sold in the auction house didn't have this function yet. Call me the king of trash. Who told you that? My terminal box doesn't have this function. Anonymous. Don't ask who told me. There's a marsh at 150 to 305. I heard that someone is using a terminal box to teleport mud to collect robot remains there. Xiao Jian immediately understood. The Soul Eater Spectres were exposing him. The terminal box he was using was sold to him by pretending to be a little fairy. It was an upgraded version. If this was revealed, countless people would try to steal it. Another anonymous message said, I've seen that marsh. The person who is using the terminal box to teleport mud, their base is probably nearby. Xiao Jian felt that this person was probably a Soul Eater Spectre. How many Soul Eater Spectres had entered this space? Adorable and charming little fairy. Wow. I also got a private message saying that person is using a terminal box to transport mud to the side of their base and use it to plant crops. It was likely that the Soul Eater Spectres had sent private messages to all the frequent posters in the channel. This little fairy didn't seem to understand the situation. This account is dead. Wow. The terminal box has this function? If that's true, we won't have to bring the items back to base when we collect them. Strolling around with a milk bottle. Not only that, this person is using the terminal box as a transport tool to carry mud from the marsh. That's a good idea. Call me the king of trash. Why isn't anyone thinking about the person who sent those anonymous messages? What is their purpose? This person doesn't seem to be a good guy. Adorable and charming little fairy. Oh yeah, that could be guiding the Soul Eater Spectres, right? The little fairy was slow on the uptake. The king of trash had reminded her, so she must not be a Soul Eater Spectre. I have the temper, just need the money. Maybe the Soul Eater Spectres are behind all this. It's best not to fall for it. Call me the king of trash. Yeah, you're right. It's possible the Soul Eater Spectres will be lying in wait, ready to ambush people. Future head of the Beast Clan. My family has a little understanding of the Soul Eater specters. It's said that they improve their powers by devouring human souls, especially those who have cultivated their internal energy or have special bodies. Xiao Jian was worried that someone would give in to their curiosity and go to the marsh to take a look. If the Soul Eater specters were waiting nearby, they would be walking into a trap. Without the protection of their base, no one would be able to fight the Soul Eater specters. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian sent an anonymous message, "Don't go to the marsh. It could be a trap set up by the Soul Eater specters, and you would just be easy prey." The Soul Eater specters' goal was to stir up internal conflict, making it easier for them to take advantage of the situation. Among these people, there were bound to be those with evil intentions. Once they knew that his terminal box had a teleport function, they would likely be tempted to take it and try to rob him. Xiao Jian was furious. The Soul Eater specter's plan was quite destructive. His life would likely be anything but peaceful from now on. Chapter 101. Toys for the Little Dumpling. Xiao Jian kept an eye on the chat channel while continuing to purchase terminal boxes. He didn't stop until he had spent over 4,000 contribution points, acquiring more than 20 additional boxes. Suddenly, the number of terminal boxes in the auction house began to plummet. Within moments, the remaining few dozen were snatched up. The soul-devouring spirit's revelation of the terminal box's teleportation function, whether believed or not, had caused a buying frenzy. The moment the auction house inventory hit 0, the chat channel erupted in activity once again. "Cool like your dad. It's over, it's over. The terminal boxes are all gone. I clicked like crazy, but I didn't even manage to make a single purchase. Cute and charming little fairy, huh? Wasn't there like 1,000 terminal boxes? Did someone buy multiple ones?" This little fairy was always a beat behind. Maybe she really was a naive little girl. Idiot teammate. Any big shot out there with extra terminal boxes? Could I buy one? I'll pay double. It seemed the idiot teammate wasn't so idiotic after all. He was just too slow to grab a box, and he knew the price would skyrocket. He was trying to get a box now at double the price. Call me Trash King. You think you can buy one with double the price? This is a limited item. Have you seen how much the price of flatbread has increased? Trash King was always very rational. From his previous messages, it was clear he had already bought his terminal boxes. It was just unclear if he had stockpiled any extras. Immediately, the chat channel filled with wails of despair. The time spent in this unknown space was already considerable, and it was likely time for him to return soon. When he returned, he would take his base with him. "Dumpling, I might have to go back soon. How about you go stay at Han Zhao's base, okay?" Xiao Jian was worried about leaving the little dumpling alone here without the protection of the base. It was better to have it stay at Han Zhao's base. An unowned base would remain in the unknown space. "Gaga, Fluff, I want Fluff." The little dumpling hugged Xiao Jian's leg, starting to whine, not wanting to leave this place. Xiao Jian thought for a moment. It was reluctant to leave the planting area. Even if he sent it to Han Zhao's base, it would probably run back here anyway. It was better to just move the base here. Besides, many people had terminal boxes now, and leaving the base in a remote location was not safe. It would be a huge loss if someone were to recover it. Xiao Jian set off that very night. By early the next morning, he had reached the place where Han Xiao had left his base. Seeing the base still standing there, Xiao Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled out his terminal box and scanned the base. The terminal box immediately displayed a message, "Unowned base detected." Below are buttons for Recover Base and Pack Base. He clicked Pack Base. The base rapidly began to shrink, quickly transforming into a ring that landed in Xiao Jian's hand. After packing up the base, he noticed several sharp-horned beast corpses on the ground where it had been positioned. The flesh had rotted away, revealing crushed white bones. Strangely, a leg tendon on one of the beast's legs hadn't decayed and remained perfectly connected between the foot bone and the spine. Xiao Jian used his sharp sword, hacking dozens of times before finally cutting it free. This tendon was incredibly tough, even more so than ox sinew. The tendon was pure white, about the thickness of a little finger, and smooth and uniform. This was good material. If used as a bowstring for an arrow, it wouldn't even need any further processing. Xiao Jian searched carefully and found 5 more sharp-horned beast corpses on the ground under where the base had been. When Xiao Jian had injured the sharp-horned beast leaders, Ian suddenly deployed his base. These beasts hadn't been able to escape and were crushed under it. That was why the corpses hadn't been devoured by their kin. Outside of where the base was, not a single bone remained. He had killed many beasts at the time, and the corpses had been completely devoured by their own kind, not even leaving behind any scraps. After collecting the tendons, He remembered that the green grass had been growing vigorously here. There should have been a concentration of rootstocks as well, right? He sat on a rock and used his perception ability to examine deep into the ground. Strangely, there wasn't a single concentration point. He didn't know where the rootstocks had hidden themselves. He'd wanted to get some more rootstock sap, but without finding their concentration point, it seemed he'd have to postpone that plan. Returning to the base, he deployed it on the edge of the swamp and brought in his bed from the old base and laid it down. The little dumpling was in a bad mood. It pouted, its big eyes slightly red, and looked at Xiao Jian with resentment, as if it was on the verge of tears. Xiao Jian sat down, placed the little dumpling on his lap, wiped away its tears, and softly comforted it. "Dumpling, be good. Brother will be back soon. Just stay here and don't go out, okay? I'll be back before you know it." It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, for as soon as he said this, the little dumpling burst into sobs on his shoulder. Xiao Jian patted its back and stroked its hair, saying, "How about this? How about I make a toy for Dumpling, okay?" The little dumpling immediately stopped crying and nodded repeatedly at Xiao Jian. After all, the little dumpling was still just a child, and regardless of species, children seem unable to resist the allure of toys. A large pile of robot wreckage lay beside the planting area. These had all been picked up by the little dumpling from the mud. When Xiao Jian teleported mud from the swamp, he would occasionally teleport back robot wreckage as well. The wreckage wasn't worth much, and he was too lazy to recycle it. He rummaged through the wreckage and found a steel pipe. He asked the little dumpling to make a groove at each end of the pipe. Then, with the little dumpling on his shoulder, he went to the rock wall behind the base and inserted one end of the steel pipe into a crack in the rock. Putting the little dumpling down, he used both hands to bend one end of the pipe. The pipe bent slightly, and when he released his hands, it returned to its original shape. The steel pipe was very elastic. It should be fine to use to make a bow, but it felt a little too hard. This time, he braced his foot against the rock wall and bent one end of the steel pipe with all his strength, but the pipe only bent into a small arc. It was nowhere near the shape of a bow. He looked at his reddened hands, then at the pipe that had already sprung back into shape. With his own strength alone, he definitely couldn't attach the bowstring. He looked around the rocks for a while and found 2 rocks about 4 feet apart. He suspended the steel pipe between the rocks and placed a stone in the middle of the pipe. This finally had some effect. As he placed more and more rocks on the steel pipe, it finally bent downwards. When the steel pipe was bent into a crescent shape, he attached the sharp-horned beast tendon into the grooves at each end, and a simple bow was complete. The sharp-horned beast tendon was incredibly tough. Despite the steel pipe's powerful tension, it showed no sign of breaking. Chapter 102. Returning to his own world. Xiao Jian picked up the bow and pulled back the bowstring with his finger. It only pulled back slightly. It took all his might to pull it back to its full arc. He then found some thin steel pipes in the robot wreckage to use as arrows. He aimed at a rock wall about half a li away and released an arrow. Whoosh! The thin steel pipe made a resounding sound and flew like lightning, embedding itself into the rock. The tail of the pipe was still shaking, making a humming sound. The little dumpling happily jumped onto a small hill and pulled the arrow out of the rock. Xiao Jian took it and saw that the pipe had pierced more than a foot deep. The bow was indeed powerful, but it was just too hard to pull. His strength was already far above average, but it still took all his effort to pull it back. He shook his aching arms. He figured he could only fire 3 or 4 arrows before he would be exhausted. He had wanted to make a ranged weapon for the little dumpling, but it seemed he wouldn't be able to do that for the time being. The steel pipes in the robot wreckage were either too thin and didn't have enough tension, or too thick and had too much tension. There wasn't a single one that was suitable to make a bow for the little dumpling. He'd have to wait until he came back again and check the greenery where the invisible beasts lived. There were many trees there. He should be able to find suitable tree trunks. The little dumpling was staring intently at the bow in Xiao Jian's hands. Xiao Jian picked up the little dumpling and walked towards the base by the planting area. He had promised to make it a toy, but he hadn't. He comforted it, saying, "Dumpling, be good. This bow is too hard. When brother comes back, I'll make you a suitable one, okay?" This time the little dumpling didn't cry. On the contrary, it was very happy. It kissed Xiao Jian on the cheek with a pop sound. It was just as the saying went, as soon as you mention something, it happens. Right as he thought about returning, a progress bar popped up on his terminal box. Xiao Jian hung the bow on the headboard and placed the little dumpling on a chair. He told it, "Dumpling, if any wild animals damage the crops, don't worry about it. These crops aren't valuable. Brother has plenty more seeds. He was worried that if a wild animal came and ruined the crops, the little dumpling would likely fight it. The little dumpling sat on the chair, playing with the terminal box on its own. It just gave a perfunctory to Xiao Jian's words. He wasn't sure if it had even heard him. Xiao Jian returned from the unknown space. He was lying on the bed of the inn at Jinjiang Wharf. Even though this was his third return, he still felt a little disoriented. His mind was still filled with memories of being at the base with the little dumpling. He tried to recall what had happened before he had entered the unknown space, in order to sort out his thoughts. On his way to Jinjiang, he had gotten into a fight with bandits, picked up a little girl, and carried her all the way to Jinjiang City. After parting ways with her at the city gate, he and Goer had found an inn near the wharf. At the wharf, Xiao Jian had seen some local thugs and corrupt officials bullying an old fruit seller. Once they had checked into the inn, Goer had noticed that someone was keeping an eye on them from the street outside. Thinking about this, Xiao Jian's thoughts began to become clearer. He had just arrived in Jinjiang City and hadn't offended anyone. Why would someone be watching him? Who were these people? Could they be the thugs at the wharf who had bullied the old man? Did they want to rob him? As Xiao Jian pondered these questions, he unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. Since his soul had merged, Xiao Jian's genes had been constantly optimizing. All of the small cuts and scars on his body had long since disappeared, and his skin was as smooth and delicate as jade. His constitution was also constantly strengthening. Even his eyesight and hearing were far superior to ordinary people. Even when exhausted, he could return to his optimal state with just a short rest. The next day, Xiao Jian changed into a new outfit and immediately looked radiant. He was wearing a light blue brocade robe, with light-colored cloud patterns embroidered in silk thread at the collar and cuffs. He wore a small silver crown inlaid with jade and a pure white jade hairpin, and his long hair flowed smoothly down behind his ears. He held a folding fan and waved it casually. What a handsome, suave, and refined young man. He was just about to get up and leave when Fu Gue came in. He paused for a moment. It had been a long time since the young master had worn this outfit. "Young master," the innkeeper said, that the merchants have been waiting for you in the lobby for a long time. Only then did Xiao Jian realize that he had asked the innkeeper to help him find some merchants dealing in minerals. A quick trip to the unknown space, and he had completely forgotten about it. Xiao Jian glanced out the window. What time was it? The merchants were already here? It seemed that these merchants, like the innkeeper, were driven by the dire state of business. Since they were already here, it wouldn't be right to keep them waiting. So he asked the waiter to prepare a private room with tea before inviting them up to talk. 3 merchants came in, and after some polite greetings and introductions, they sat down to get down to business. Xiao Jian naturally took the head seat. He casually cupped his hands and said leisurely, "Gentlemen, let's talk business without beating around the bush. I need some minerals. Are you interested?" A merchant surnamed Zhang stood up and cupped his hands. "Very well. Since the young master is so straightforward, then I will be impudent. May I ask what minerals you require? Could you please elaborate?" The other 2 simply nodded in agreement. It was clear that among the 3, Mr. Zhang was the leader. Xiao Jian waved his folding fan, saying, "The minerals I want are not rare, but their uses are rather uncommon. The names may be different from what you are familiar with. I'll describe them in terms of their shape and color. With your extensive knowledge, perhaps you may know where they come from." The merchants responded together, "Certainly, please speak your mind." Xiao Jian first introduced manganese ore. Metallic manganese could be used to refine various alloy steels. Pyrolusite, a type of manganese ore, was a common mineral. Xiao Jian didn't know its current uses. Although carbon steel was widely used, and its smelting process wasn't complex, its hardness was insufficient for many special applications. Only alloy steel was the way to go. Among all alloy steels, manganese alloy had the widest range of applications. There is a type of pyrolusite that is iron black or steel gray, with shiny streaks, soft, and has a slippery feel. It easily stains the fingers and is easy to grind. I wonder if any of you have seen it? Xiao Jian described the characteristics of pyrolusite as thoroughly as possible. No one in this era knew of manganese, let alone the term pyrolusite. The merchants all fell silent, pondering this. Mr. Zhang said thoughtfully, "Based on the color and shape, the pyrolusite sounds very much like the raw material for iron black mud. Iron black mud is a type of painting pigment." Xiao Jian closed his folding fan, looked at Mr. Zhang and said, "Tell me more." Iron black mud is made by grinding a type of soft mineral into a powder, then processing and mixing it. It is essential in painting. Xiao Jian smacked his palm. delighted. That must be it. Mr. Zhang is very knowledgeable. There is a great demand for pyrolusite. Do you know where to acquire it, Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang, hearing that he wanted to buy it in bulk, immediately bowed his head and said excitedly, "Young master, please rest assured. However much you need, I can have it delivered." Bulk purchases. It had been so long since something like that happened. How could he not be excited? Chapter 103. Unknown Forces Block Sea Routes. The second type of mineral Xiao Jian needed was graphite. Graphite was the primary material used to make steel smelting crucibles. When using graphite to make steel smelting crucibles, the carbon elements in the graphite would mix into the steel, creating high-carbon steel. Before the advent of alloy steel, high-carbon steel was the hardest tool steel. Therefore, graphite was also one of the minerals that he needed soon. Another mineral is graphite. Everyone is familiar with this material. Graphite has other names: stone black or eyebrow painting stone. If any of you have it in stock, I'll take a few thousand jin first. Graphite was sold in all general stores. Currently, it was also used as a pigment. Xiao Jian also asked about mica, talcum powder, and bauxite, which were needed for making fire bricks. There was a small amount of mica in stock and plenty of talcum powder. There was no pyrolusite readily available. When it came to bauxite, the three thought for a long time and still had no idea what it was. Xiao Jian had to let it go for the time being. Finally, he also asked for green vitriol, sulfur, and realgar. These already had a wide variety of uses in the current era. After the business was settled, Xiao Jian stood up and politely said, "Thank you all for your assistance. I will visit you again another day." As the three merchants left the private room, Xiao Jian turned to Mr. Zhang and said, "Mr. Zhang, please take a seat in the guest room. I have a few more matters to discuss." The other two merchants understood that this was going to be a private discussion, and they cupped their hands and took their leave. The two of them sat down in the living room of the guest room. Xiao Jian poured tea for Mr. Zhang before carefully asking, "Mr. Zhang, I wonder, what is the current situation regarding saltpeter?" Mr. Zhang was composed. Despite saltpeter being a restricted material, it was still widely circulated in the market, and they often traded in it. "Young master, saltpeter is currently in short supply. If it's just a small amount, I can manage to get a few dozen jin, but large-scale purchases will be difficult." Xiao Jian was a little puzzled. In Shangzhou City, he had also inquired about saltpeter. It was possible to buy several hundred jin. "Mr. Zhang, when did saltpeter become so scarce?" Mr. Zhang sighed and said sadly, "Young master, you are not aware, but nowhere is safe these days. Even our Jinjiang city is considered a blessed place. Water merchants, transporting goods, traveled across the land and knew more than the average person." He lowered his voice and said, "Some bandits are causing trouble. It's just a minor inconvenience. But the fighting from the grasslands has reached us. The north has been devastated, leaving thousands of miles uninhabited." Xiao Jian nodded heavily. The grassland people were indeed so powerful. At the Xiao family manor school, the two people that the burly man brought along were from the grassland. Without a doubt, the soul-devouring spirits were behind the chaos in the north. However, Xiao Jian didn't understand why they were launching such large-scale attacks. He had been complacent with his victory over a few bandits. If he encountered a grassland army, he would probably be drowned in an instant. He was not strong enough. Xiao Jian reflected that he needed to accelerate his development. Only then would he have a chance to protect himself when he met a grassland army. Mr. Zhang returned to a somber tone and continued, "The sea routes are also unstable. Several people from Jinjiang who traveled the sea routes haven't returned since they left at the beginning of the year." Xiao Jian understood. The main source of saltpeter was overseas. The war was brutal, which increased the consumption of saltpeter, and the unsafe sea routes further hampered the sea transport of saltpeter, resulting in a shortage. Sure enough, Mr. Zhang then said, "The domestic production of saltpeter is insufficient, less than half of what's needed. While the demand is increasing, the sources are decreasing. When you add it all together, it results in what we have today." Xiao Jian calmed himself and poured more tea for Mr. Zhang. He said, "Mr. Zhang, you misunderstood. I'm not buying, but selling. What is the current price of saltpeter?" He had brought over 3,000 jin of saltpeter this time, and he was hoping to make some money off it. Mr. Zhang's face lit up when he heard that Xiao Jian had saltpeter to sell. He said with delight, "Young master, you have saltpeter to sell? I am willing to buy it at a 10% premium. The current market price is 45 per 100 jin. I'll give you another 5 taels on top of that." Xiao Jian shook his folding fan and said, "I trust you, Mr. Zhang, so no need for the premium. Let's just go by the market price." This time, I brought over 3,000 jin of saltpeter. Is that acceptable? Mr. Zhang said generously, don't mention 3,000 jin, even 300,000 jin. I can take it. We water traders rely on volume. Xiao Jian was very happy. He vigorously tapped his palm with the folding fan. He had overdone it with the force, and it hurt a little. He calmly put down the fan and rubbed his palm. Then, with a calm expression, he said, I'll have someone send it to you right away. As long as Mr. Zhang can handle it, there will be more to come. Young master, please feel free to send it. You don't have to worry about Jinjiang. We'll pay upon delivery, no delays. Mr. Zhang had closed 2 deals today. The gloominess from the business slump had completely vanished. Instead, he was feeling spirited and speaking with great pride. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Mr. Zhang left, satisfied. After seeing Mr. Zhang off, Xiao Jian and Fu Guo started surveying the surrounding terrain near the wharf. Jinjiang City had convenient land and water transportation, was less affected by the drought, and had a stable populace. It was the best place to sell and trade the goods he produced. To use Jinjiang City as a long-term trading hub, he needed to have his own warehouses. Building warehouses near the wharf was more advantageous than doing so in the city. Many merchants had warehouses here, and large-scale transactions were more convenient than within the city. After walking around, they didn't find an ideal place. The usable land around the wharf had already been claimed by other merchants. Only the rocky beach on the west side was vacant. The rocky beach was only a few kilometers from the wharf. The entire beach was completely clean, with no soil and tall, rocky outcroppings, like a stone forest. Adjacent to the north of the rocky beach was a stone mountain. Looking north from the stone mountain, everything was covered in jagged rocks. The top of the mountain was relatively flat, with an area of about a few dozen mu. It was more than sufficient to build warehouses, and even enough for a manor. Xiao Jian was quite satisfied with this stone mountain. As he was about to descend, a few dozen bandits suddenly appeared and began closing in on Xiao Jian and Fu Guo. The people who had been watching the inn were among them. Leading the group were the squinty-eyed brothers from the wharf who had knocked over the peach-selling old man's stall. One was a lewd man with a missing corner of his mouth, and the other was a monkey-faced man with yellow hair. Fu Guo drew his wolf-tooth club, stood in front of Xiao Jian, and stared intently at the bandits. Xiao Jian wasn't panicking. He pulled out his folding fan, waved it, and asked, Tell me, what do you want? The lewd thug with the missing corner of his mouth stared at Xiao Jian's lower body, a malicious smirk appearing on his face. He said, You're from out of town, aren't you? You are asking what I want when you've met the digging root rat? The other thugs immediately burst into laughter. They were extremely arrogant. The yellow-haired monkey-faced thug shouted, Bro, let's castrate him first. It's been a while since we had some drinking snacks. The eyes of these 2 brothers were exceptionally small and disgusting. The missing-mouth thug's expression suddenly turned somber. His small eyes stared at Xiao Jian like a venomous snake. He said, Hand over your valuables to redeem yourself, and I'll spare your life. Xiao Jian shrugged and said lazily, You think you've got me? I'm afraid your teeth are not sharp enough. Take a look behind you. Chapter 104, Disgusting Thugs and Ruffians. Kid, do you think I'm stupid? You want me to turn around and then attack me from behind? But as soon as he finished speaking, a scream of agony came from behind him. Only then did the thug with the missing corner of his mouth look behind him. Dozens of people wielding wooden spears had them completely surrounded. Before the missing-mouth thug could turn back around, Fu Guo swung his wolf-tooth club, smashing it into the thug's head. The thug's skull immediately burst open like an overripe watermelon. Xiao Jian leisurely waved his folding fan and chuckled. Knowing you'd be attacked, yet you still turn around, and you say you're not stupid. At this moment, the yellow-haired monkey-faced thug's eyes flashed with ferocity as he roared, You little bastard, you took my brother's life. He suddenly brandished his saber and swung it fiercely at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian shifted his body slightly, dodging the saber. In one smooth motion, he delivered a groin kick, sending the yellow-haired thug crashing to the ground. The yellow-haired thug dropped his saber, clutching his lower body, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Xiao Jian casually drew a saber from behind Fu Guo and leisurely walked over to the yellow-haired thug. He pointed the tip of his blade at him and said, You disgusting thing, aren't you arrogant anymore? The yellow-haired thug was covered in sweat from the pain, but he still refused to admit defeat. He said fiercely, Don't get cocky. Someone will deal with you. Xiao Jian pushed the blade forward slightly, the tip piercing half an inch into his neck. The yellow-haired thug's small eyes suddenly widened. Sensing the call of death, he panicked and said, "You can't kill me, or you'll definitely regret it." Facing death, he was afraid. "I don't care how big your backer is. If you dare provoke me, I will wipe you out," Xiaojian said. Then, a cold flash of light crossed the thug's vision. The yellow-haired thug's head flew off his shoulders. Xiaojian retracted his stance and said calmly, "Drop your weapons and kneel. Those who obey will be spared." Goer and Lai Fu led the direct team, immediately charging forward with their spears. Several bandits who were slow to kneel were instantly pierced by the wooden spears, becoming human skewers. Seeing this, the others quickly dropped their sabers and knelt, begging for mercy. Inside the inn-room, Goer reported, "These thugs are all local riffraff from around Jinjiang City. They specialize in targeting merchants from out of town, and their methods are extremely cruel." 8 of the thugs had been killed on the spot, and the remaining 20+ were all tied up in the dilapidated temple on the northern mountain. "Young master, what should we do with these thugs?" "Send them to 9 Dragon Mountain to mine until they die." "Do we have any leads on their backers?" These men had done too much evil to be easily forgiven, and he couldn't hand them over to the local authorities, or it would be like letting the tiger return to the mountains. Goer nodded and said, ostensibly, they were acting under the instructions of Wang Lauer, a Yamen runner from the county office. The real backer should be someone else. Goer had interrogated the thugs in the temple. They only knew about the Yamen runner Wang Lauer. Only the squinty-eyed brothers knew who the real backer was, but both of them were dead. The thugs had committed too much evil for one Yamen runner to protect them. A direct controlled county was under the jurisdiction of the prefecture. Jinjiang City had both county and prefecture Yamen, so Goer specifically mentioned that Wang Lauer was a Yamen runner of the county office. Xiaojian thought for a moment and looked up at Goer, saying, "You can sit down as well?" Goer knew that there was something to discuss, so he straightened his back and sat down quietly opposite him. After Goer had sat down, Xiaojian looked at him for a moment and said, "There's something I need you to do. You are not the best choice for it, but I don't have anyone else more suitable." Goer stood up, saluted, and said, "I will heed young master's orders. I will certainly not let young master down." Xiaojian said solemnly, "I want to build warehouses here to sell my products long-term. I need a gang to protect them in secret. Can you do it?" Goer replied, "I will do my best to handle the things young master has assigned." Xiaojian pressed his hand down, signaling Goer to sit down again. He said, "First tell me your thoughts. How should we start?" Goer lowered his head, thought for a moment, then looked up, saying, "To establish a gang, there must be a suitable profession. This profession must be able to accommodate many people." Xiaojian nodded, stood up, and went to the window, looking at the wharf outside. People were coming and going at the wharf, and porters were loading and unloading goods, moving between the cargo ships and warehouses. Goer said thoughtfully, "Young master, we can use wharf porters as our gang's profession. As long as we control the porter business, we can bring in more people to join the gang." Xiaojian thought for a moment and said, "The gang also needs to penetrate other trades. We need people in all walks of life. That will probably cost a lot of money, right?" Goer asked hesitantly. Xiaojian patted his shoulder, saying, "As long as the warehouses have no problems, money will gradually become more abundant. You just focus on developing it. Funds will not be a problem." Now that he was making money from saltpeter, Xiaojian felt very confident. Just as they finished talking about the gang, Fu Gue came up to say that manager who was waiting in the lobby. After the conflict at the rocky beach had ended, Xiaojian had sent someone to notify manager Hu. It hadn't been long, yet he'd already arrived. Just as he stepped out the door, 3 Yamen runners came up the stairs and blocked Xiaojian. The leader, with a sullen face, asked, "The people at the rocky beach, did you kill them?" Xiaojian waved his paper fan and nodded, saying, "That's right. I killed them. Are they your men?" "Knowing that they were from Wang Lauer, yet you dared to act? Don't you put the law in your eyes?" the runner said, pulling out his saber. Xiaojian laughed. He put away his folding fan, pointed at the 3 Yamen runners, and said mockingly, "In your eyes, there's actually such a thing as the law? Which law are you talking about?" The leader, Yamen runner Wang Lauer, immediately revealed his vicious nature and said coldly, "At the wharf, my word, Wang Lauer is the law. Arrest him." Before the Yamen runners could even get close, Fu Gue kicked Wang Lauer down the stairs. Xiaojian casually grabbed one of the nearby Yamen runners and threw him down the stairs as well. The remaining Yamen runner saw that the situation was bad and turned to flee down the stairs. Seeing this, Lai Fu leaped down the staircase, tackling the fleeing Yaman runner face first to the ground, filling his mouth with blood. Goer came out of the room and was about to go downstairs, but Xiao Jin waved his hand at him, saying, "You don't need to come out. Don't reveal our connection too easily." Goer nodded and retreated back inside. He needed to be in charge of establishing the gang here, and acting in secret would make things more convenient. Xiao Jin came downstairs and said to Fu Gue and Lai Fu, "Don't kill them, beat them until their mothers don't recognize them, and then throw them out." With that, he walked towards the lobby. Upon reaching the lobby's rest area, Manager Hu immediately stood up, bowed and cupped his hands, saying, "I am sorry for the trouble, young master, and I don't dare to take such an honor. A small matter delayed me for a moment. Sorry for keeping Manager Hu waiting." After saying this, Xiao Jin sat down, waved his folding fan and asked, "I wonder how Manager Hu's goods are selling? It's been difficult to do business lately, hasn't it?" Manager Hu got up to pour tea for Xiao Jin. He bowed his hands in a salute and said with a look of great ambition, "Thanks to young master's good fortune, the goods are selling very smoothly, but the quantity is too small. People are calling for more every day." Chapter 105. Soap becomes a hot commodity. After Manager Hu finished speaking, his expression changed to one of worry, especially the soap. "I've already received a lot of deposits, mainly from ladies of wealthy families. I can't refuse them. Young master, you must help me." Xiao Jin continued to wave his folding fan and said calmly, "Very well then. I brought over 300 bars of soap and 200 plus gene of nitrate tanning powder. That should be enough to solve your immediate problem." When Manager Hu heard that there were only 300 plus bars of soap, his face immediately fell. That amount wasn't even enough to pay the deposits. He said earnestly, "Young master, could you increase production? The amount of goods you gave me is just a drop in the bucket." Xiao Jin tapped his folding fan and said, "It's already difficult to increase the production of the nitrate tanning solution. In the future, production may even decrease. As for soap..." He tapped his folding fan while thinking. The main ingredient for soap was cooking oil. In this era of food shortages, anything edible shouldn't be used in large quantities. Now that he could make money with saltpeter, tanning solution and soap were no longer as important, especially the production of lye, which was too troublesome. Manager Hu knew Xiao Jin well. He didn't need to listen to what he said. He just had to watch his folding fan. So, his eyes rolled up and down as Xiao Jin's folding fan moved. Seeing that it showed no signs of stopping, he said urgently, "Young master, the soap hasn't even left Jinjiang City yet. If you were to send it to the capital, it would be even more popular than here." Finally, the damned folding fan tapped his palm with force and stopped. Manager Hu looked up at Xiao Jin, knowing that a decision was coming. Xiao Jin had indeed made a few calculations and said, "Soap production can be increased appropriately, but the road is long and not very safe. We need to solve the transportation issue." He looked at Manager Hu and asked, "Here in Jinjiang, Manager Hu, do you have any connections with the local government?" Manager Hu said, "Young master, we merchants have decent relationships with the local authorities. If things become difficult, my company can help." Xiao Jin got up and refilled Manager Hu's teacup and said, "It's not a big deal. I want to open a security agency in Jinjiang City. I wonder if you could help me with that." Manager Hu was immediately enlightened. This was a good thing. With their own security agency, the transport of goods would no longer be a problem. It would be beneficial for both sides. He said enthusiastically, "Young master, that's a great idea. As long as you are interested, I can handle the official matters for you. I wonder how many guards you plan to register." Establishing a security agency would be of great benefit to commerce in Jinjiang City. The local authorities would be pleased and wouldn't create any obstacles. All that was needed was to go through the proper procedures. Xiao Jin cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Manager Hu. What are the limitations on the number of people that can be registered? Please tell me." Manager Hu said, "The security agency only needs to pay the deposit. For agencies with less than 100 people, you need to pay 50 taels. For every additional 100, you need to pay an additional 100 taels, with a maximum of 300 people." Xiao Jin nodded and said, "Then we'll register 300 people. The base will be near the wharf, named the Mighty Faraway Security Agency." Manager Hu asked, "Will the security agency's base at the wharf be a rental, or will you buy land to build? Business is slow right now, so land around the wharf isn't expensive." Xiao Jin was planning to buy land anyway. He didn't expect Manager Hu to be such a know-it-all, saying, "Manager Hu, what are the land prices near the wharf? Preferably on the edge of Jinjiang. Land by the river is slightly more expensive, about 50 taels of silver per mu, because you can draw water for irrigation. Away from the river, the cheaper land is only a few taels of silver, he answered. Xiao Jian recalled the stone mountain west of the rocky beach. The flat ground on the top of the mountain, with dozens of mu, would be the most suitable for a security agency. Manager who, do you know about the stone mountain to the north of the rocky beach? Manager who knew of the stone mountain, of course. It was the closest vacant lot to the wharf. The rocky beach is unsuitable for farming and difficult to build on. The local government is not willing to sell the stone mountain alone. The government wasn't stupid. If they only sold the stone mountain, who else could they sell the surrounding land to in the future? Xiao Jian cupped his hands and said, please trouble Manager Who to inquire about it. Manager Who stood up and said, very well, I'll get back to you with an answer tomorrow. Sure enough, at noon the next day, Manager Who brought news that the government required that the stone mountain be sold together with the rocky beach as a package. Centered around the stone mountain, including the riverbank, there were about 300 to 400 mu. Excluding the riverbank, it was still over 300 mu. This entire area was being sold as a package for 2,500 taels. They wouldn't sell it separately. That refusal to sell separately deterred many people. Xiao Jian also hesitated. If he bought it, all of the money he had earned would probably have to go into it. But this was the only place near the river and close to the wharf. Buying all of it meant that the rocky beach would basically be a waste of money. It had no use. The rocks were too tall and numerous, and the engineering difficulties of flattening it were enormous. Explosive technology had not yet emerged because black powder was not powerful enough. But he could try mixed gunpowder. As a security agency, it would require a large area. Several hundred guards would need housing, and he would have to build training grounds, warehouses, and storage facilities. Finally, Xiao Jian decided to buy the rocky beach anyway. He could just consider it the price for the stone mountain. Manager Who also brought good news. The government said that if he bought the rocky beach, he would not need to pay the security agency's deposit, and they would give him the documentation for a security agency with 300 guards. Hearing this, Xiao Jian felt a little more balanced. The government valued security agencies. A controllable security agency was like a local militia, and it wouldn't cost the government a single penny. Where else could they find such a good deal? In the evening, Goer also returned. Xiao Jian asked, I haven't seen any refugees at the wharf. Is it possible that there are no refugees in Jinjiang City? Goer said, young master, there are refugees here, but they are all concentrated in the refugee camps. The local government manages the refugees very strictly. They are provided with 2 bowls of thin gruel every day, just enough to not starve to death. Xiao Jian asked doubtfully, how strict? Goer said, refugees can only stay in the camps. Refugees are not allowed to enter the areas around Jinjiang City. If a refugee enters forbidden territory, they will be imprisoned and starved for 3 days, or killed outright. You didn't realize it until you compared them. Jinjiang was much better at managing refugees than Huzhou. Are there restrictions on recruiting people from the refugee camps? The security agency needed several hundred people, which could only be recruited from the refugees. Goer said, each recruit costs 2 taels of silver. The government stipulates that the recruited refugees must obey the buyer, otherwise the buyer has the right to kill them. They will only regain their freedom after working for 3 years. These officials in Jinjiang City were really imaginative. This was nothing more than selling slaves. They were selling them openly and legitimately at a cheap price, 2 taels of silver each. But it was effective. Otherwise, where would the money come from to feed the refugees? Jinjiang wasn't a paradise for refugees, but it allowed them to survive. And that was enough. What about the children inside? Xiao Jian thought. Who would spend money to buy children who couldn't work? Were they just piling up? Goer said, children under the age of 14 are free. When selecting children, you have to choose a mix of sizes. Xiao Jian nodded. This official was a little interesting. Chapter 106, First Meeting with the Governor of Jinjiang City. Inside Jinjiang City. Jinjiang City was a directly controlled prefecture, and it was obviously much more prosperous than Shangzhou City. Shops lined both sides of the streets, with all kinds of businesses available. The streets were also filled with people, carriages, and horses. Small merchants hawked their wares through the streets, intermingling with each other. There were those carrying snacks, those with candied haws, and those selling small toys while shaking rattles, making the scene a pleasure to behold. Xiao Jian walked through the streets, appreciating the bustling prosperity, and sighed for no apparent reason. The entire country was already scarred. How long could this small area of peace last? not far from the entrance to the city, goer and manager who walked up to meet him. Originally, Xiao Jian wasn't qualified to meet with the head of a prefecture, but with an investment of several thousand taels of silver to purchase a location for his security agency, the head of the prefecture had to take it seriously. So, the government had manager who bring the person in charge of the security agency to the prefecture yamen to talk. The prefectural yamen was located in the eastern part of Jinjiang City. The main gate of the yamen was a structure slightly taller than the walls on either side. The base of the building was a platform several feet high, connected to the plaza by steps. In the center were two large purplish-red doors. A black plaque hung horizontally above the doors, with 4 gold characters written on it. Jinjiang Prefecture Yamen. 4 red lanterns hung on the walkway in front of the doors. 2 gate guards stood on each side of the walkway. A little further from the guards stood 2 large drums. The entire structure was majestic. Upon reaching the steps, manager who saluted the gate guard and said, "Please trouble the soldier to report that the person in charge of the mighty faraway security agency is here waiting for a meeting." The gate guard glanced at manager Hu and Xiao Jian without expression and said, "Wait on the side." Then he turned and went inside to report. They said that it was easier to see the king of hell than to deal with a minor demon, but the soldier didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for them. After the soldier went inside, Xiao Jian stepped back to a notice board on the side and focused on the notices. The content on the notice board was varied. Most of it detailed regulations about refugees. The refugee management regulations goer had spoken of were probably seen here. The soldier who had gone inside to report quickly returned and said to manager Hu and Xiao Jian, "Follow me. The governor is summoning the 2 of you to the second hall." The second hall was where the governor handled general civil cases and preliminary hearings for major cases. It was also where he rested during the court hearings. The gate guard led them around the main hall and arrived at the door of the second hall. He bowed his head and shouted, "The person in charge of the security agency is here." A booming voice came from inside the room. "Ask them in for a discussion." The soldier stepped back to stand by the door and gestured for them to enter, saying, "Please come in." After entering, Xiao Jian glanced at the room. A middle-aged man was sitting in the hall, and the middle-aged man was also looking at Xiao Jian. Their eyes met. Xiao Jian immediately lowered his head. These deep eyes were unnerving and also had a familiar feeling to them. Manager who arrived in the middle of the hall and respectfully knelt, saying, "This humble citizen, Huin, pays his respects to the governor." Xiao Jian also knelt immediately, saying, "This young man Xiao Jian pays his respects to the governor." The governor in the hall said, "Rise and speak." As Xiao Jian stood up, the governor in the hall asked in a deep voice, "Xiao Jian, you have registered 300 guards for your mighty faraway security agency. Where do these guards come from?" He wanted to understand the guards' backgrounds. A group of 300 people, who were stationed near Jinjiang City, was something that the governor would naturally pay attention to. It was good that he wasn't asking about the beating of the yamen runners. That meant that the governor wasn't Wang Lauer's backer. Xiao Jian answered calmly. In response to the governor, most of the guards will be recruited from refugees, and core personnel will be selected from among the escorts. He was telling the truth, and there was nothing to hide. What is your place of origin? What does your family do? Tell me in detail," he said. He wanted to check on his household registration. "My father was unfortunately killed by bandits, and Xianren Ping was also occupied by bandits. This young man came to Jinjiang City to protect his family," he replied truthfully. There was no need to lie. When the governor heard that Xiao Jian was from the direction of Shangzhou, his eyes lit up, and he leaned forward slightly, carefully looking at Xiao Jian a few more times. He asked thoughtfully, "Xiao Jian, when did you come to Jinjiang City? Is this your first time here?" He wanted to check even that. What did "how many times I've been here" have to do with the security agency? Thought it, he still had to answer, "This is this young man's first time in Jinjiang City. I arrived the day before yesterday." The governor nodded gently in the hall. The original sharp gaze actually held a few hints of kindness. "Xiao Jian, at your young age, to be able to fearlessly shoulder the burden of your family shows great strength and virtue. We are in a time of turmoil and the world is not at peace. If you want to protect your family, the road ahead is long. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me." Then he called out to the soldier outside the door, "Huang San, take this young man Xiao Jian to the refugee camp and help him recruit refugees. Give him all the conveniences that you can." Xiao Jian felt that this governor was really nice, a good official. Manager Hu, on the other hand, was already dumbfounded. The governor had been too abnormal today. Not only had he praised young Master Xiao, but he had also hinted at things, which was much too flattering. Xiao Jian and Manager Hu, along with the gate guard Huang San, left the prefecture yamen and went directly to the south gate. The gate guard Huang San had completely changed from his previous cold demeanor. He was much more talkative, and he introduced the regulations for recruiting refugees along the way. What he said was similar to what Goer had reported. Seeing his enthusiasm, Xiao Jian politely said, "Thank you for your explanations, Brother Huang. May I ask for your name? You seem to be familiar with the refugee camp, Brother Huang." Huang San should be his nickname. "My name is Huang Deong. I'm the third child, so they call me Huang San. The refugee camp is under the jurisdiction of our city defense army. I often go there for my duty. You can look for me when you recruit refugees." Huang San's enthusiasm was completely different from before. He seemed to remember something else and asked, "Young Master Xiao, how many refugees do you plan to recruit? If you recruit a lot, there are also discounts." Xiao Jian was surprised and asked, "There's such a thing?" Goer hadn't mentioned this before. He probably didn't know that there were discounts either. If you recruit 100 people, you only need to pay 1 tael and 8 coins of silver for each person. If you recruit 200 people, you only need to pay 1 tael and 5 coins of silver for each person. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Let's take a look first. I estimate that it won't be less than 200. Since he could save 100 taels of silver by recruiting 200 people, he might as well recruit 200. He could keep 100 for the security agency and then supplement the escort team with 100 more. 200 people was not much." Just as they were about to leave the city gate, there was a candied haw seller on the side. Xiao Jian pulled off a few sticks and handed them to Huang San and Manager Hu. Huang San smiled and waved his hand. Manager Hu waved his hand even more exaggeratedly and said, "Thank you, young Master Xiao. I can't eat that. It's too sour." Then he pointed at his teeth. If neither of them were going to eat them, it would be awkward. He couldn't eat 4 sticks either. Seeing Fu Gue staring at the candied haws with longing, drool dripping from his mouth, he simply stuffed the 3 sticks into his hands. Chapter 107. The Jinjiang City Refugee Camp. The refugee camp wasn't far from the south gate. Xiao Jian had only eaten 2 of the candied haws when they arrived at the camp entrance. Huang San went up and spoke a few words to the gate guard. The guard opened the gate, allowing Xiao Jian and the others to enter. The refugee camp was large, but well managed. In the center was a porridge shed where food was distributed, and all around were sheds made of thatched grass. The sheds were covered on 3 sides with thatched grass, and 1 side was open. Since the weather was hot, they didn't have to worry about drafts. The inside of the sheds were covered in thatched grass. On top of the grass lay the refugees, as if in hibernation, lying there motionless. Less movement meant less consumption. It seemed that this was also a government regulation. Don't move. There were enough passages left between the living sheds and the porridge shed. Soldiers patrolled the area constantly. Xiao Jian followed the patrolling soldiers and walked around the refugee camp. It wasn't until the very back that he saw the children's area. The sheds housing the children were no different from the others outside. The children inside weren't lying down like the refugees outside. They were all staring blankly at the porridge shed. Each of them were emaciated and pale from hunger. As they passed a 6 or 7-year-old girl, the girl looked at Xiao Jian with a pleading expression, her large eyes showing a hint of intelligence. Xiao Jian squatted down, removed the thatch from her head, and asked softly, "Are your mom and dad still here?" The girl pointed towards the exit of the camp and said weakly, "I can't find my dad, and my mom doesn't want Yaya anymore." As she spoke, tears slowly flowed down her cheeks, her mouth twisting slightly, but she didn't cry out loud. The patrolling soldiers were nearby, and crying wasn't allowed here. Moments later, her tears poured down like a dam had broken. Xiao Jian reached out with the sleeve of his brocade robe to wipe away the tears from her small face. "Don't cry, Yaya. When I'm ready, I'll take you out of here. I'll make sure you are full every day and you'll study and learn to read with a lot of other brothers and sisters." He turned around and glared at Fu Gue. In such a short time, he had almost finished all 3 sticks of candied haws. He snatched the half-eaten stick of candied haw from his mouth. While wiping the candied haw, he asked the little girl, "Your name is Yaya?" When the little girl heard that the brother in front of her would take her out, her big eyes, full of hope, stared at Xiao Jian with a mixture of longing and sorrow. It was as if she was afraid that the brother in front of her would disappear in the blink of an eye. These clear and bright eyes, full of hope, were etched deeply in Xiao Jian's mind. "My name is Xiaoya, big brother. Will you really take Xiaoya out? Xiaoya is so hungry." The other children nearby also stared at Xiao Jian with wide eyes. They bit their lips tightly, their eyes full of tears, but they didn't make a sound, and they didn't cry. It seemed like they had forgotten how to cry and how to laugh. They were all like stone statues. Only the constant twitching of their nostrils made it clear that their small hearts were still beating painfully in their chests. Xiao Jian looked at the children. His heart ached as if thousands of steel needles were piercing it. His throat felt as though it was blocked by something, making him extremely uncomfortable. He handed the candied haw that he had wiped to Xiaoya and said with certainty, "Don't worry, Xiaoya. It won't be long before I come to pick you all up." He stood up and said to the surrounding children, "You all need to wait patiently. I will pick you all up soon. I will make sure you can all study and learn to read. I'll make sure you grow up happily, and I'll never let you freeze or go hungry again." The children's eyes were filled with a hopeful light. First, a few of the older children slowly knelt down. Then, more and more children followed and knelt down as well. The scene was shocking, but silent. They simply looked at Xiao Jian in silence, bowing to him without making a sound. Because the patrolling soldiers were nearby, the refugee camp didn't allow any noise or crying. Xiao Jian's eyes became hazy, as if a thin mist covered his vision. Tears involuntarily rolled down from the corners of his eyes, falling onto the dusty ground. A gust of wind howled past. The thatched sheds shivered in the wind, and a strand of withered yellow thatch was swept into the air. This world. People are like weeds. He suddenly felt like everything around him had lost its color, like a depressing feeling of being abandoned by the world. Xiao Jian walked away with great difficulty. He didn't dare to look back at them again, afraid that his heart would shatter. But his abilities were limited. He couldn't save everyone. The matter of recruiting refugees went smoothly. Xiao Jian only stated his requirements. Under the age of 25, with priority given to those who had a skill. The number was 250 people. Huang San took care of the rest very efficiently. Just as they were about to leave, he thought about the children at the very back. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Huang San, "Give me a few dozen children too, please." The new village in North Mountain was too far from Jinjiang City, and transporting food was difficult. Bringing all of the hundreds of children from the refugee camp would be an unbearable burden. Huang San said, "The selection of the children is the responsibility of the main official in the refugee camp. No one else is allowed to interfere." Xiao Jian nodded and didn't say anything else. Next time, when he returned to Jinjiang City, he'd set up a school, so he could bring them all out. After finishing his business, he was just entering the city through the south gate when 4 Yamen runners surrounded him. The leader was wearing a white cloth around his head and his face was bruised and swollen. It was Wang Lauer. Ha 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 gh ha ha. Wang Lauer had lost many teeth and spoke with a heavy lisp. No one could understand what he was saying. This garbage actually dared to come out and show off his power. Xiao Jian turned to look at Fu Gui and Lai Fu and asked, "How did you guys beat him up?" Fu Gui thought that Xiao Jian was blaming him for beating him up too badly and said hesitantly, "It was the young master who said we were to beat him up until his mother wouldn't recognize him." Xiao Jian stepped forward and kicked Wang Lauer to the ground, saying, "I can still recognize him. How could his mother not recognize him? If it wasn't for wanting to see who his real backer was, he would have wiped him out already." Just as he finished speaking, Lai Fu's fists began raining down on Wang Lauer's head. The gate guards were about to step forward, but Huang San gave them a look, and they all retreated. They looked up at the sky with a serious expression and discussed whether it would rain today. Wang Lauer was beaten until he was on his knees, begging for mercy. Fu Gui was staring intently at the other 3 Yamen runners, looking like he was ready to attack at any moment. The Yamen runners saw that the gate guards didn't intend to help them, so they were dumbfounded. One by one, they also looked up at the sky, pretending nothing was going on. Without the help of the gate guards, they were no match for Xiao Jian and his group. A wise man doesn't take a loss when they can avoid it. Seeing that the 3 Yamen runners had given up, Xiao Jian circled around Wang Lauer and said with satisfaction, Like this, his mother probably wouldn't recognize him." As he was leaving, Huang San's foot tripped on a rock. He stumbled and accidentally stepped on Wang Lauer's groin. Wang Lauer immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Huang San was ruthless. Wang Lauer deserved what he got. The other 3 Yamen runners, seeing this, immediately broke out in a cold sweat and they clamped their legs together, scattering in all directions, as if nothing was wrong. Chapter 108. Returning to the North Mountain New Village. The matters that Xiao Jian had handled in Jinjiang City went smoothly. This day, 10 ox carts were fully loaded with supplies. 2 ox carts were carrying children who couldn't walk. The group of more than 300 people left Jinjiang City and set out for the new village in North Mountain. When they passed Black Cloud Mountain, they didn't even see a single bandit. They were probably intimidated by the large number of people in the convoy and didn't dare to come out. This time, they had purchased a lot of supplies. 1,000 jin each of sulfur and realgar, 1,000 jin of cooking oil, 200 dan of grain, and all the necessary materials for making fire bricks. They had earned more than 2,500 taels of silver from selling goods, spent 1,500, and the remainder was used as a down payment for the stone mountain, which was given to the government. The silver in his hands was once again completely gone, and he was now in debt. The convoy moved smoothly all the way. They arrived at the mountain pass in a little more than 10 days. The ox carts could no longer travel on the remaining mountain road. The supplies had to be carried by hand and on the shoulders. The 12 ox carts were too conspicuous. If they were still hidden in the mountain cave, they could easily be discovered by others. They could only be disassembled and brought back. There were also many children who couldn't walk on the mountain road and needed the help of adults. The short mountain path brought great difficulty to the transfer of supplies. It was now the 8th month. This trip to Jinjiang City had taken more than a month, and Xiao Jian was eager to go home. He left Lai Fu to slowly transfer the supplies. He and Fu Gue, as well as a few of the more physically fit men, took a portion of the cooking oil, sulfur, and realgar and returned first. He needed to restore production of soap and hand grenades at home as soon as possible. He particularly needed the hand grenades. Without them, he felt extremely uneasy. Xiao Jian and the others hurried along their way. Day and night, they arrived back at the new village in North Mountain in just 2 days. 2 more brick houses had been built in the village, making it look even more impressive. Standing in the square, he looked at the lush green rice paddies. The rice grains were already filling, and the rice plants were drooping slightly, carrying the promise of hope. In the dark green sweet potato fields, the plump sweet potatoes hinted at the future. It was a little past noon, and the adults had not yet returned from work. The children were catching fish and shrimp in the streams. The village was quiet. As soon as he arrived home, Xiao Jian ordered Fu Gue to immediately find Zhang Chun, Lingjia, and Baozi and asked them to come to the new village as soon as possible. After Fu Gue left, Xiao Jian went alone to the saltpeter workshop. He found Chen Bihua in a thatched hut. When Chen Bihua looked up and saw him, she forgot what she was doing for a moment and stared at him with a dazed expression, her eyes slightly red. When Xiao Jian saw her thinner face, he felt a pang of pain and held her small hand. He could feel that there was much less flesh on her hand. Looking at her slightly tearful eyes, he said, "You've worked hard." Then he reached out and touched her face, saying, "You've lost so much weight." Chen Bihua looked at Xiao Jian without saying anything, her eyes full of tenderness. Xiao Jian couldn't bear those amorous eyes. He quickly pulled her into a tight hug. Chen Bihua responded softly, letting Xiao Jian hold her. Her hands slowly rested on his shoulders, stroking his hair. "Brother, brother." The annoying third wheel appeared just in time. Accompanied by a string of giggling laughter, the sound and the person nearly simultaneously rushed into the thatched hut. Chen Bihua had just pushed Xiao Jian away when Xiao Ling jumped into Xiao Jian's arms. "Brother, why did you sneak back? Why didn't you shout out loud on the top of the mountain?" Xiao Jian had no choice but to hug Xiao Ling. He turned to Chen Bihua and said, "Organize everyone as soon as possible to increase soap production. Stop producing lye and restore gunpowder production. Start manufacturing hand grenades." Then he added, "I need to leave for Jinjiang City again soon. Soap and saltpeter are our main goods this time." Chen Bihua adjusted her slightly disheveled clothes and said softly, "We still have a supply of saltpeter. We'll start by manufacturing soap and gunpowder. We'll have to wait for the gunpowder to dry before we can manufacture hand grenades." The hand grenades used granular gunpowder. Unlike powdered gunpowder, granular gunpowder couldn't be used immediately after mixing. Granular gunpowder also needed to be mixed with slurry and then air-dried naturally. This process would take about 2 days. Chen Bihua left, and Xiao Jian carried Xiao Ling, and the two of them played and laughed as they went to the kiln in the northeast. The first thing you would notice in the kiln was a blast furnace over 3 meters tall, pressed against the side of the cliff. Flames were blazing out of the top of the blast furnace. Several low-lying furnaces had been built around it, with ceramic air ducts connecting them. The low-lying furnaces were used to heat the air. Not far from the furnaces, 2 strong men were working hard, pulling the bellows. Lu Shan and Chan Wenxuan, along with a group of others, were standing around the blast furnace, gesturing and pointing. Xiao Jian came over, but no one noticed him. When Xiao Ling saw that no one was paying attention to them, she suddenly shouted, "Brother Wenxuan, your young master is back. Why aren't you coming to greet him?" Even Xiao Jian, who was concentrating on looking at everything, was startled. When the few men heard the shout, they turned around and finally saw Xiao Jian standing behind them. They hurriedly came over to pay their respects, and they were all extremely excited. Since it was still early, Xiao Jian first circled the blast furnace and then climbed up the spillway dam. Xiao Jian looked at the shimmering water and then at the body of the dam at his feet and shook his head. This was a terrible piece of construction. Lu Shan said, "At the time, we were trying to rush the construction, so the body of the dam isn't very strong. We wanted to blast it and rebuild it, but we couldn't spare the manpower, so we had to postpone it." Xiao Jian placed a lot of emphasis on water sources. No matter how much money he made, having a source of food was always more important. Money couldn't be eaten, and it was possible that with money, you still wouldn't be able to buy food. He looked at the water fields downstream and asked, "If the dam is blasted, will the water fields be flooded?" Lu Shan said with certainty, "The stream in the downstream flat area is wide and deep. I've estimated it, it won't flood our water fields." He walked down the spillway dam and also inspected the molding machine used to press fire brick blanks. The molding machine was installed near the dam, making it convenient to draw water into the gravity water tank. The frame was made of iron, and the two blacksmiths had made quite a contribution. Xiao Jian patted the shoulders of both Zhu Zi and Shihua at the same time and said, "You guys are good. The iron frame is very well done." Patting shoulders had become Xiao Jian's specialty, and everyone considered it an honor. It wouldn't be long before everyone knew who had been lucky enough to have their shoulder patted. Then, he took out a drawing and handed it to Chen Wenxuan, saying, "This is my drawing of an iron-cased hand grenade. Take a look. Can you press them?" Several men gathered around and looked at the drawing of the iron-cased hand grenade. The entire case was spherical with grooves on the surface for pre-made shrapnel, and a smaller opening for loading the gunpowder. Chen Wenxuan thought for a moment, saying, "Young master, the inner hole of the iron case is much larger than the loading opening. I am afraid that it will be impossible to press them." Zhu Zi was a blacksmith and was the most knowledgeable about iron tools. He said, "This can only be done by casting. Use a ceramic inner mold and a two-piece composite iron outer mold." When ceramic inner molds were mentioned, Zhang Xiong looked at it and said, "Make the ceramic inner mold hollow. After casting, you can just smash the inner mold." Chapter 109. Perception Ability Transmits Images. Xiao Jian nodded and sat down, saying, "You guys can research the iron-cased hand grenade slowly." Then he asked, "How is the fire brick situation coming along?" Lu Shan answered, "Young master, our fire brick production has been successful." Then, he pointed at the blast furnace in front of him and said, "This blast furnace uses clay fire bricks. The temperature is extremely high. It only takes 2 hours to melt iron, and iron ore can be smelted in just 1 hour." Xiao Jian looked at kiln worker Zhang Xiong and asked, "Based on your experience, what temperature has this blast furnace reached?" Zhang Xiong said, "When the iron melts, the flame is pure white. Afterward, the color of the fire changes several times. Now, it is a dazzling and colorless, meaning that the temperature is over 1,600 degrees. Before Xiao Jian had left for Jinjiang City, he had given them a flame temperature chart and the characteristic temperature values of several substances. Now, they were already able to estimate the temperature. Can the fire bricks withstand this temperature? It was easy to increase the furnace temperature, mainly by heating the air that was sent in. The key was whether the fire bricks could withstand the high temperature. Chen Wenxuan answered, "We've conducted many experiments. A pure kaolin clay brick can withstand a maximum temperature of 1,570 degrees before it breaks. Without a thermometer, it was impossible to obtain precise values. They only had rough estimates. After adding quartz, sand, and limestone, they haven't broken yet." As he spoke, Chen Wenxuan brought over a fire brick and handed it to Xiao Jian. "Now, we've put in various formulas of fire bricks inside the furnace. We're constantly increasing the furnace temperature until the fire brick burns out. Then, based on the extent of the damage, we will select the best formula." Xiao Jian nodded, saying, "All the other materials for the fire bricks have been purchased. You can continue experimenting. Now, we need to build another blast furnace to experiment with steelmaking." Lu Shan asked excitedly, "Young master, do you mean we will use the blast furnace to directly refine steel?" In this era, steel and iron were very different. The steel in this era was refined by hammering it repeatedly. Tens of gene of iron were constantly hammered until only a few gene remained. Xiao Jian said, "Naturally, we can't do it with just the blast furnace. We need other processes." This time, I've brought back the materials for making crucibles. With crucibles, we can refine steel, or rather, high-carbon steel. Chen Wenxuan and the others watched him quietly, waiting for him to continue explaining the steelmaking process. Xiao Jian recalled the structural principles of carbon steel. He had learned this from the images in the strange space. As soon as he thought about the steelmaking model image from the strange space, the image appeared in his mind, and his perception ability activated. The image showed a 3D steelmaking model with a blast furnace and a converter. The process of entering the blast furnace, melting into molten iron, was depicted very vividly. In the converter, the carbon molecules in the iron combined with oxygen to become gaseous. The pig iron slowly turned into steel. As the carbon molecules were further reduced, it turned into wrought iron. The images also showed the reaction process of harmful substances in the iron, which were burned away at high temperatures, very vividly and realistically. Xiao Jian could even zoom into the blast furnace and carefully observe the changes occurring at a molecular level under high temperatures. He was about to start explaining the scenes in the images in detail when his head suddenly began to throb. He reached up and touched his head and was shocked. A half-inch tall fleshy horn had appeared on the top of his head. He remembered that when the foreign soul had invaded his body, he had looked like this. A fleshy horn had grown out in this same spot. Could it be that the foreign soul had returned, preparing to take over his body again? He quickly checked his brain. There was nothing unusual there. The images his perception ability had created in his mind suddenly turned into a beam of light that entered the fleshy horn, then was projected into Chen Wenxuan's eyes. Chen Wenxuan first became dazed for a while, then suddenly shouted excitedly, "Young master, I understand. I saw the entire steelmaking process. Thank you, young master." This was the first time that the boy had thanked Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian only felt a wave of dizziness. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Xiao Jian woke up. The first thing he did was touch his head. The fleshy horn was long gone. Chen Bihua and Zhang Chun were sitting anxiously beside him. Zhang Chun had been operating in the North Mountain area. Upon receiving Fu Gui's message, he had immediately set off and had just arrived. When Xiao Jian woke up, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Bihua quickly brought him some thin gruel. He was starving after having slept for a whole day and night. After Chen Bihua left, Zhang Chun glanced at the door and said softly, "The bandits have transferred another 3,000 to 4,000 men. They have lost 9 Dragon Mountain and have built fortifications at First Line Sky." Xiao Jian's hand trembled slightly, nearly dropping the bowl of gruel on the floor. He frowned. He had been planning to build a steel converter at 9 Dragon Mountain. It was because his strength was too weak. Li Yingjia and Goer's 2 units together only had over 100 people. They couldn't stop the bandits from entering 9 Dragon Mountain. This time, the bandits were fully prepared, making it difficult to retake 9 Dragon Mountain. How many people are stationed at 9 Dragon Mountain? Even though he knew that his hopes were not high, Xiao Jian still asked unwillingly. Without a steel mill, he wouldn't be able to produce guns and cannons. Zhang Chun said gravely, "There are less than 2,000 people at 9 Dragon Mountain, and over 4,000 people at Shao Family Manor. We don't have many hand grenades left. Neither area would be easy to fight. We didn't dare to engage them." His small group of men had no hand grenades, nor any ranged weapons. If they really fought with the bandits, they would be like an egg hitting a rock. Zhang Chun also said through gritted teeth, "The most hateful thing is that the bandits are killing one hostage on the road every day to lure us out. These hostages are all family members of the iron mill workers." The iron mill workers were either in the escort unit or the new village in North Mountain. Xiao Jian was both angry and anxious. He slammed his hand on the tea table. Crash! The teacup flew off, and the tea table shattered. Everyone standing not far away outside looked at them with surprise. It was the first time they had seen Xiao Jian lose his temper. Xiao Jian clenched his fist, his face grim. He felt a little guilty about the hostages from Shao Family Manor, but he was helpless. After taking 9 Dragon Mountain, there were few hand grenades left, and the gunpowder had been used up. Shao Family Manor had archers and mounted troops defending it, and he was unable to rescue the hostages. Chen Bihua came in and cleaned up a little. She looked at Xiao Jian and asked, "What happened?" Chen Bihua sat down, took Xiao Jian's hand, and looked at him gently, saying, "Don't worry. The gunpowder is still drying. We can make the hand grenades tomorrow." After dinner in the evening, Chen Bihua came to Xiao Jian's side and asked softly, "Are the bandits at Shao Family Manor really killing hostages?" Xiao Jian asked strangely, "How did you know?" Chen Bihua gave him a mock glare and said, You made such a commotion. It spread quickly. Chapter 110. The new village in North Mountain is betrayed. It was true that he had overreacted. Wasn't it normal for bandits to kill people? They hadn't been soft on the bandits they had killed. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, but he didn't have the ability right now. After he understood this, he no longer blamed himself. He said, "Go find Manager Zhang and Zhang Chun for me." When Manager Zhang came into the room, Xiao Jian noticed his red eyes. He had also learned about what had happened at Xiao Family Manor. Manager Zhang's son was also being held hostage at Xiao Family Manor. He was about to say a few comforting words when Manager Zhang, plop, knelt in front of him and cried, "Young master, you must avenge us. You must avenge us." Xiao Jian helped Manager Zhang up and said, "It's my fault that everyone has suffered. I won't let the bandits of Xiao Family Manor get away with it." Then he asked, "Manager Zhang, do you know how many hostages are being held at Xiao Family Manor?" Manager Zhang looked at Xiao Jian with tearful eyes. His lips twitched slightly. He said in a trembling voice, "When the bandits attacked the iron mill, most of our family members were at the iron mill." Then, he began to sob. All the women in the families were taken away. The remaining 60 or so people are all being held hostage at Xiao Family Manor. Not a single one of the women have returned. Xiao Jian poured him a cup of tea and said, "It's all in the past now. Please restrain yourself, Manager Zhang. How are the people who came over from the iron mill?" The bandits' tactic of killing hostages was a bit ruthless. He was worried that the family members of the hostages would lose control. Manager Zhang wiped his eyes and said, "It's hard to avoid being sad, but we're still relatively stable. Countless families were destroyed at Xianrenping. At least we are still alive. We understand and see things clearly." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "You must comfort them more. After Li Yingjie and Baozi return, we'll discuss a way to rescue the hostages." He had to save the people, even if it meant giving it his all. Perhaps, with enough hand grenades, there might be a glimmer of hope. The bandits of Xiao Family Manor were like a knife hanging over his head, and he had been wanting to wipe them out for a while. Just after dawn, Xiao Jian had finished breakfast and was about to go to the gunpowder workshop when Manager Zhang came running over in a hurry, exclaiming, "Young master, it's bad. Old Wang is gone." Xiao Jian didn't react for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Who is Old Wang?" "Old Wang is one of the men who came from the iron mill. We saw them sitting together yesterday, but they've disappeared today. He must have snuck out during the night," said Manager Zhang with a flustered expression. Xiao Jian suddenly widened his eyes and said with alarm, "You mean, he went to Xiao Family Manor? Is he crazy?" Manager Zhang squatted on the ground, his head in his hands, and said, "His grandson is at Xiao Family Manor. This man used to be a bandit, and he also worked as a foreman in the iron mill. He's a ruthless man." As he spoke, he slapped himself and fell to his knees, saying, "I shouldn't have kept a wicked person like that. I have brought trouble to young master." When they took the iron mill, they only eliminated the bandits. The remaining people, aside from those who were assigned to the escort team, had all been brought to the new village in North Mountain. There were definitely people mixed in who had ulterior motives. Now that he thought about it, bringing them to the new village had been too rash. It was a blessing that nothing had happened until now. Xiao Jian was also panicking. He immediately found Zhang Chun and said, "We might have been betrayed. You must immediately go back and bring the men over. Hold the entrance of the creek." Then, he found Chen Bihua and asked, "Start producing hand grenades immediately. How long will it take?" Chen Bihua frowned and said doubtfully, "If we start producing now, it'll be at least afternoon before they are ready to use. The resin for the hand grenades need to dry. Why the rush? Don't worry about that. Immediately organize the workers and produce hand grenades with all your strength. This place may have been exposed." Now it was a race against time. Without hand grenades, they were definitely dead. Even with hand grenades, they might not be able to hold out. The bandits numbered more than 4,000. If half of them came, they could flatten the new village. If all 3 units were here, they could still put up a fight, but they were all gone, leaving it an empty city. Sure enough, it was only noon when a scout who had been monitoring Xiao Family Manor came running back, covered in sweat, and shouting, "Young master, there's an emergency. Where's the young master?" Xiao Jian immediately felt a bad premonition and quickly ran out. When the scout saw him, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He said between breaths, "Over 3,000 bandits from Xiao Family Manor are heading this way. Someone here betrayed us. Sometime this morning, someone who looked familiar went into Xiao Family Manor." After saying that, he wiped his sweat. Xiao Jian asked anxiously, "Did you see Zhang Chun when you came back?" The scout said, I did. Zhang Chun asked me to tell you to evacuate the new village with your men. He will block the bandits at the entrance to buy you time to move. Xiao Jian looked at the lush green rice paddies and the increasingly full grains that were causing the rice to droop. In the sweet potato fields, the dark green and black sweet potato vines covered the entire land. There were also the saltpeter caves, blast furnace, and spillway dam. These were their hopes. Losing this place meant losing hope. They would become like rootless weeds. Xiao Jian ordered the scout to rest first. He went to the hand grenade workshop. Dozens of people were working busily. A little further away, there were several barrels full of gunpowder. When Qin Bihua saw Xiao Jian, she put down what she was doing and went to greet him. Xiao Jian said, bring over some cloth. Wrap about 10 jin of gunpowder inside, then wrap small stones on the outside. Attach the fuse and tie everything firmly with palm rope. At this time, another scout ran back to report, young master, Zhang Chun and the others can't hold them. They've already suffered 30 casualties. They're gradually retreating. They're only about 10 li away from the entrance. It was too late. Xiao Jian called over the scout who had returned earlier and asked him to send a message to Zhang Chun, ordering him to fight and retreat. He would soon send them some explosive packages. Xiao Jian stayed at the workshop. Chen Wenxuan, Lu Shan, and the other fire brick experiment members sat beside him, helping to make the explosive packages. The explosive packages that they made were larger than the others, square in shape, and looked more standardized. As soon as 5 explosive packages had been made, Xiao Jian immediately sent them to Zhang Chun and asked the men to report back on how they had been used. The makeshift explosive packages hadn't been tested, and he didn't know if they would work. Xiao Jian was hoping to use the explosive packages to turn the tables and drive back the bandits. He really didn't want to give up the new village. He couldn't bear to abandon the rice and sweet potatoes that were about to be harvested, nor the newly built brick houses. He couldn't bear to abandon this precious land. Losing this place would mean losing the only place that had a consistent water supply. Losing this place would also mean that everything they had built in Jinjiang City would also disappear. Without this place, hundreds of people around him, including adults and children, would have nowhere to live. They would only face the prospect of starving to death. He couldn't afford to lose. At this moment, the scout returned to report that Zhang Chun and the others couldn't hold on. They had already suffered over 30 casualties, and they were gradually retreating. They were only 10 li away from the entrance. It was too late. Chapter 111. The Bandit Attack on North Mountain Village. No matter how powerful the gunpowder packs were, they were useless without manpower, and Zhang Chun's squad was depleting its resources too quickly. Xiao Jian said to Qin Bihua, take the children under 14 to the back mountain. Tell Lai Fu to drop the supplies and come here immediately. I'll wait for him here. Xiao Jian was prepared to fight to the death. Even if he died, he didn't want to give up this place. More importantly, he couldn't abandon the hundreds of people who had followed him. Chen Bihua bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at Xiao Jian and stubbornly said, if you're not leaving, neither am I. I'll have Xiao Miaoying and Ruhua take the children to the back mountain. Before Xiao Jian could speak, Chen Bihua left with tears in her eyes. Still a stubborn woman, not listening to me. I'll spank you if you're not careful, Xiao Jian shouted at her back, tears streaming down his face. This time, he truly had no confidence in defending the new village. Boom, boom. Before he finished speaking, 2 loud explosions rang out, drowning out Xiao Jian's shouts. He ran forward, looking towards the exit. Chen Wenxuan, Lu Shan, Zhang Xiong, and Zhang Heng each carried a gunpowder pack as they followed Xiao Jian. Soon, a scout who had delivered gunpowder packs ran over from the exit, reporting that the packs were very powerful but too heavy to throw very far. The attack was sudden, and their forces were too small. Without having secured an advantageous position, the gunpowder pack's power couldn't be fully utilized. The scout said through his tears that he had personally witnessed a guard rush into the bandits with a lit pack, killing over a dozen of them at once. The fighting was extremely brutal. Chen Wenxuan suddenly stepped forward and knelt before Xiao Jian, saying, young master, please take my sister and the others to safety. Please take care of my sister. After finishing, he knocked his forehead against the ground again, then got up and rushed towards the exit. The others also knelt and kowtowed to Xiao Jian, without saying a word, before resolutely following Chen Wenxuan. Xiao Jian's eyes were bloodshot, his eyeballs bulging as if they might pop out. He roared, get back here, all of you. Even if he was unwilling, he couldn't let Chen Wenxuan and the others throw their lives away. They were more valuable than anyone else. If he lost them, he would truly be left with nothing. In the end, he decided to retreat, to abandon this place. The sweet potatoes he had placed so much hope on would soon be gone. The grain they had cultivated here would be lost. His heart was bleeding. Boom, boom. Not far from the exit, 2 more explosions sounded. The bandits were about to enter the flat area. This place would soon be a ruin. Finally, tears uncontrollably flowed down his face. He was reluctant to leave everything here, but he had to. Lu Shan's eyes were bloodshot, his face covered in tears. He turned and knelt on the ground. He cried out, "Young master, you cannot be lost here. You have the power to change the world. I believe you will help more homeless people survive. Please, young master, take care." After speaking, he resolutely rushed towards the exit. Xiao Jin watched Lu Shan's back. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He shouted, "Get back here. All of you. I have a plan. You don't need to throw your lives away." But no one turned back. They continued to rush towards the exit, each carrying a gunpowder pack, large, square ones that they had made themselves. Xiao Jin shouted again, "Lu Shan, get back here. I order you to destroy the dam. Drown these bastards." This time, Lu Shan believed him. He stopped Qin Wenxuan and laughed. "The young master ordered us to destroy the dam and drown these dog bastards. If they didn't have to die, who would seek death for no reason?" This sudden turn of events made everyone extremely happy. Xiao Jian ran to Lu Shan's side, saying, "As soon as Zhang Chun and the others appear at the exit of the flat area, you immediately light the fuse and blow the dam." "Yes." This time, Lu Shan replied very happily. After speaking, he and the others ran towards the dam. Qin Bihua had already arranged for the children's evacuation. She came to Xiao Jian's side. Xiao Jian said to her, "Don't make any more grenades. Tell everyone to find their own weapons and prepare to fight." Even if the grenades were made, they couldn't be used yet, as they needed at least half a day for the resin to dry. After speaking, Xiao Jian walked towards the plaza in front of the main straw house. Just as he reached the plaza, a scout ran over and said loudly, "Young master, Zhang Chun told you to retreat immediately. They only have 20 guards left and are about to retreat to the exit. Once the bandits entered the flat area, they would be unstoppable." Xiao Jian, on the other hand, was no longer in a hurry. He said to the scout, "Give Zhang Chun the order to retreat back here with the guards." At this time, Qin Bihua arrived with all the villagers, old and young. Even Zhang the steward was holding a wooden pitchfork. They stood by Xiao Jian's side, silently watching the exit. No one spoke. Whether it was because they were too nervous or their hatred was too intense, the hands that gripped their weapons were bulging with veins. A few of the older people were even holding gunpowder packs, their fire tinder already lit, looking ready to die. Seeing them, Xiao Jian felt very gratified. His efforts were worthwhile. Boom! Another gunpowder pack exploded at the flat area exit. Zhang Chun's 5 packs were used up. Soon, he was seen retreating from the stream with a dozen or so men. Rumble! Suddenly, a violent explosion resonated through the sky. The terrain at the dam was shaped like a funnel, amplifying the sound of the explosion countless times. Even those standing on the plaza felt like the earth was shaking. Then, a magnificent scene appeared. In the stream to the east, a wall of white water surged, like a pack of fierce beasts, roaring as they crashed towards the exit. The raging floodwater, mixed with branches and rocks, crashed against the giant stones on the banks of the stream. White water spray flew several yards high. The stream at the flat area exit was already narrow. Once the water reached it, it completely filled the stream, some places reaching depths of several yards. The flood roared downstream. No one could resist this natural force. Soon, the water in the stream began to recede slowly. Xiao Jian waved his hand and shouted at the stunned crowd in the plaza, "Go search the mountains. Kill any bandits you find." In the afternoon, Lai Fu returned with over 200 men, carrying spears and long pikes. These weapons had been brought from Jinjiang City, intended for the Black Cloud Mountain bandits. With these 200 extra men, Xiao Jian finally felt at ease. He found Qin Bihua and asked, "What is the status of the grenades? How many are ready to use now?" Qin Bihua replied, "We have just over 200 that are barely usable, and over 100 more that haven't dried completely." Xiao Jian called Zhang Chun over and said, "The bandits from Xiao Family Manor only have over 1,000 people left. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to capture Xiao Family Manor and rescue the hostages being held there." Chapter 112, The Battle to Reclaim Xiao Family Manor. Zhang Chun agreed that it was feasible. Now that they had grenades and some gunpowder packs, blowing up the walls wouldn't be a problem. Once they decided to attack, they immediately gathered their men. This time, the 200 recruits from Jinjiang City, the young artisans from home, and both of Xiao Jian's direct platoons were all brought along. Chen Wenxuan, Lu Shan, and the others asked to participate as well, but Xiao Jian sent them away. That was a joke. Those hotheads had almost died fighting the bandits. If he had to go through that again, who would he cry to? In the future, he would have to rely on them for many research projects and experiments. A group of over 300 men marched towards Jinji Ridge in a magnificent fashion. As evening approached, the attack force reached Jinji Ridge, where they could clearly see the situation at Xiao Family Manor. As soon as Xiao Jin arrived at Jinji Ridge, he heard cries of battle from Xiao Family Manor. His eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Xiao Family Manor was already in the midst of a battle. Zhang Chun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. It's Lu Yingjie and Leopard. They saw the bandits attack the new village and, unable to provide support, they launched this attack on Xiao Family Manor to try and divert the bandits' attention. Xiao Jian thought that was likely the case. But Lu Yingjie and Leopard's squads together only had a little over 100 men, and they didn't have any grenades. They were sure to suffer heavy losses. Xiao Jian immediately ordered Lai Fu to notify Lu Yingjie and Leopard to hold off their attack. He then ordered his troops to prepare torches and march towards Xiao Family Manor that night. This time, Lu Yingjie was truly bloodshot with anger. Over 100 men dared to start a battle with over 1,000 bandits. By the time Xiao Jin arrived, the two squads had already suffered over 30 casualties. Xiao Jin asked Lu Yingjie, "What's the situation? How many bandits are inside?" Lu Yingjie said, "After we got here, they have been firing from the walls. They haven't come out. We don't have any grenades, so we can't break in." Xiao Jin was actually relieved. It was best if they didn't come out. Dealing with the bandits' cavalry would be troublesome. At night, their cavalry wouldn't be as effective. They might as well attack that night. First, 2 grenades were given to each of the veteran guards. They then used 3 gunpowder packs to blow a large section of the wall down. Then, they had shield bearers and pikemen in the front, grenade throwers in the back, advancing into the manor in a steady pace. After entering the manor, they moved forward steadily in platoons of 100. As soon as they spotted bandits gathering, they threw grenades at them. The bandits were unable to organize an effective counterattack and couldn't engage in close combat. They were forced to retreat step by the explosions. The guard platoons all moved together. They would either throw javelins or grenades. The bandits were completely demoralized, and by the second half of the night, they were finally routed. After the bandits fled, they found over 40 emaciated hostages in the innermost rooms. They also captured the traitor Old Wang and his son. Old Wang was brought before Xiao Jian, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Xiao Jian kicked him to the ground, saying, "Tens of thousands of people died in Xianrenping. They had more right to live than you. They are all dead, so why are you still alive?" His son was only 12 years old. Xiao Jian glanced at him, saying, "Let's keep him. After all." Before Xiao Jian could finish, Lu Yingjie swung his blade and killed the son. Xiao Jian was stunned. He didn't react for a moment. Lu Yingjie knew that Xiao Jian was soft-hearted. If he didn't get rid of the root, they would have to continue to take care of him. It was hard to say what would happen later. After all, the boy had a vendetta for his father's murder. Seeing that Xiao Jian was wavering, he killed the child without hesitation. Once Xiao Jian finished speaking, it wouldn't have been easy to take action. When Old Wang saw his son killed, he fainted. Leopard went over and kicked him, waking him up. After he woke up, he continued to beg for mercy. Leopard grabbed his hair and chopped his head off with one blow. His son was already dead. How could he possibly be allowed to live? This time, the spoils were not bad, but all of this originally belonged to his father. The granary held over 800 dan of grain, over 300 taels of silver, lots of weapons and iron materials, and all kinds of farming equipment, cattle, and pigs. Even the land deeds and the iron factory documents were still there, but the documents were not of much use now. They also got 40 warhorses this time. These 40 warhorses were all given to Fugui and Lai Fu, and they were ordered to start training their direct platoons immediately. Fugui and Lai Fu's mouths curled behind their ears. Steward Zhang also found his son, and he brought him to kowtow and thank Xiao Jian, and he knocked his head hard several times. After recovering Xiao Family Manor, since all the main members were present, they didn't need to return to North Mountain Village. They could discuss matters here. First, Xiao Jian introduced the situation in Jinjiang City, and said that Leopard would become the head of the escort agency and Steward Zhang would take charge of matters in Jinjiang City. Everyone was very excited to hear that a business foundation had been established in Jinjiang City. Once everyone calmed down, Xiao Jian said, "Let's talk about what to do with Xiao Family Manor. What about Mount Jiulong? What about the Iron Factory?" Lu Yingjie said without hesitation, "Xiao Family Manor shouldn't be defended. It's not worth anything. With the current situation, nobody would dare to farm here. Who knows when the bandits will come back? It would be a waste of time." Steward Zhang rarely expressed his opinions, but this time he did not yield. "After taking Mount Jiulong, we must restore the iron factory's production. We need the iron materials ourselves, and the surplus can be sold." He was a former manager of the iron factory, so he did not want the factory to be abandoned. Zhang Chun was always focused on defense, saying, "Mount Jiulong can be defended. The terrain is complicated, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as we build fortifications, not many people will be needed to hold it. If we build a defensive fort at the southeast exit of Xianrenping would be basically safe." Xianrenping only had 2 routes to the outside world, the southeast exit leading to Shangzhou, and the northwest route leading to Huzhou and Jinjiang. There were no through roads to Huzhou and Jinjiang. Previously, they could be transported by water. Although the Xianren River was not navigable, there were many footpaths, like the path that North Mountain Village opened up in the back mountain. After everyone spoke, Leopard wanted to show off too, but he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Finally, he said hesitantly, "Shouldn't we eliminate the bandits of Xianren Peak? It's not good to keep them there, is it?" Last time when they came back from Huzhou City, they had a fight with the bandits of Xianren Peak along the way. It was during this battle that Leopard and Lu Yingjie first displayed their abilities. Reminded by Leopard, Xiao Jian remembered that there was still a band of over 500 bandits entrenched in Xianren Peak. Xianren Peak was just northeast of North Mountain Village. If you traverse the mountains and forests over Xianren Peak, you could directly threaten the north side of North Mountain Village. The newly opened mountain road in the back mountain was not far from their area of activity. These bandits really couldn't be allowed to remain. Chapter 113. Eliminating the Bandits of Xianren Peak. Xiao Jian nodded. The bandits of Xianren Peak must be eliminated. Mount Jiulong must be retaken, and building fortifications is also necessary. Restoring the iron factory is the right thing to do, but where do we get the manpower? Leopard's suggestion was adopted, and he was immediately energized. He was the first to speak. The manpower should come from the bandits of Xianren Peak. If we capture the bandits, we can make them mine. Leopard wasn't actually that bad. It was only in the presence of such exceptional people like Lu Yingjie and Zhang Chun that he didn't get a chance to shine. Xiao Jian nodded. Leopard's idea was good. Using the prisoners as miners was like giving them forced labor. Seeing that Xiao Jian agreed with his idea, Leopard immediately looked smug and even glanced at Lu Yingjie a few times. He had been constantly suppressed by Lu Yingjie and developed a kind of psychological complex. Lu Yingjie didn't even bother looking at Leopard, not considering him as a threat at all. He looked at Xiao Jian and said, "We don't need to rush to fight the bandits of Mount Jiulong. Without Xiao Family Manor, they are like water without a source." Xiao Jian looked at Lu Yingjie and said, "You and Leopard take 250 men to attack Xianren Peak. After taking the stronghold, you take 150 men to garrison it and monitor the area around Huzhou City." He then said to Leopard, "After taking Xianren Peak, you escort the prisoners back to the new village, hand them over to Zhang Chun to handle, and then lead 100 men to Jinjiang to deliver goods and set up the escort agency. I'll be waiting for you in Jinjiang City." Xiao Jian said to Zhang Chun, "You take 250 men and find a good opportunity to attack Mount Jiulong. You are responsible for defending Mount Jiulong." The bandits of Mount Jiulong were no longer a threat. Without Xiao Family Manor, they would starve to death. Finally, he turned to Steward Zhang. "You are responsible for restoring the iron factory. After the iron factory is up and running, you can go to Jinjiang City. We are still a bit short on manpower, especially Zhang Chun's defense pressure is quite high. When I return from Jinjiang City, I will recruit some more people to add to our team." After speaking, Xiao Jian got up and gave everyone a military salute. Zhang Chun, Lu Yingjie, and Leopard got up and returned the salute, answering in unison, "Yes." Steward Zhang bowed and cupped his hands, saying, "I will follow the young master's orders." After making the arrangements, Xiao Jian went to the place where he and Fugui were when they went to Huzhou City, where the fireball fell, where he obtained the pendant. There was also a suddenly appearing dark rock. This rock should have come from the same place as the pendant. Up until now, he had not figured out what these two mysteriously appearing objects actually were. This place was not far from Xianrenping. If he rode his horse at full speed, he could get there in half a day. But when he got off his horse, he found that the black rock was gone, leaving only a large pit in the ground. Xiao Jian figured that this rock was most likely discovered and taken away by the soul-devouring spirit after the attack on Xianrenping. But how did they move such a large rock? Returning to North Mountain Village, Xiao Jian summoned Chen Wenxuan, Lu Shan, Zhang Xiong, Zhang Hong, Zhu and others, and announced the formation of a research group, with Chen Wenxuan as the leader and Lu Shan as the deputy leader. The group cheered excitedly for a long time. Now that they had enough manpower, soap and grenades were already in mass production, and the saltpeter workshops were starting to produce smoke. This time, they brought back over 1,000 pounds each of sulfur and realgar from Jinjiang City. The materials were sufficient, and there would be no further shortage of grenades for the time being. Soap was still in production. Xiao Jian could only wait. He had promised shopkeeper Hu to bring him more soap this time. That night, Xiao Jian had a nightmare. In the dream, a little girl with a bleeding corner of her mouth was faintly floating in the dark air. Her clear and bright big eyes were looking at Xiao Jian with hope. Her soft voice came from the sky. "Big brother, take me away. I am so scared." Xiao Jian reached out, desperately trying to grab her, but suddenly, a few hungry wolves appeared, biting her thin legs and dragging the little girl into the abyss. The voice grew quieter and quieter, like it was coming from the edge of the sky, or from hell. "Big brother, you said you would take me out. I'm so scared." It was already dawn. Xiao Jian was normally already up by this time. The thin gruel that Chen Bihua had prepared for him had been heated again and again, but he still had not come out of his room. She went to his room and saw him covered in sweat, with tears in his eyes, muttering, "Little girl, don't go. Brother will take you out." Chen Bihua shook Xiao Jian, waking him up from the nightmare. She asked him with heartache, "Young master, did you have a nightmare? Who is little girl? You kept calling her name." Xiao Jian wiped away his tears and said, "I have to go to Jinjiang City immediately. Get the goods ready, as much as possible. We leave today." With 2 direct platoons of 32 people, plus a bricklayer, Li Dachui, a group of 34 people with 40 warhorses. They were carrying more than 2,000 bars of soap and some horse feed. It took them only 3 days to enter Black Cloud Mountain. This time, not unexpectedly, they encountered the Black Cloud Mountain bandits. A large tree was blocking the official road. Bandits were holding knives and spears everywhere on the mountain and the road. A tall young bandit in the middle of the road was tapping his palms with a pair of nunchaku. He shouted loudly, "We of Black Cloud Mountain only seek wealth, not life. Everyone leaves behind some toll money, and you can be spared from knives and spears. I, Drill Mountain Leopard, am a man of my word. Don't lose your life here." Lai Fu took a grenade from his waist, ready to light it and throw it. The bandits were all gathered together. A single grenade would definitely knock down a large number of them. Xiao Jian raised his hand to stop Lai Fu. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Drill Mountain Leopard, what a catchy name. But I wonder, what are your skills? Do you have the ability to rob?" Drill Mountain Leopard took a few steps forward and cupped his hands to Xiao Jian, saying, "This young hero, we are all on the same path. According to the rules of Black Cloud Mountain, if you win against me, my brothers will apologize and treat you to wine next time we meet. If you lose, leave half your money to help my brothers." Xiao Jian laughed loudly. They were bandits with rules. They had better things to say than sing. Fuguei didn't understand these rules. They could just fight. Without saying a word, he rushed forward swinging his wolf's tooth club. The two of them immediately engaged in a fight. Fuguei didn't ride a horse over. He didn't have that ability yet. Just as the others were about to rush forward, Xiao Jian stopped them. The bandits on the other side saw that Xiao Jian's side didn't move, so they didn't move either. You couldn't finish fighting all the bandits. As soon as one group was killed, another group would spawn. Since they were not mortal enemies, it wasn't necessary to wipe them out. The two groups stood on opposite sides, pointing and whispering, as if they were watching a play. They watched Fuguei and Drill Mountain Leopard fight with great interest. From the looks of it, Fuguei had brute strength, and Drill Mountain Leopard was agile. His stamina wasn't much worse than Fuguei's. In the long run, Fuguei would surely lose. Xiao Jian thought that this Drill Mountain Leopard could be saved. So he said in a deep voice, "My fellow warrior of the pugilistic world, let's not get too worked up. How about we listen to me first before we fight again? What do you say?" Hearing that his young master wanted him to stop, Fuguei immediately retreated. Drill Mountain Leopard, holding his weapons, cupped his hands in salute, and said boldly, "The mountain doesn't turn, but the road does. Young hero, go ahead. As long as it's reasonable, I don't want to get into a big fight. Chapter 114, Black Cloud Mountain Bandit, Drill Mountain Leopard. It was as if he had already won. He didn't seem like an old bandit at all. As a bandit, he was acting like a chivalrous swordsman, talking about the rules of the Jianghu, martial world. Was this really going to work? Had he only joined the profession a few days ago? Xiao Jin laughed. You seem like a righteous fellow. You probably entered this profession because you were forced to. My brother here can't win against you in a fight. Drill Mountain Leopard understood that all of the above were just pleasantries. The following transitional words were the key. He had already become somewhat solemn. Sure enough, Xiao Jin continued, however, we don't rely on martial power to travel to Jianghu. Let me show you something, and maybe you'll understand. After speaking, Lai Fu lit a grenade and threw it into the nearby woods. With a boom sound, a few trees as thick as a bowl were snapped in half. Drill Mountain Leopard looked at the broken tree stumps, his mouth agape in shock. If that had exploded next to him, he wouldn't have survived. Xiao Jin changed his smiling face, his expression turning cold and stern. He said indifferently, if I hadn't called for a stop, your men would have been blown to pieces by my subordinates. It took Drill Mountain Leopard a long time to regain his senses. He cupped his hands and said, so, you are the young hero who displayed such great power here not long ago. I was blind to not recognize you. Thank you for showing mercy. After speaking, he bowed sincerely. Xiao Jin switched back to a smile. He said casually, I was passing by here last time, when I happened upon a few men bullying a weak woman. I couldn't bear to watch, so I stepped in. I was a little heavy-handed. Were those people your subordinates? Drill Mountain Leopard cupped his hands and said, those people were all under the command of Blackbeard. Blackbeard was originally a coal miner from the Black Cloud Mountain coal mine. After the coal mine owner ran away, Blackbeard led a group of miners who had nowhere to go and started the business of banditry. Blackbeard also died in that battle, so the bandits of Black Cloud Mountain dispersed. I'm a refugee from the northeast who had no way to survive. I gathered some people here, and only then did I hear about your name, young hero. Blackbeard deserved to die. According to his subordinates, he didn't commit a few murders, robberies, or rapes. He didn't have a shred of Jianghu morality. The coal he was talking about was used to be bought from Black Cloud Mountain by the Jilong Mountain Iron Factory, but they were transported through the Xianren River. The water level of the Xianren River fell, and the waterway was impassable. Additionally, the price of iron materials had dropped sharply, so they stopped buying coal from Black Cloud Mountain. Without the iron factory as a major customer, the coal mine could no longer survive, which is likely why the mine owner ran away. Xiao Jin asked skeptically, so, you're saying you haven't killed anyone? Drill Mountain Leopard said, unfortunately, after entering this profession, I couldn't avoid all bloodshed. As long as they paid a small toll, we wouldn't rob their goods or take their lives. Xiao Jin clapped his hands and said, good. Drill Mountain Leopard, you're doing pretty well to maintain a sense of principle even when you have no way to survive. I'll let you stay in Black Cloud Mountain. When Drill Mountain Leopard heard that they were with the escort agency, he bowed again respectfully, so, you are with the Might and Prestige Escort Agency. I apologize for my rudeness. I'm Drill Mountain Leopard, and I'm apologizing to you, young hero. The escort agencies and the Jianghu were originally one family. Those who traveled north and south often troubled various escort agencies. The guards and escort agencies mostly came from Jianghu heroes. And people in the Jianghu, when they arrived in a new place, would usually stay at the escort agencies. Even some Jianghu people wanted by the authorities could get protection from the escort agencies. This was one of the reasons why the escort agencies were able to safely transport valuable goods all over the country. Xiao Jin took out 50 taels of silver and handed it to Drill Mountain Leopard, saying, buy the brothers some wine to drink. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, go to the Might and Prestige Escort Agency in Jinjiang City, and the agency will certainly help. Drill Mountain Leopard thanked him repeatedly and invited Xiao Jin to his mountain stronghold, but Xiao Jin declined, saying that he had important business to attend to. They exchanged pleasantries before he took his leave. Jinjiang City. Xiao Jin gave the soap to shopkeeper Hu. He also went to the Yamen to pay the remaining balance for the purchase of the chaotic rock shoal and received the land deed. But there was no escort agency permit. The official in charge of the documents told Xiao Jin that the official letter for applying for an escort agency had been sent to Qingsha City. The escort agency permit would be issued by the Provincial Administration Commission in Qingsha City. Jinjiang City was a direct-controlled prefecture, under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Administration Commission of Qingsha City. In general, as long as the Jinjiang Prefecture petitioned, the Provincial Administration Commission would not stall. Xiao Jian looked at the land deed in his hand and shook his head. He bought the land, but if the escort agency permit didn't come through, the money would have been wasted. He felt uneasy, like he had been cheated a little. Regardless of whether there were any twists and turns with the escort agency permit, construction of the chaotic rock shoal had to proceed. On the rocky mountain, standing on the top of the mountain with Li Dachui said regretfully, "If the top of this mountain were leveled, we would have 70 or 80 acres of flatland. But it's a pity there is no water source." Xiao Jian looked at the Jinjiang River below and said, "Build a reservoir on the top of the mountain. Have the carpenters make a water wheel powered by oxen to lift the river water." The two of them went down the slope to the chaotic rock shoal. Li Dachui looked up at the hill and said, "This height is not less than Tinjiang, approximately 100 feet. One water wheel will definitely not be enough." Xiao Jian pointed to the slope in front of them and said, "Build a corridor on the gentle slope to make it easier to install the water wheel and to make it easier for people to carry the water." The construction of the chaotic rock shoal would be a long-term project and would require the investment of a large amount of manpower. Xiao Jian once again came to the refugee camp, preparing to recruit some artisans and strong men to build the chaotic rock shoal. When passing by the South City Gate, Xiao Jian bought a few skewers of candied haws, planning to bring them to the little girl, Ya, in the refugee camp. Last time, the candied haws that he gave her were the ones that Fuguei had left over. When he was near the camp, he happened to meet Huang San, who was just finishing his shift. Huang San glanced at Fuguei and Lai Fu and whispered, "Young Master Xiao, the master's daughter has been rather unhappy recently. The master is giving out porridge here today." Xiao Jian nodded and said to Fuguei and Lai Fu, "Don't go in, wait for me outside the camp." The matter of recruiting refugees was handled by Huang San. Xiao Jian was anxious to go to the children's area to see little Ya and the children in the grass huts. He had not forgotten those clear and bright eyes, and he hadn't forgotten the image of the children kneeling silently. This time, all the children in the refugee camp would be taken out. He had promised them that they would have food to eat and books to read. When he arrived at the children's area, little Ya was not there. Xiao Jian suddenly had a bad feeling. He asked the soldier on duty. The soldier looked at Xiao Jian with surprise and then narrowed his eyes and smiled, with a perverted look on his face. That little beauty with the big eyes was indeed quite attractive. If she was raised for a few years, she would become a real beauty. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. She's already been thrown into the mass grave, and the wild dogs have probably already picked her bones clean. His tone was light and easy, and he even seemed to be gloating, showing no pity whatsoever. Little Ya was gone. Xiao Jian suddenly remembered the nightmare he had the night before he left. The girl in the dream was little Ya. Chapter 115. Xiao Jian causes a scene at the refugee camp. Pat. The candied haws fell to the ground. His heart was aching, and his ears were buzzing as if they had been hit by thunder. He couldn't hear anything. He could only see the soldier's smiling face, gloating about something. Last time he saw little Ya, she was fine and healthy. How could she be gone in less than 2 months? Little Ya's death was inextricably linked to the management of the refugee camp. It was linked to these numb and unfeeling soldiers. Xiao Jian's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He grabbed the soldier as if he was insane, punched him in the eye socket, kicked him to the ground, and rained punches down on the soldier's body. While he was hitting him, he roared, "How did she die? Why did she die? Did you kill her? Or did you just stand by and watch her die? I will beat you. You swine who are less than human. You are numb and unfeeling." The soldier screamed as he was hit. The soldiers who were patrolling nearby heard the shouts and immediately surrounded them, pulling, hitting, causing chaos. The young lady, who was giving out porridge with her maid, Xiao Hong, suddenly heard a familiar voice. She looked back and saw Xiao Jian fighting crazily with the soldiers. As he punched a soldier, he was hit in the face by several punches. Finally, Xiao Jian was outnumbered. He was kicked in the waist by a soldier, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground. He had brute strength, but no fighting experience. The young lady was shocked and shouted, "Big brother," and flew to his side. She hugged Xiao Jian, her deep eyes filled with tears. She glared at the surrounding soldiers and cried, "Don't you dare hit my brother." These soldiers all knew the young lady. Seeing that she was hugging this young man, they immediately stopped and retreated to the side. Xiao Jian's face was bruised and swollen. The young lady cried as she gently stroked his face. The soldiers all lowered their heads and retreated. The governor was also attracted by the commotion. When he saw the scene, his face turned ugly. When the young lady and her maid came back, they only said that they were saved by a young man from Shangzhou, and they didn't mention a word about her spraining her ankle. And Xiao Jian was still on the ground, crying, "Little Ya, I'm sorry. Big brother is so sorry. I regret not taking you with me back then. I really regret it now." His eyes were lifeless, and tears streamed down his face like a waterfall. The governor's face was as cold as ice as he questioned sternly, "Xiao Jian, what did you do to my daughter, gents? How can you two be so disgraceful?" Xiao Jian suddenly woke up and saw that there was a girl hugging him. He suddenly stood up, his bloodshot eyes staring at the governor. "Who is gents? Is it her? Your children are raised by their parents," he said, pointing at the children's area. "What do you think of them? Like weeds. Tell me, why is little Ya gone? Children are the future, and without them, there is no future. I thought you were a good official, but I was wrong. You've disappointed me so much." The last sentence was almost a roar. This boy was actually questioning the governor to his face. He was simply courting death. The soldiers all avoided him as if he was a plague. The governor said with dignity, "Does it matter if you are disappointed in me?" He was driven crazy by Xiao Jian. He was clearly acting inappropriately with his daughter, yet he dismissed it with an indifferent attitude. He even scolded the governor in front of everyone. He had no dignity left. The governor had nowhere to vent his anger. He looked around at the soldiers with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, "Who started fighting with him?" A soldier with dark circles under his eyes stood up and said with his head lowered, "I did." The governor looked at him and said coldly, "Take him into custody. After we investigate the girl's cause of death, we will take action." He then said to Huang San, who was behind him, "You take young master Xiao to the barracks to wait for me." Inside the refugee camp barracks, Huang San poured some tea for Xiao Jian and said, "Calm down first. The governor will have to question you later." Xiao Jian drank a few mouthfuls of tea and let out a long breath. He had become much calmer. He felt that he had been too impulsive today. People died in the refugee camp all the time. It was just that he happened to know little Ya. The Xinjiang government had already done a good job. Shangzhou was even worse. People there were eating each other. Huang San left for a moment and then came back, saying, "Little Ya's cause of death has been investigated. She caught a cold at night and did not receive treatment in time." Thwack ah! Suddenly, a soldier's cry of pain came from outside the door. Huang San looked at the door and said, "The master is punishing the soldiers on duty. Each one has to take 30 strokes with the rod." After a while, the governor walked in, his face looking rather bad. Xiao Jian didn't dare to be presumptuous. He stood up. The governor waved his hand, signaling Xiao Jian to sit down, and said, "Are you still angry?" By this time, Xiao Jian's anger had subsided. He cupped his hands and said, "It was my recklessness. When I saw that the soldier looked like he was gloating, I couldn't help but want to beat him up. What exactly is going on between you and my daughter, gents?" The governor wasn't concerned about the fight. He was worried about his daughter's reputation. Xiao Jian was also confused. He spread his hands and said, "I don't even know her name. How could there be anything? She is just a child. My family name is Zhao. What else would her name be? Did you carry her back from Black Cloud Mountain? As far as I know, you're just over 14, right?" The governor squinted his eyes, his face turning gloomy again. It seemed that he had questioned the maids and knew everything that had happened on the road. Xiao Jian shrugged his shoulders, with an innocent look on his face, saying, "She sprained her ankle and couldn't walk. I couldn't just leave her behind, could I?" Governor Zhao was speechless. He could see that Xiao Jian really had no other thoughts. For a moment, the governor didn't know whether he should thank him or blame him. Neither of them spoke. It was unnaturally quiet in the barracks, with a hint of awkwardness. Outside the door, the soldiers were still being punished, and their screams of pain kept coming. After a moment, Governor Zhao changed the subject and said, "I'm sure Huang San has told you about the cause of death of that girl. What was your relationship with her?" When little Ya was mentioned, Xiao Jian remembered the nightmare, and his heart ached. He said sadly, "Actually, there wasn't much to it. I just met her when I was recruiting refugees last time." Governor Zhao frowned and said strangely, "Since you didn't have a relationship, why do you care so much?" Xiao Jian looked up at him and said, "I just can't stand seeing children suffering. I can't stand seeing them being bullied." Governor Zhao nodded slightly. In this chaotic world, when it was hard enough to protect oneself, it was very commendable to still have this kindness. He was well aware of his actions in rescuing orphans in Shangzhou City, and taking dozens of children from the refugee camp. Xiao Jian wasn't just talking, he was actually doing it. He lowered his head and sighed, sounding rather dejected. I've tried my best to protect their lives, but the government doesn't have that kind of funds. He then raised his head and looked at Xiao Jian with anticipation. If you have money, you could donate some. Chapter 116. Building an Academy in Jinjiang City. Xiao Jian shook his head and waved his hand, saying, forget about donating. I'll build an academy in Jinjiang City to accommodate the children from the refugee camp. Give the money to the government? Xiao Jian trusted himself more. When Governor Zhao heard that he was going to build an academy here, he leaned forward and even showed a slight smile. Xiao Jian thought that he was seeing things. Would a stiff person like Governor Zhao smile? Looking at it closely, this smile really didn't seem very natural. Governor Zhao nodded and went back to his poker face, saying, considering your kind nature, I will let the matter of the fight go. Try your best to build the academy. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. After speaking, he picked up his teacup. Xiao Jian thanked him and then took his leave. Jinjiang Wharf. When Dog saw Xiao Jian's swollen face, looking like a steamed bun, he immediately knelt in front of him and said with a choked voice, young master, you've suffered. They had heard about what happened in the refugee camp. Xiao Jian pulled Dog up. It's okay, I won't die. Go find a courtyard in the city to accommodate the refugee children. The yard needs to be big enough. He then said to Huang San, who had come along the way, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. After you find a yard, take all the children in the refugee camp out of there. Dog had already become very familiar with Huang San. After taking his leave from Xiao Jian, the two of them went to look for a courtyard together. Xiao Jian opened a room at the Shunlai Inn, staying at the inn to concoct medicine to treat his wounds. More importantly, it was difficult for him to go out looking like this. With nothing else to do, he wrote a few books on arithmetic and a few books on physical science. These were the materials left in his brain from the soul fusion. They were simple and didn't take much effort. There were far more books on physical science than on arithmetic. In fact, this physical science not only included physics, but also chemistry. Xiao Jian had absolutely no knowledge of chemistry as a subject. The materials left in his brain also did not have the concept of chemistry. There was only physical science, the laws of all things, the source of all things. After the books were written, he had Fugui find someone to bind them. If you wanted to know what was the most worthless thing in Jinjiang City right now, it would definitely be real estate. The world was unstable, and nowhere was safe. Everyone wanted to cash out. If there was any trouble, they could run away with the money. Dog and Huang San were very familiar with Jinjiang City. They quickly found a few courtyards. Back at the inn, he reported, there are 2 adjacent courtyards for sale in the city. If they were bought together and connected, the area would be quite large and not expensive. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and said, the real estate in Jinjiang City is cheap. While we have this opportunity, let's just buy 2 more courtyards. One is the Xiao family residence, and one to be kept for building workshops later. Among these children, there were many who were 13 or 14 years old. In their spare time, they could do some work that was within their capabilities. He didn't lack money right now. Saltpeter was in high demand. As long as they had enough manpower, producing over 10,000 pounds of saltpeter a month would not be a problem at all. Soon after Dog left, Fugui came to say that Leopard had arrived. This time, Leopard not only transported over 10,000 pounds of saltpeter, but also brought an unexpected person. As soon as he met Xiao Jian, the person knelt and said, Drill Mountain Leopard greets young Master Xiao. Xiao Jian was confused. He looked at Leopard. Leopard said, Drill Mountain Leopard and I have already become sworn brothers. He has come specifically to see the young master. Xiao Jian wanted to laugh. The fact that the 2 of them had sworn brotherhood was a match made in heaven. They were both leopards, from the same family. He got up and helped Drill Mountain Leopard up, saying politely, we're all brothers, quickly get up and talk. He then called the waiter to prepare wine and food, and sent someone to bring Dog back. After a few cups of wine, everyone had gotten to know each other. Dog and Leopard were both going to be in charge in Jinjiang. If there was anything they couldn't do themselves, the Black Cloud Mountain bandits would be a good helper. Drill Mountain Leopard also needed Dog's help, for example, to exchange silver and goods for grain. After the meal, Leopard reported on the matter of eliminating the bandits at Xianren Peak. There were over 500 bandits at Xianren Peak. When Lu Yingjie arrived, the bandits were caught completely off guard. They launched a surprise attack at night and charged right into the stronghold. A single gunpowder pack shattered the wooden gate of the stronghold. Then, similar to the attack on Xiao Family Manor, several platoons gradually cleared out the bandits. They captured over 400 people at Xianren Peak. After releasing the weak and elderly, over 300 people were sent to the new village and were now building the road between the new village and the official road. Leopard said that Steward Zhang wanted to build a wide road between the new village and the official road so that ox carts could directly access North Mountain Village in the future. He also described the situation at Mount Jilong. The bandits inside the mountain had not come out. Zhang Chun had sealed all the exits. Now they couldn't come out even if they wanted to. They were just waiting to run out of food and surrender. Zhang Chun liked defense and didn't like attacking. This was also good. It ensured a victory. In any case, they weren't in a hurry for the iron factory. They still had a lot of iron materials that they hadn't used. Leopard handed the saltpeter he transported over to shopkeeper Zhang and received over 5,000 taels of silver. He thought he would have enough money to spend for a while, but before the money could warm up, it was all spent. Over 4,000 taels were spent buying 4 courtyards in the city. The 2 adjacent courtyards would be connected and used as the academy. The teachers and students would all live in the academy. The largest courtyard would be converted into the Xiao family residence. When Xiao Jian came to Jinjiang City in the future, he would stay here. The other courtyard was temporarily vacant. With the remaining 1,000 taels, they bought 500 dan of grain. Leopard immediately set off to deliver 400 dan of grain back to North Mountain Village. The money bag was empty again. The 2 courtyards that would be used as the academy were originally the residences of wealthy families. They had 3 courtyards, and the innermost area was the back garden. After combining the 2 courtyards, they could barely accommodate a few hundred people. There were a total of over 500 children in the refugee camp. Xiao Jian had also recruited 30 women to be in charge of cooking in the kitchen and taking care of the students' daily lives. He had recruited 30 teachers to tutor the students. In the classroom, Xiao Jian received these 30 teachers. These teachers sat quietly on the wooden benches, waiting for Xiao Jian to speak. On the back wall of the podium, there was a black wooden board. The podium was a waist-high desk. Xiao Jian used a piece of chalk to write a line on the blackboard. Uphold physical science. Trace the roots and sources. After writing, Xiao Jian turned around and said, "This will be a brand new academy. This will become the cradle of physical science. Here, literacy and writing are collectively called linguistics. The goal of linguistics is only to accurately record things and events. Poetry, literature, and Confucian classics will not be emphasized here." The dozens of teachers were all dumbfounded. Did this mean that he was abandoning Confucianism? Xiao Jian took out 5 arithmetic textbooks, saying, "At the primary level, the most important subject is arithmetic. After students become literate, they will spend most of their time learning arithmetic." Then, he took out a large stack of physical science textbooks, saying, "After completing the first 2 books of arithmetic, they will begin to study physical science. Physical science is the source of all things, and it is also practical knowledge." After speaking, he gave them the 2 types of textbooks. The teachers looked at the textbooks with bitterness. There were hardly any words that they recognized. What were these squiggly lines? Chapter 117. Chu Junyan of Shangzhou City. Xiao Jian said, "You must study on your own for a while before you can teach the students. There are some symbols used here, and these symbols are explained in the first volume of arithmetic." Having them study on their own was also to see their level. Xiao Jian couldn't teach students at the academy. He wanted to find a few people who could take charge and manage things. Ignoring their troubled expressions, he said, "I'll check your progress after a month. Those who do not pass will be sent back to the refugee camp and replaced." Everyone immediately perked up. If they were sent back to the refugee camp, it would be too late for regrets. This was the effect that Xiao Jian wanted. He stood up and said, "First, make a few copies of these books by hand. Everyone will take turns copying." After speaking, he left the books behind and walked out, leaving the teachers looking at each other. Xiao Jian went to the living area. The 30 women in charge of the academy's daily life were waiting respectfully. These women were all between their 20s and 30s, with average looks. Xiao Jian didn't stand on ceremony with them. He said directly, 10 people in the kitchen is enough. The rest will take care of the students. The younger ones still need help with bathing and dressing. You need to check the bedding at night. You must treat them as if they were your own children. Those who cannot do that will be sent back to the refugee camp. Please behave yourselves and don't ruin your own chances." When they heard the words refugee camp, these women showed looks of fear. No one wanted to go back to the refugee camp. Xiao Jian divided them into 3 groups, rotating the shifts for cooking each day. The remaining 2 groups were responsible for managing and taking care of the students. The academy didn't yet have a management structure, so things were a little chaotic. Xiao Jian didn't know any of the newly recruited people, so he could only wait and see. The Xiao family residence in the city was still being renovated, and even the plaque hadn't been replaced, but there were no problems with living there. As he had to deal with academy affairs recently, Xiao Jian simply moved into the Xiao family residence. The direct platoon had to guard the construction site at the chaotic rock shoal, so Fugui and Lai Fu only brought 2 guards each to take turns watching the Xiao family residence at night. In the middle of the night, Huang San suddenly came over. The night guard brought Huang San to wake up Xiao Jian. He said abruptly, "Young Master Xiao, one of my patrol brothers said that a child at the academy has fallen ill." Xiao Jian quickly got up, putting on his clothes, while asking in confusion, "How did your brother know that a child at the academy was sick?" Huang San said, "A woman stopped the brother in front of the academy gate and asked him to find me. That's how I came." The newly recruited teachers and women at the academy didn't even know Xiao Jian's name. They were brought by Huang San and could only find him in case of emergency. In front of the academy gate, a woman in her 20s was anxiously looking towards the street corner. When she saw young Master Xiao and Huang San, she knelt down from afar and said, "This servant is Chen Lan. Greetings, young master." "Greetings, military officer Huang." Xiao Jian reached out and pulled her up. "What's the child's condition?" While asking, he walked towards the inner courtyard. The woman called Chen Lan followed behind him, saying anxiously, "He has a bad fever. His eyes are fixed, and he is talking nonsense. I fed him some ginger soup before coming out. 2 other sisters are watching over him." It was the middle of the night, and the clinics and pharmacies were all closed. A student suddenly fell ill, and Xiao Jian was caught off guard. He asked Huang San, "Can we find a doctor? Some people stay at the clinics at night, but the closest clinic is far away. I know a freelance doctor who lives not far from here. How about I ask him to come and take a look?" Luckily, Huang San knew the city well. Otherwise, Xiao Jian would have been completely lost. "Good. Go quickly. I'll go and take a look at the child first," he said as he walked inside. The sick child was a 5 or 6-year-old boy. His face was flushed, and he occasionally mumbled a few words. He could barely be heard clearly, and he was saying, "Mom, don't go." A wet cloth was placed on the child's forehead. The woman named Chen Lan took the cloth, soaked it in cold water, and placed it back. Xiao Jian touched the child's forehead. It was burning hot. If he didn't get treatment quickly, he might not make it through the night. Chen Lan placed the soaked cloth back on the child's forehead and explained, "The fever is too high. It can cause brain damage." Seeing her do things methodically and earnestly, Xiao Jian asked, "What did you do before?" "My husband's family ran a clinic in Shangzhou City. I also did some chores serving the patients. After the city fell, the clinic was burned down. I was the only one in my family who escaped," she said as she squatted on the ground and cried softly. It was not until Huang San came back with the doctor that Chen Lan stopped crying. The doctor that Huang San brought was a little too young. He seemed even younger than Xiao Jian. He was wearing a square cap on his head, a slightly worn sapphire blue silk robe, and he was also carrying a book bag. He looked completely like a scholar. After entering, the young man bowed to Xiao Jian and said, "This humble student is Chu Junyan. Greetings, young master." Xiao Jian suddenly turned around, looking at this young man. Wasn't this the son of Dr. Chu from the clinic in Shangzhou City? Xiao Chang's older sister, Xia Miaoying, was rescued by Dr. Chu with his medicine. Xiao Jian also had a passing acquaintance with this Chu Junyan. Chu Junyan didn't recognize Xiao Jian, and Xiao Jian wasn't in a hurry to reveal his identity. He looked at Chu Junyan for a few moments and said, "Looking at your attire, you don't look like a doctor. Why are you working as a street doctor?" In this scholar's attire, who would dare to ask him for medical treatment? Chu Junyan replied respectfully, "You are too kind, young master. My father has been practicing medicine for many years, and I have learned some basic skills." He then said sadly, "After the fall of Shangzhou City, I unfortunately lost my family. My studies could not continue, so I brought my little sister to Jinjiang City and made a living by practicing medicine." When Chu Junyan mentioned his father, Xiao Jian asked anxiously, "How is your father, Dr. Chu?" Chu Junyan looked up at Xiao Jian and said in surprise, "You know my father? That's right, your young master Xiao." After speaking, he suddenly knelt. "Thank you, young master Xiao, for remembering my father. My father was killed by bandits." As he spoke, he began to cry. Xiao Jian helped Chu Junyan up and comforted him. "The deceased are gone. Chu, young master, please control your grief. You still have a younger sister to take care of. Don't hurt yourself." At this time, The little boy on the bed was again mumbling nonsense loudly. Xiao Jin said, "Chu young master, this child has a high fever that won't go down. Please take a look." Chu Junyan wiped his tears and stopped crying. He sat in front of the bed, checking the child's pulse in a proper manner, then opened the child's eyes and took a look, before opening his mouth and examining his tongue. He has just caught a cold. If he takes a few doses of medicine, he'll get better. Fortunately, we caught it early and took care of him well, so it's not serious. After speaking, he took out 2 packets of medicine from his book bag and handed them to Qianlan. Xiao Jin smiled. This young man was interesting. He didn't write out a prescription. Instead, he took out medicine that had already been prepared, and the medicine packs must have been made based on a family recipe. In this era, most illnesses were colds. He had prepared many medicine packets for treating colds in advance. If the illness was not a cold, he would make excuses. This young man was smart. For the sake of his father, Dr. Chu, Xiao Jian should help him. Chu Junyan, come to the academy. You won't have to worry about food and lodging here. If you still want to practice medicine, someone will take care of your sister. If you want to continue your studies, you can do that too. Chapter 118. Leopard returns to Jinjiang City with supplies. Chu Junyan immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for taking me in. Can I really continue studying? How much is the tuition?" Xiao Jian laughed. The academy does not charge any fees, and food and lodging are included. However, the learning content is different here. The focus here is on practical knowledge. Chu Junyan was afraid that he would go back on his word, so he immediately knelt. "This student is Chu Junyan, and I greet my honored teacher." He also gave a formal kowtow 3 times. After the ceremony, he took out a piece of silver, wrapped it in paper, and held it with both hands, kneeling and presenting it to Xiao Jian, saying, "This student is poor and cannot complete the full teacher's acknowledgement ceremony. Please forgive this student's rudeness." Xiao Jian was somewhat moved, and without refusing, he accepted this few taels of silver and helped him up, acknowledging him as his student. Without a bone-chilling wind, how can the plum blossom smell sweet? I will open a window for you and let you see a brand new world. Work hard. He was very happy to have taken in a student. He arranged for him to take his younger sister, Chu Junyi, to the academy. They had a hearty lunch together. After the meal, Xiao Jian said, "Chu Junyan, you've been working as a street doctor. You must know many doctors. Could you help the academy recruit too? The academy must have its own clinic." Chu Junyan said without hesitation, "Recruiting doctors is easy. Street doctors don't have much business. If the academy offers them a monthly wage, they would be willing to come." Xiao Jian nodded and then said, "In the meantime, you must first finish studying the arithmetic and physical science textbooks at the academy. Ask me if there is anything you do not understand." Seeing him look confused, Xiao Jian said, "Arithmetic is a tool for studying physical science. Physical science studies the laws and sources of all things." Chu Junyan looked blankly at Xiao Jian and said in surprise, "Teacher, are you saying that what we will be learning at the academy is the study of all things under heaven?" Xiao Jian nodded. "Yes, that is the investigation of things that you know. But there is a difference. The current investigation of things is too superficial. Physical science will trace the roots and sources, and you will slowly understand this." His teacher's knowledge in arithmetic and the investigation of things must be profound. He stood up and cupped his hands respectfully, saying, "This student will follow your teachings and will study arithmetic and physical science diligently." Xiao Jian nodded, signaling Chu Junyan to sit down. He then instructed Qianlan to summon the women in charge of daily life and the teachers to gather in the dining hall. After everyone arrived, he announced, "The academy's internal affairs department is established today. It will be managed by Qianlan. The internal affairs department will take on the various aspects of the academy's daily living." With the internal affairs department, Xiao Jian no longer had to handle everything himself. Once he had assessed the teachers, the academy could officially begin classes. The teachers at the academy worked themselves to the bone, learning day and night so that they would not be sent back to the refugee camp. They could recite the contents of the textbooks perfectly. Memorization was their strong point. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Leopard came to Jinjiang City again. This time, he brought over 20,000 pounds of saltpeter, emptying out all the inventory in North Mountain Village. The mountain road from the new village to the official road had been completed. Ox carts could now carry goods directly from the new village, eliminating the need for human transport. Over a dozen ox carts and over 50 men brought the 20,000 pounds of saltpeter. Leopard's platoon should have had over 100 men, but he left the remaining 50 guards with Zhang Chun. The bandits of Mount Julong had surrendered. According to Leopard, only a little over 500 were still alive. They were all skin and bones from starvation. Steward Zhang also came to Jinjiang City with the convoy. The iron factory had resumed production. The smelting furnace was still intact. Whether it would be rebuilt would depend on Xiao Jin's decision when he returned. The rice in the new village had been harvested. In Steward Zhang's words, it was a bumper harvest. The yield was a little over 4 dan per acre, for a total of over 300 dan of rice. Xiao Jin nodded slightly, somewhat disappointed. For the most part of the year, it had hardly rained. There had been plenty of sunshine and strong light. The rice blossoms weren't washed away by rain, and the new village didn't lack water. The growing conditions for the rice seedlings were extremely good. Furthermore, the saltpeter wastewater was a high-grade fertilizer. With this kind of fertilizer, a yield of just over 4 dan wasn't much. It must be that the rice variety was not good. Some of the sweet potatoes had also been dug out. When it came to sweet potatoes, Steward Zhang was beaming. His old face was smiling like a blossoming chrysanthemum. A tenth of an acre produced 3 or 4 dan of sweet potatoes, nearly 10 times the rice yield. Each of the dug-out sweet potatoes was as thick as a bowl. Because the sweet potatoes had grown too large, there were cracks in the sweet potato fields that were more than an inch wide. The sweet potato yield was basically as expected. Everyone treated the sweet potato field, which was less than an acre in size, like a treasure. It did not lack water or fertilizer. If it still wasn't high-yielding, then it really wouldn't deserve the name of a high-yielding crop. The wild tea seeds in North Mountain had been harvested. The tea seed oil yield was high. They were estimated to be able to extract over 2,000 pounds of tea oil. The village would finally no longer be short of cooking oil. When Steward Zhang set off, he had already arranged for winter wheat and rapeseed to be planted, with an estimated planting area of over 1,500 acres, including a few hundred acres of dryland wheat. There were now many tasks in the village, and it was becoming difficult for the original personnel to take care of them. After handing the 300 bandit prisoners over to Zhang Chun, they exchanged them for 100 old guards. They were left in the village as village guards, alleviating the problem of a shortage of manpower. The new village was flourishing. Jinjiang Wharf. The over 20,000 pounds of saltpeter that Leopard transported were handed over to shopkeeper Zhang, and over 10,000 taels of silver were received. For the first time, Xiao Jin had over 10,000 taels of silver in his hands. He couldn't have money. If he had money, he had to spend it or he couldn't sleep. First, he took a stroll in the city and bought 2 nice white fox fur coats, one each for Xiao Ling and Qin Bihua. The prices were outrageously high. He also purchased some high-quality winter clothes for Xiao Ling and Qin Bihua, according to their figures. The weather was turning cold. He instructed Steward Zhang to purchase a batch of winter hemp clothes and send them to North Mountain Village. This kind of hemp clothing was simply too awful to look at. The inside was actually stuffed with cattail fluff and kapok. In this era, cotton fabric had actually appeared, but perhaps due to production issues, it had not been grown on a large scale. Cotton fabric was high-end material. Steward Zhang also purchased a batch of cotton winter clothes to be given as awards to those who had made contributions, such as the research group members, workshop managers, and the guard platoon leaders. He visited the refugee camp again and recruited 600 young refugees to be new guards. He handed them over to Leopard, along with the purchase supplies, to be taken back to North Mountain Village. The 650 people that Leopard took would not return to Jinjiang City. This meant that the Xianrenping Guard platoon would have over 1,400 people. After the supplies had been purchased, the remaining 6,000 taels of silver were given to Steward Zhang. Xiao Jian said, "Buy some more farmland in Jinjiang City. We'll plant sweet potatoes here next year. The grain at home is only enough for a few months. Use the remaining silver to buy grain." The academy. The teachers had finally finished studying arithmetic and physical science. The assessment of the teachers had officially begun. The arithmetic test questions were set by Chu Junyan. They were just a few calculation problems. Xiao Jian didn't want to make things too difficult for them. Those who didn't understand could slowly learn. The test results showed that most of them had reached over 80 points, but there were still 3 who failed. Xiao Jian was conflicted about what to do with the 3 who had failed. Chapter 119. The examination of the academy teachers. Xiao Jian couldn't bring himself to send them back to the refugee camp. Instead, he called them over to understand the situation. These 3 were not very old and were polite when they met Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian frowned and asked, "The others have all scored at least 75 points. You 3 didn't even reach 60 points. What happened?" Of the 3, the oldest one stepped forward and said, "Young master, We have studied the classics of the sages. Arithmetic is just a miscellaneous study. The books are full of strange symbols. It is very difficult for us to understand. Xiao Jian stood up and said, "In that case, I will give you some more time. These symbols are all explained in the first volume. Look at it a few more times, and you will naturally remember them." He would give them another chance. If it really didn't work out, he would have them do chores. Since he had already recruited them, he couldn't really send them back. He didn't let the three who had failed participate in the next physical science assessment. Xiao Jian set the physical science question himself. There was only one question. Why can you see further when you stand higher? It was a very simple question. When he collected the test papers, the answers on them opened Xiao Jian's eyes. They all quoted classics and talked extensively about foresight. Xiao Jian threw them on the floor as if they were trash. Chu Junyan looked confused. Shouldn't that be the answer to that question? Was there something hidden there? Just when all the answers were about to be thrown away, he finally saw a satisfactory answer. If we are on a sphere, only by standing higher can we see further. This answer was written by a teacher named Ren Ruoguang. He handed the test paper to Chu Junyan, asking, "What do you think?" After reading the test paper, Chu Junyan looked dumbfounded and asked, "Teacher, are you saying that we are actually living on a sphere?" Xiao Jian nodded. "The Earth is a sphere, but it's too big to see the curvature. If you are at the seaside, you will first see the masts, and then the hull of the ship. It's like the ship is emerging from the sea." Chu Junyan knelt on the ground, sincerely saying, "Thank you, teacher, for clarifying my doubts." Xiao Jian pulled him up, saying, "That is not much of a clarification. The sphere under our feet and the stars in the sky are all celestial bodies. There are countless living celestial bodies like this." After speaking, he unconsciously glanced at the sky. It was not yet dark and the stars were not visible, but he knew that the sky was not as peaceful as it appeared. Chu Junyan asked in surprise, "Does that mean that there are other forms of life besides us?" Xiao Jian nodded and said nonsensically, "Infinite space will nurture infinite possibilities. There are good and bad extraterrestrial life." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. He then thought of the soul-devouring spirits, those extraterrestrial souls that were definitely up to no good. He thought, "I hope you never see them." Xiao Jian had lost the heart to look at the other test papers. He asked Chu Junyan to call Ren Ruoguang in. Ren Ruoguang was about 30 years old, with sparse hair, even a little bald, but he was neat and tidy, and his clothes were clean. When he came in, he bowed first, and then said candidly, "Greetings, young Master Xiao." Xiao Jian moved a chair across from the desk and said, "Sit down and talk." He then returned to sit behind the desk and asked, "What do you think of artisans?" Ren Ruoguang said indignantly, "Artisans promote the improvement of tools, and only then do we have intensive farming and escape a life of drinking blood. It is extremely unfair and irrational to list artisans among the lowly professions." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Mr. Ren, please remember that the Academy will cultivate students who are beneficial to society and can promote progress, not just the kind of pedantic scholars who know how to chew on words and act like virtuous gentlemen." After speaking, he invited all the teachers in and said, "Everyone, I have seen your efforts over the past month. I am also very gratified. Congratulations to everyone. The Academy officially hires all of you as teaching teachers." The crowd cheered and congratulated one another before going up to greet Xiao Jian. The scene was lively and joyous. Once the room was quiet, Xiao Jian said, "The Academy's Academic Affairs Department is officially established, and it will be managed by Mr. Ren Ruoguang." Ren Ruoguang stood up, bowed to Xiao Jian, and said, "Thank you for your trust, young master. I will do my best to handle the matters of the Academic Affairs Department." The teachers then went up to greet Ren Ruoguang. He was their direct superior. Xiao Jian had already planned the Internal Affairs Department and the Academic Affairs Department. The responsibilities of each department were clearly divided. These would be posted on the announcement wall and did not need to be announced here. With the Internal Affairs Department and the Academic Affairs Department, Xiao Jian could become a hands-off manager. All the preparations for the academy had been completed. In the end, he decided to officially open the school 3 days later. The opening ceremony was planned by Xiao Jian, with the Academic Affairs Department and the Internal Affairs Department responsible for the specific arrangements. The official name of the academy was Jinjiang Academy of Physical Sciences, the physical science of the laws of all things. The news that the Jinjiang Academy of Physical Sciences would soon be opening spread quickly, like wildfire, throughout the city. People from all walks of life generously offered their help. The prefectural government donated 600 sets of desks and chairs. The merchants, represented by shopkeeper Zhang, donated 100 dan of grain. Some wealthy families also donated money and goods. Shopkeeper who came to the academy in a magnificent manner with over a dozen horse-drawn carriages. On the leading carriage, there was a plaque covered with red silk. When the breeze blew, the edge of the silk was lifted, revealing a line of small words, presented by Li Changhong. The carriages behind were loaded with 600 sets of the 4 treasures of the study and over 1,000 sets of scholars' blue robes. This drew the attention of onlookers, who stopped to watch and were amazed at who was so generous. It was right for the prefectural government to donate money. The students were all refugee children. The academy didn't need the government's money, and it also provided teachers. If the government didn't donate money, they would definitely be condemned by the public. But shopkeeper whose employer was more than generous. The 4 treasures of the study, writing brush, ink stick, paper, and ink stone, cost at least 2 taels of silver per set, and a more expensive set would cost more than 10 taels. This could potentially cost 2 or 3,000 taels. Over 1,000 sets of scholars' blue robes were more expensive than the 4 treasures of the study. And there was also the academy plaque. Xiao Jian didn't know the price. A conservative estimate would put the total price above 5,000 taels. Was he that familiar with him? He looked at shopkeeper who in confusion. Shopkeeper who quickly said, "The employer said that these donations have another source. I can't ask too much about it. In short, it's a donation. Please accept it." Xiao Jian was completely baffled. Since they had already sent it over, it was not right to refuse. He cupped his hands. "Please, shopkeeper who, convey my gratitude to your employer." On the day of the opening ceremony, many people who came to watch the ceremony gathered in the square in front of the academy gate early in the morning. There was not much entertainment in this era. When they heard that the academy's opening ceremony was open to the public, everyone came to watch the fun. The street in front of the academy was crowded with traffic and people. At that moment, there was a commotion outside the gate. Xiao Jian looked outside and saw a group of people escorting 2 officials as they came to the front of the plaza. Dog pointed at the group of people outside and said in a low voice, "The one in the lead is Vice Prefect Wang of Jinjiang, and the one next to him is Zhou, the chief instructor of the Jinjiang Prefectural School." Xiao Jian nodded and was about to step forward to greet them when 3 people walked out from the academy and took the lead in greeting them. These 3 were the 3 teachers who had failed their tests. Chapter 120. The opening ceremony of the Jinjiang Academy of Physical Sciences. The 3 failed teachers walked in front of Chief Instructor Zhou and bowed deeply. They bowed with such sincerity that their waists were bent like shrimps, and their heads were about to touch the ground. They had a servile and ingratiating appearance that was nauseating. Xiao Jian stopped and stood on the side to see what these 3 were up to. Chief Instructor Zhou stroked his beard and smiled, looking at the 3 people in front of him with satisfaction. Only when they were done did he turn to introduce them. "This is Vice Prefect Wang of Jinjiang." He then bowed respectfully to Vice Prefect Wang. "Lord Wang, these 3 were originally teachers at this academy. They were suppressed by the academy because they stood up for the way." Xiao Jian was a little surprised. When did these 3 failed teachers get in touch with Chief Instructor Zhou? He had even been kind enough to keep them to do chores. 3 white-eyed wolves. After being introduced by Chief Instructor Zhou, the 3 failed teachers quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Vice Prefect Wang, launching into a series of flatteries. Vice Prefect Wang glanced at them casually, and then focused his attention on inspecting the area around the academy. The academy had 2 gates facing the street, and the square in front of the gates was very spacious. The people who came to watch the ceremony swarmed in, but they were dispersed in the square and didn't seem crowded at all. Vice Prefect Wang was astonished. This academy was actually made up of 2 large courtyards. They were very rich. Chief Instructor Zhou, seeing that Vice Prefect Wang was not interested in the 3, waved his hand, shooing them away like flies. From beginning to end, Vice Prefect Wang didn't even give the 3 a proper look. He looked up at the lintel, where a gold-rimmed plaque was hung, covered by a red silk. This plaque was also very valuable. He looked at the plaque and asked, "When will the academy's opening ceremony begin?" Chief Instructor Zhou followed Vice Prefect Wang's gaze and looked up at the plaque. He immediately had an idea and said ingratiatingly, "I have already notified the academy that Lord Wang would be coming to watch the ceremony today. They must be waiting for Lord Wang to unveil the plaque." In fact, he had no idea who would unveil the plaque for the academy, but he, as the dignified chief instructor, had recommended Vice Prefect Wang to unveil the plaque. He was sure that a small, privately run academy would not dare to act out of line. Vice Prefect Wang immediately took the idea to heart. The academy was so large, and it had several hundred students at the start. Although they were all refugee children, who could say that none of them would make a name for themselves in the future. If he could host the unveiling ceremony for this academy, it would be a legendary deed for the ages, and he might even make a mark on history. Although Vice Prefect Wang was very interested, he said modestly, "That's not right. The person to unveil the plaque for the academy should have been arranged already." At this moment, one of the 3 failed teachers walked over to Chief Instructor Zhou, pointed in the direction where Xiao Jian was standing, and whispered a few words. Chief Instructor Zhou looked at Xiao Jian, suddenly raised his eyebrows, and said in surprise, "So, you were Xiao Jian?" He didn't expect that the person who ran the school would actually be a mere boy. Xiao Jian walked forward, bowed, and said politely, "This humble student is Xiao Jian. Greetings to you too, Lord. I am honored that you two have come to watch the ceremony." Chief Instructor Zhou was contemptuous and disdainful of Xiao Jian. He put his hands behind his back and glanced at Xiao Jian, before turning his head to look at the plaque on the lintel. Xiao Jian was dressed like a young master today, and if he were to pull out his folding fan, he would be the epitome of a spoiled brat. No wonder Chief Instructor Zhou looked down on him. Chief Instructor Zhou put on his official tone, saying in an unyielding manner, "The teaching at this academy should be supervised by the official schools. The unveiling ceremony will be hosted by Lord Wang." Xiao Jian looked up at the sun, saying, "The academy does not teach the 4 books and 5 classics. What is there for the official school to supervise? The unveiling ceremony cannot be held until the auspicious hour arrives." Chief Instructor Zhou waved his hand impatiently. "You are truly clueless. The government has the right to decide what kind of learning is taught. It is not up to you to decide on your own." Xiao Jian's face immediately turned green. "I only cultivate practical talents here. If you want to teach the 4 books and 5 classics, you are free to take the students with you. I have no objections." Chief Instructor Zhou was ashamed and angry. How dare this boy contradict him, the chief instructor? He already had the money to support these students. Would he need to come here? He said with a cold face, "I have looked at the books you are going to teach. They are full of odd techniques and heretical ideas. I advise you not to make a mistake." Xiao Jian shrugged his shoulders, saying, "It is just arithmetic and physical science. What are you calling a heretical idea?" Just as the two were arguing, a Yamen runner walked over to Vice Prefect Wang and whispered a few words before retreating. The smile on Vice Prefect Wang's face froze instantly and then slowly turned gloomy. He said righteously to Chief Instructor Zhou, "You are the chief instructor of this prefecture. It is a place that promotes heretical ideas. It exists right under your nose. If the matter were to be investigated from above, Chief Instructor Zhou, you will probably be held responsible." Chief Instructor Zhou was immediately anxious. If he were to displease Vice Prefect Wang, he would have a hard time finding his place in Jinjiang City. He looked at Xiao Jian with a cold face, saying sternly, "Your private school teaches heretical ideas and violates the rules of the imperial court. It is not allowed to open. Close the gates." Several Yamen runners immediately came forward and pasted sealing strips on the main gate. They had actually come prepared. Xiao Jian quickly scanned Vice Prefect Wang, and an evil fire ignited in his heart. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he was about to step forward and tear down the sealing strips. The 3 failed teachers quickly blocked the sealing strips, straightening their backs and staring at Xiao Jian as if they wanted to eat him. Vice Prefect Wang narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "Xiao Jian, if you dare tear down the official sealing strips, don't blame me for enforcing the law." The crowd of people who came to watch the fun shook their heads and said, "It seems that we won't be able to watch this happy celebration." A duck farmer on the side said with regret, "It's a pity about the duck eggs that I donated. I wonder if I can get them back." The fish seller who came with him said angrily, "You donated 2 duck eggs and you're embarrassed to ask for them back? I donated 2 fish and I didn't say a word." Chief Instructor Zhou moved close to Vice Prefect Wang, slightly leaning forward and whispered, "Lord Wang, the academy has been sealed. How do you think we should dispose of the 2 courtyards?" Vice Prefect Wang stroked his chin and gently caressed his beard. After thinking for a moment, he straightened his back and said indifferently, "The courtyards of the academy should be auctioned off. We must uproot this place that promotes heretical ideas." After speaking, he put his hands behind his back and turned to leave. Vice Prefect Wang had already gone far away, and it seemed that the academy's opening ceremony was not going to happen. Just as the crowd was leaving, a group of guards suddenly appeared on the street. These guards were all strong, well-trained, and exceptionally imposing. Leading them was a young man dressed in white armor, riding a brown warhorse. He looked spirited and impressive. Those who knew their horses took a deep breath. That was a blood-sweating horse. Closely following the young man was Governor Zhao, Lord Zhao. The young man in white armor glanced at shopkeeper who, before looking at Xiao Jian, he stepped forward and said with a smile, cupping his hands, "You must be Brother Xiao Jian. My name is Li Changhong. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Hong. I have come here unannounced. I hope Brother Xiao does not mind."